Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? Good day. Hopefully, everybody is good. Good day, Sexy Red. Thank you so much, Miss Jalen. Thank you so much, Miss Jalen. Always holds me down. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. How was it? Was y'all okay yesterday? Did you miss me? Did you miss me yesterday? Hopefully I was missed. Yeah. Man, been some things. Thank you, Miss Jalen. There's some things going on out here in the world. Kanye West, I don't even know. Welcome to the Wildest Wake Up Show. I'm your host, Shannon Tracy. How y'all been doing today? And you know, every single day we rebel against remedial rhetoric, and today is no different. What's up, Zero Tolerance? How you doing today? Man, this whole Kanye West thing, I don't know if it's real. Is he just trying to get... I don't know what kind of crisis that young man is going through. Zero, I would love if it was just a day off, but it was not a day off for me. But I get what you're saying. Absolutely. I feel you, baby girl. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that you did miss me a little bit. I appreciate that. Man, I don't know what to think about this, man. Kanye is, I mean, it makes sense why he has such a female problem. Oh, I didn't even reset any of the stuff. God damn it. Okay, let me reset it. I didn't reset anything. Oh, yeah, man. I think it was crazy. What up, EJ? What up, EJ? I think it was crazy that he jumped out the window like that in that song. And we just starting to understand, and we are starting to see, Robin, that it is a lot of these men out here that have been through some traumatic situations when they was young, and this is why they are so confused as when they get older. Robin, I don't know. I don't know what kind of you know me. I've never been to no magazines or any kind of videos like that, so it never really. I was never that interested in the first place. So lucky me, clearly, because he said he was looking at his mama's magazines and his mama's magazines made him want to say, "Let me see how this works." Nah, bro. I ain't never. I don't know. And then not only that, but you wanted to do it with your cousin, and you was sucking peen until when? You was sucking peen until you was 14. Nah, bro. That's hey. I know what Tank said. Tank said, "Hey, you don't know unless you try it once," but that's BS in my opinion. This is how we know these whole Diddies and Tanks and all these other people, man. They've been doing some things to get where they got to get to. They don't even care. They've been doing it since they was 14. Clearly, they've been feeling and thinking about it. We're starting to see that. Hey, if you watch that Triple X videos, it got something to do with maybe that you like to, use somewhat of a cuckold. There's something wrong with you. What's up, BMU? They rimming already. Now, BMU saying Shannon is getting shook down. Damn, what you mean? What you talking about, BMU? BMU, what you talking about? That's crazy. Talk about age gap dating. You broke your virginity when you was 12 and she was 49? Is that what you telling me, BMU? I guess I'm gonna have to drop the link early because I need to understand what BMU is talking about. Hold on, I ain't even getting to my monologue. That's too crazy. What you mean? I need to understand. No, I need to understand. I need to understand what the hell going on. What do you mean, sir? What do you mean, sir? That's crazy. That actually happened? I need to understand this because I'm confused. Man, welcome to the show. BMU, explain yourself. What the hell?
So hold on. So let me explain to you how it went down. So when I was a kid, this lady that stayed down the street from me, whose husband had passed away, needed yard work done, so all type of stuff. So I was asking people to mow their yards, trying to hustle, give me a little money.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, "Yeah, you can come rake the leaves or whatever." And she knew my mom and my dad. She knew my family, whatever. Everybody knew everybody. Small town, Louisiana. You know what it is.
Okay.
And so I raked the leaves for her. Everything was good. Well, I walked in the house unannounced. So I didn't knock before I walked in the house to let her know I was done. So I walked in the house. She had a nice little robe on, butt ass naked. So when I saw her, I said, "I'm so sorry." She said, "No, it's okay. It's okay. It's fine." And she said, and then she asked me the words that changed everything. She said, "You can touch if you want." And I said, "Okay." So then I did. And then from there on, from probably 12 to about 17, 18, I was at that woman's house. And she taught me everything. I mean, this is how you do this, how you do this, this is how you do this, that's how you stroke out, this is how you do this. A woman like this, she like this, she like this is how you lick this is how you do this, this is how you hold your stamina, this is how you, I mean, everything for years. And nobody knew nothing. I ain't say a word. I just felt like I had an old girlfriend.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So, that's just what it was. And
so now that you fast forward, now you've grown, do you look at that situation as healthy, or you think that she was a predator?
Oh, she was a predator for sure. I mean, because if you reversed it, you'd say predator, right? But from a male perspective, you could look at it now and say, yeah, she was a predator. But then, as a child, as a young man, you're not thinking that. You're like, oh, I got a girlfriend, From 12, I mean, Sharon, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And this lady knew my mom anyway, and she manipulated that situation. She said, he's a good kid. Does he have any godparents? I want to be his godmom.
Oh, wow.
So she became my godmother, and then she started picking me up, taking me places, doing different stuff, buying me clothes. She bought crazy shit, bro. It was crazy, bro, for a minute. And my mom never knew because my mom knew. My mom would have cut her throat. But my mom never knew. Like when she'd rather ever saw my mom, and when she saw my mom, there'd be like a church or something. Hey, how's my godson? Is he doing good in school? Blah blah blah. So on and so. And that's just what it was.
That is crazy. And you never told nobody. So like, no uncle knew, none of your friends knew. Nobody.
Nope. I didn't say a word to nobody.
So now, what is that? Because clearly, when you was young, you didn't think. So clearly, you was thinking about protecting her on the low.
Yep.
Okay. So what is it? What is it about that you think that at a young age, even at between 12 and 17, you still had to understand that you had to protect the person that was, well, you didn't think the person was violating, but you knew you had to protect the person. So therefore, we know something is wrong.
Yeah. I felt like I didn't want nobody to know. Because personally, I didn't want nobody to know because if somebody knew, it may stop. You see what I'm saying? And I ain't, listen, I'm coming over here. This woman got me over here teaching me all this stuff. And at the time, I didn't feel no way about it. I'm telling you, no way. After I became 17 and she was much, much older, and now the sex was becoming more dominating now, and as she was getting older. So then
Mm,
she was like, now you gotta, I can't do this no, I can't really get down like that no more with you because I'm finna shit. I'm finna be almost damn near 60. So I can't get with you like that no more. And so, I want you to find your little girlfriend, blah, blah, blah. And then so when you start going to school and start dating young girls your age, and then you showing these girls, when you're having sex with them, like, they like, damn, like, whoa,
mm.
where'd you get that from? Hey, my own girl got me, you know what I'm saying? And that's what it was. And as you got older, like I said, again, you look at it now as predatory for sure. But at that age, man, I didn't give a damn. I was like, that's my little girlfriend. That's my, it is what it is.
Damn, that is. I don't even know what to. And it's clearly it's a lot of young men that go through this more than
Absolutely.
we ever know, and we definitely got to be more diligent about it and protect our young men about this situation because it ain't just the old men. It's just that the old men they get caught out there quick, fast, and in a hurry because it stinks. You could smell it from a mile away, but when a woman does it, it's not so blatant. I guess I would
Right.
say.
And Uncle Jeff said something because we had a show about this. We did a whole show about it. And we talked about men who have experienced this before. And Uncle Jeff said, I've never seen a young boy wrapped in a blanket crying, saying a older lady touched me.
Mm,
And he's correct. Young boys don't do that. Most boys at that age, right? Because I'm not going to be judged on it now because I'm an adult. But at
mhm,
that age, young boys are not thinking that way. Young boys are looking at it as it's bragging. Like, oh, you're at 12, 13, you don't know nothing about no damn predatory, nothing. All you
mhm.
know is this older lady who was fine too. Older lady letting you touch on her, letting you have sex with her. She teaching you how to please a woman, all this and shit. You ain't worried about none of that and at no 13, 14 years old.
Mm, that's a scary thing.
Right, and so that's why it's effective on women because most women go through that and it's very hurtful and harmful to them emotionally and physically, right? But but like Jeff said, on the other side of it, men and the little boys they run through the day on their bicycle in the neighborhood, going to tell their friends, "Hey, listen, that Jackie down the street, hey, she let me touch that thing." You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it was.
Damn. It's wild that a lot of young men are going through this and they don't have no coverage. And if they was to get it, and majority of older men wouldn't say anything anyway. I don't even think in this day and age that they would say much anything. I think it's starting to have a cultural shift though, right? I think a lot of men are waking up to like, hey, this shit ain't healthy at all. Right. We see
Right.
it now, but and I think we probably divided 50-50 to be honest at this point. Because man, I'm speechless, BMU, as you can see.
I mean, bro, listen, and I don't mind telling the story because I don't know how I'll tell it right from a perspective of what I saw as a child, and then I'll also come back at the end of it and say, hey, listen, but now I see it as predatory. No 49-year-old woman, whether she's going through what she's going through or not, her husband passed away, and not only just because she's feeling lonely, she shouldn't be grooming a young man to become her
Mm,
man, basically, because that's what actually happened. She groomed me to become her man. And when I went
mm,
over there, when I went over there, that's how she treated me. Are you hungry? What you want to eat today? You want chicken? You want mashed potatoes? You want this? What do you want to eat? Let me
damn.
know what you want. You know what I'm saying? So it was that kind of relationship as well. And also she would tell me, hey, listen, I'm gonna lay here today. This is what you're gonna do today. You're gonna do this to me. And if I don't make no movements, no sounds, if I don't get active, and you don't hear me moaning or nothing, it's trash. We need to find out another way to do it to please me. And
Wow.
this is how, and yeah. And she said, every woman you get with is going to be different. You have to find her spot. You have to maintain, you know, your energy, and you can't be going in there busting fast. I mean, when I tell you she went over everything, bro, like she taught me every damn thing that I needed to know about how grooming me on for her and how to be with other women.
That's wow. That and clearly a lot of older women get away with it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The older women are not going to be seen as vulgar as it would if it was a 49-year-old man and a 12-year-old girl. 49-year-old man, a 12-year-old girl, he needs to die, right? The first thing people gonna say is kill that nigga.
Right.
But when
And
it's
also, there's no reason for a young lady to be at an older person's house.
no,
For example, you could do the grass and all these other things, help around the house. It doesn't seem as abnormal for a younger boy to be in a older lady's house, especially if she don't have no husband or something like that from the neighborhood. It's like, oh, he helped with picking up
yeah,
something.
Earl died, and so it's so good that what I'm saying, like people would say it to my mom. Earl passed away. It's so good that he's over there that you allow him to go there and help her keep the yard up and help her do stuff around the house and stuff like that. He's getting money because she would pay me, right? So she would give me money to for doing the yard and the leaves and stuff. But that was a cover up for whatever else was happening.
Right, because it was no accident that you walked in so called, and that wasn't no
I walked
accident.
in. Yeah, I walked in the door, Sharon. I walked in the door after I got done with them leaves. I walked in that door and I said, "Hey, Miss Marina, the leaves are done." I said, "Oh, I'm sorry." And she said, "No, no, no, no. You don't have to be sorry. You don't have to be sorry." She said, "Don't worry about it." She said, "I'm not mad at you." She
Mm,
said, she said, "You can take your hand off your eyes. You don't have to cover your eyes." And then
mm.
she said, "You can touch me if you want to. It's not a problem."
Yeah, that's why. And we have intelligent Neanderthal. He's saying everybody wants that experience. That's the problem that we are having, is that we keep having that it is natural for young men to just want to just put his peen inside anything that's moving. It's not natural. I don't know where we get this idea from.
Yeah,
Like we gotta stop excusing the abuse of young men.
yeah, you're right. You're right. And that's the thing, like, people say, like, people will judge and say, yo, you shouldn't have done that.
Mm,
You should, but at 12, 13 years old, guys, come on. Come on, guys. Listen, you take yourself back, Sharon, when you was 12 years old, and a woman who had a nice body, nice curvy body, and she talked good, cooked for you, and she told me you could touch this, Sharon. What are you gonna do? Let's be honest.
uh,
Let- Come on now.
I don't. Well, luckily I was never in that position, so I don't know. I don't think I would have. I'd have ran away. I think. I'm
Oh,
like,
Sharon, shut your ass up. You're a liar.
I think I would have ran away. I'd have said, "Hey, if you don't get your old ass away from me." Like
But
I was,
Sharon,
I was always very,
Sharon,
I was always
she's
very private. Even as I got older and I noticed that I could get whichever woman, I was still very, nah, I'm not putting my penis in.
Sharon, she was 48, 49. It's not like she was 70.
At 12 years old, that's like 70.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Absolutely, that's like 70. My kids be like, "Damn, you was around." Like they be saying shit like, "You was around for slavery. You was born in the 1900s." I'm like, "God."
So, so
Like,
Sharon,
bro.
let me ask you a question. So I'm just going to use this hypothetical because everybody know the person, so we can all have a visual. So you
Okay.
mean to tell me, Lisa Ray at her age right now, she's 52, 53, right?
Mm,
And you go over and rake her leaves. You walk in the house. She has a robe on. She's naked. You see everything. And you
mm.
say, "Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Lisa." And Miss Lisa say, "Don't be sorry, baby. You can touch it." You're not gonna touch her. And you 12 or 13.
I don't think so.
Boy,
No,
get the fuck out of here.
I promise you, I ain't going. She look like a grand. For me at 10, she's gonna be looking like a granny to me. That's what it's gonna look like. I get it with my grown eyes. I can see it, and I'll be like, "Hey." You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, with my grown eyes, I can see like she's 50. Angela Bassett, she's 50. She could get it. It's a lot of older women nowadays at the age of 50. They are looking phenomenal. However, when I was 10, I
Mhm.
didn't care. If I figured that you was above 40, you look like a grandma to me. You look nasty.
Yeah, exactly. And so but listen, back in that day, boy, I'm just saying, at
Mm,
12, 13, now, like I said again, I always have to come back and say this, it's predatory. No 48,
yeah.
49-year-old woman should be messing with a 12-year-old boy, just like a 49-year-old man should be messing with a 12-year-old girl. Right now, that is very predatory. That is terrible, right? But at
Mm-hmm.
the time, at 12, 13 years old, a young man at that age, at me personally, I was not thinking that. I was thinking, oh, she liked me. She want to be my girlfriend.
Wow.
And that's what the mindset was. And she groomed,
Yeah.
again, saying it again, to be her man. She cooked for me, made sure I was good. You need anything for school? And then she got into my family and
Mm,
told my mama, he's my godson. Now she has the authority to buy me something. So if I come home with something, she's basically saying, "Oh, it's my godson. I just want him to have those shoes. I
right.
just want him to have this." Right? When I went to my junior prom, she paid for my tux.
Damn.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like she at that time, this is my god baby, so I'm gonna take care of my godson. So she
Yeah,
had to shift. She had the shit figured out.
the whole kid and kaput until her hips couldn't handle it no more.
Until she could right until she got older, and then come to find out I moved from Louisiana. I got older, whatever, and got married and all this. So I moved to Texas, and then I found out she passed away, and she passed away from ovarian cancer.
Sheesh.
So
Damn.
then when she right,
She's
so
a,
she passed.
she's a man that because the infiltration of the family is a whole nother level too.
Oh yeah. She was my mom. She was cool with my mama. And I used to look and be like, damn. Like I think back now, like mama didn't see that, but she was great at manipulation. Because for her to say I want him to be my godson, why would my mama think anything else?
Right. She just helping me
Right?
out. And mama's looking like, hey, look at my son being responsible at a young age is what it looks like.
Exactly. And then also she used to, like I said, grooming is also discipline as well. Because she used to tell me certain things she would tell me to do sexually with her. And if I did it wrong, she would get on my ass. She would say, what did I tell you? That is not what you do. You don't just hop in there and just do what you want to do. You have to, you know what I'm saying? She said you have to bond with the woman. The woman needs to know that you care when you're having sex with her. If you get in there like you selfish, then that's not going to work. You know what I'm saying? Like this is to this day, I still remember some of the shit she said. It's not going to work to be selfish. You can't get in and just bang, bang, bang. A woman going to feel like trash. You have to get in there and make her feel cared for, make her feel like she's important. And she'll give you everything. She said she said you can bang bang a woman and then you can run her crazy. She said, but if you show care to a woman and get in her mind, you'll have her forever, no matter who she's with, no matter who you with. This is what
And
the shit.
it also goes to show that it grooms in the same way on both sides of the court. So the man, when he's grabbing a young lady, he do the same exact thing.
Exactly.
And so it makes it feel like the young person feel like they are a part of something. Oh my.
Exactly. And again, like I'm looking at the chat. People, I'm not bragging. I'm telling you my story. At 12, 13 years old, I'm taking you through 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 years old. Right? I'm taking you through those years. And then I come back and say, hey, it's predatory. Right? I'm not bragging on this is what I went through. But
my question is so that's about like 5 years. And so did you have any young girlfriends your age group between those times?
No.
Wow. And you was loyal.
Oh yeah, I was loyal. Absolutely. Because anything that I needed, like say for instance, I was playing football and I'd be like, hey, after the game we go eat. I need some money. Shit. I don't want to eat these sandwiches that the coach got. I want some goddamn, I want to stop eating. And she'd be like, how much you need?
Wow.
Right? I could call her from the school, right? With no cell phone then. I can call her from the school and say, hey, listen, can you, Miss Marie, can you bring me? And I don't know why I call her Miss Marie because she wasn't that no more. I said, Miss Marie, I need some money for the game. How much you need? $40. She said, I'll be up there in a second. She'll pull up in front of the school, speak to everybody. Hey, y'all, how y'all doing? Bring my godson. Or she'll come to the office. Hey, could you come to the office? You have somebody here in the office. She's like, yeah, I'm just bringing my god baby some money for the game tonight. And she give me my $40.
Shit. That's
yeah.
Man.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, Sharon, I know if my mama would have found out about that, my mom would have killed that woman. My mom would have cut her ass down.
So so my next question is this. So when did you start looking at it as, okay, I was being preyed upon?
Probably in my 30s.
Okay.
Because I brought it up to my wife and I told my wife about it. She said, that bitch was a predator. And I was like, yeah, because I told her about it. I was like, I said, how would you say that? And then she started making me think about it. And I was like, damn, you're right. You're absolutely correct. And I started realizing that in my 30s. Yeah.
That's the power of a beautiful, strong, smart, intelligent woman. I'm telling you, man.
Yep. Yeah. My wife said that's so she's a predator, and she said she's in a better place now for it. And I said, oh, don't say that, because she was dead. But yeah. I mean, that's when I realized that, man. I was in my 30s, and so throughout my 20s, I just felt like, man, that was just a woman that trained me, And then I told my wife, I said, well, all this stuff that you enjoy, baby. I mean, she taught me.
Lord.
And she's, and she said, God damn it. You know, she looking like, she said, I don't give a damn. She said that lady was a damn predator, and I wish I could kick her ass. And she said, "You gonna tell your mom?" I said, "No, I probably would never tell my mom that, because
Yeah.
I don't want my mama to go shoot in the grave or no shit like that." But yeah, I mean, that's
So
just what it
for
is, man.
most people, this is not going to sound realistic, especially because you sound like you also over it as well. I think
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what
yeah, yeah.
I
Because
think that's I think
I
that's the
had to.
difficult part for a lot of people because it sounds like you that it didn't it doesn't sound like it's really had that much of a negative impact as of right now.
It didn't have a negative impact because once I found out what it was, I start sitting down talking to somebody about it. Right, I start going to
Mm,
therapy. Hey, listen, this is an issue, right? Because that's what the discussion with my wife had. She said, "Hey, listen, even though you don't feel anything from it," she said,
mm,
"you still need to go unpack it to see if there's something there that will cause anything else to happen in your life or whatever, or trigger something else in your life without knowing and unknowingly, right?"
mm,
So I was like, "Okay, babe, I got you. Let's just figure it out." So I went to start talking to this therapist. We unpacked the whole thing. We realized what it was. And then once you and I recommend therapy for anybody. But once you
mm,
go to therapy and you unpack those things that happen to you, and then you come to the realization of what happened to you, and then you get through it and understanding what it was, then you better on the other side. But some people go their whole lives, don't get no help, and then it shows in them every day. Like they're bad, they're bitter, they're angry, they're emotionally unstable. And I didn't do that. I didn't sit on it. Once I found out what it was, I immediately went and talked to somebody.
mm. Okay. Shout out to the cat. This for stop lying. When you told me to stop lying about
Yeah,
Niner. Stop
yeah, you.
lying. Stop my 5 cents for the day. Thank you so much. Oh man. But yeah, I would have looked at her like she was an old lady, even though she looks in my grown eyes, I could understand it. You know what I'm saying? But as a young kid at 10, 12, I wouldn't look at her as sexy or something I want to
But,
power.
but this but this is the thing, Sharon. Those things that happened to me, but looking around where I grew up at, I'm from the dirty South, right? So looking around where I grew up at, I knew of other young men who were having sex with teachers.
What
Who,
is going
who
on in it?
right? No, but listen. But it was a normal thing. Like it was like fucking nothing. It was like young men would be. You could see young men grabbing the teacher's ass. You know what
What?
I'm saying? And like it didn't matter. Nobody cared. Like if you snuck in on one of them, and a dude like go by and just graze the teacher ass, and she just give him that look. I'm like, damn. Like
So
it back
my
back
question,
then, it was
is,
nothing.
were you like a man-sized young man? Like
Yeah, yeah. Well, I was a big. I wasn't like I am now. I was a football player. I was that guy. You know what I'm saying? I was probably what I'm 6'1" now, but yeah, just I was that one of those guys that just I'm a football guy walking around in my damn Letterman jacket. You know what I'm saying? Like,
mm.
it,
So
but
even as a 12 to 17, you were still
yeah.
a
So
decent size grown man size as well.
no, not at 12, 13. I think I hit my growth spurt when I was probably 14, maybe.
Okay, and then that's when you probably was around like 140, 150, you
Yep.
saying.
Yep. Yep, I hit that growth spurt at that age, getting taller. Yeah, so that's what it was. I mean, I saw this Sharon growing up, and it was natural. Like if you sit around and listen to young men now, and young boys I grew up with, cousins, all that shit, they had older women when they were younger. So they romanticized the shit like it was normal.
Wow. And this is obviously we got to pay attention to our young men, especially the ones that are a little bit more manly built, like
Yeah,
that
yeah,
is
and
more
that's
of a
one of the things we
grown
have.
body
Right.
because we do understand the young men. Even when I was in, like, it had the few men, the young men that was my age, but they had the full grown body experience already, and so most people don't look at them as teenagers, and we know we have an issue with that with Black women and men already, right? We know in today's age we have a problem with people making young Black children much older than what they are.
Right. And you know what? I mean, let me give you this one. Right. Even here in Texas, at Skyline High School, the famous Skyline, right? High school, we had, I think a year ago, a year or two ago, I think he's in college now, but it was a 6'4", 200 and probably 35-pound fucking linebacker. and
Mm.
he would play with his jersey up like a halter, and he was cut up. I mean, cut to death. And they posted his picture online, and you should have seen all the old. I'm gonna see if I can find it and send it to you, and see all those old fucking women in the comments saying, "Girl, somebody about to watch him. He in high school. Shit, I don't give a damn. He is fine. Oh my god, girl, look at that chocolate motherfucker. Damn, he in number 17. Shit, baby, he a year away from me tearing him down. Oh my god, he fine. He's sex." And I'm like, this a 17-year-old kid.
Mm. And yeah, and I think that, and this is why I always say, like, hey, listen, parents, if you hear some woman talking about, oh, that kid, he gonna be a
Heartbreaker.
and all
Mm-hmm.
those are clear signs that that person is something mentally wrong with that person. They have some kind of infatuation. They're already thinking of this child in a very adultifying way.
Yep.
That's why I never really had no problem with dancing for little children, no matter how they dance. I don't care what dance move a little kid does, but I do understand that it's a lot of sneaking ass predators out there that I got to be mindful for.
And another thing is, like, one of the things the therapist said is like, what positives are you taking from it, right? Because not only was it sexual, it was like a classroom with this woman, right? So hey, listen, this is if you get a woman and you walk around and you open her door, that's what you always make sure she feels special. Open her door, let her in the car. She said that is chivalry. She said, I said, well, my dad taught me about that. She said, yeah, but I'm telling you what women want. She said, your daddy. She said, you open the door. She said, but when you get around the other side of that car and open that door and she does not unlock that door for you, that is a selfish woman, and you need to take that small red flag and get rid of her.
Do you
right?
think did she shape a lot of your thought patterns about negative things about women?
No, because she wasn't a negative woman. She told me everything that's going to be for you is for you, but you have to make the decision to choose that. She said, because, and this is one of the things she said, you can go in the garden and plant a rose bush and a thorn bush. She said they both are always going to grow. She said, but you have to choose. Do you want to go pick roses, or do you want to get poked by the thorns? That's just something that she used to tell me all the time.
Like for me, it's just so difficult to say that she was able to give you like being from this side of the conversation, right? It's very difficult for me to pick out anything that she could say that is positive, because I'm looking at her that she's 100% a toxic human being.
Oh yeah. See, and that's right.
Very difficult for me to take anything that she says that might be, because I think what a lot of toxic people tend to do, they tend to use some very truthful things and they use it in a very toxic way to control. Right. Like, you know, and clearly she did a good job. She used her femininity. She made you feel involved in the situation. So you didn't recognize how much she was controlling at the time. But then when you got older and now you went to therapy, now you unpacked it. So now it's a different point of view. But man, and it kind of explains the Stockholm syndrome situation.
Yep, exactly what that is. You fall in love with the predator, right? For sure. Exactly. That is 100% correct, because that's exactly what I was going to protect that woman at all costs. You can tell me nothing. You can listen. You know what I'm saying? If I needed money, she was there. She was not just the person that taught me all these sexual things. If I need some money, she was there. If I needed to, she would teach more. Even though she was a predator, I see it now. Back then, no, you need to do this way. She used to involve me in stuff. Hey, listen, I was thinking about getting the house painted. What color you think I should do the living room? Black or gray? You make the decision. Right? She would put me in charge of shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? She said, when you here in this house, you're the man of the house.
Shit.
Right? So it's like, damn, at 14 years old, you walking around the house and you want something done, and this woman, 40-some-year-old woman, is doing it for you? Just think about it. Like, I'm just like,
you actually having, now you're starting to have some ego involved in it and some bravados, because now you
exactly, bro. And my thing is this: who's going to be disloyal to a person who is giving you all of that, right? You'll never want to speak against that woman or speak down on that woman. Anybody say anything about that woman, you're not involving yourself in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? So you like, I'm not saying nothing, because my reciprocation to her is shutting my damn mouth.
Dang.
Right?
And not only that, you was recognizing it in other young men your age when you're saying you've seen the teachers
Yeah.
respond.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, hey, yeah, I see you. And so y'all can kind of recognize each other from a long distance away as well.
Right. And the
Damn.
difference between me and the other guys is that they opened their fucking mouth. I did not. Right.
Woo.
There was this place we used to have in our gym, and the coach had the PE office. Behind it was a storage facility where they stored all the candy for concession and drinks and Kool-Aid and shit. And that was the room where most of the teachers would fuck these little boys.
That's crazy. So, okay, it got people that do not believe your story. They think that you're
They don't have to.
Why,
Yeah, they
why
don't.
do you think that your story does not sound honest to people? What is your thoughts on that?
Well,
what do you think? Like, what is your
because
what
people are
people not believing your story, regardless of you telling people not right? But in your point of view, you tell 100% the truth, and to them, they think it's cap. What is your idea of that in between?
So what I want you to do is, if you go on my channel, I've had several shows talking about this, right? When we talk about predatory against women and men, right? I've had this on my show. If you go back and watch my shows from a year ago and the shows from 2 years ago, this story has not changed.
Okay. So now
it's the same. It was the same 2 years ago on my show, and it's recorded. The internet is undefeated. Just go watch it.
So
if
now
it's the same story then, the same story now. Yeah.
Do you believe Shannon Sharpe is a predator since he is 49 and the young lady was 19?
Ooh, if you want to say morally, but if you want to say predatory as far as age, you can't say that because she's at legal age. She's 19. So morally, you can say wrong, right? Morally, you can say wrong. Like in the state of Georgia, 17 is legal.
Well, not with the age gap, though.
Not with the age. Well, okay, I got you. Or if they have in Georgia, I think in the South, if a young lady has a baby, then she's also then considered an adult as well. So after that, so she has a baby at 16, 17. After that,
when it's 17, it's still got to be within like 5 to 6 years or something like that.
Right. So, but yeah, I think morally, you could say, yeah, why would he mess with a 19-year-old girl? But she's 2 years into adulthood. She's 19 years old.
In my opinion, she's not, but. And I think that's probably the issue that people it seemed like it's hypocrisy, right? Because if Shannon could be 49 and a 19, and so what about Tracee Ellis Ross? Do you think she's a predator because she likes them young as well?
Right, exactly. Oh, so I'm looking at your chat. Somebody else, and see, we need to have a show about this, bro, because somebody else in the chat just said, bro, I lost my virginity to a 21-year-old, and I was 12. Yeah. I mean, this people be acting like this stuff is rare. It's not. It's
just because a lot of young men hold in that situation. They don't have the a lot of young men do not have the capacity to say it out loud and then have somebody that's mature enough to say, hey, no, we need to put that predator in the proper place.
And you know what, Sharon?
They will praise that young man for being 12 and a 21-year-old. That is insane to me.
And you know what, Sharon? I'm gonna tell you this too. A lot of boys opening their mouths to bragging about it at that young age. But go look up in the last 10 years, these teachers who have been with these young boys who are 12, 13, 14 years old. And these teachers they're not ugly as they're very attractive women. So then you start looking at the psyche of these women. Damn, girl, you look like that. You can have any man you want. And you choosing to sleep with a 14-year-old looking like that? Because some of these women, you go look at their shots, you go look at their pictures and their social media, you like, God damn.
Right. And that's another problem too, right? So a lot of older men would give that older woman an excuse because she's decent looking and she's so-called blessing this young man with, all of this grown glory that she has. And no, us as men that understand that we gotta demonize it, and it's not
you're absolutely
just because Diamond looks phenomenal at 49, 50,
right,
doesn't mean it's okay for her to be with somebody that is underage, and it's not a blessing to that young man, whether he has a grown man body or not.
And right, and the Stockholm syndrome you talked about. You got to go back and remember that big case with the young boy. The teacher was having sex with the young boy, and she got arrested, went to jail. She was pregnant while she was in jail, had the baby. They gave the baby to him. And she got out of jail and married him. Right? When she got out of jail, he was an adult and she married him. They were married until she died. She passed away.
Mm.
So I don't know if you remember that big case. It was huge. It was national news. She went to jail. She cheated on her husband. She had a husband, 3 children, and she was having sex with this 14 at the time, 14-year-old boy. And she went to jail for several years, probably 10 years or something crazy. She got out of jail, married this man. He waited on her until she got out, and they got married.
Wow. Miss Jalen with the $5. Please, please, please drop the link. I just dropped it. Man. And we definitely need to create a space where younger men understand that this is not something to brag about.
No, it's not.
And they need to be protected. And they do not need to protect the older woman. She did not bless you with something.
Right. And that's what you see now. Yeah, that's what I see now. Like when you go to therapy and you got a good therapist, they'll break that shit down. They'll make you see it for what it is, for sure.
And that's what us as the older men as well. We got to be more vigilant and to be able to pay attention that we recognize the red flags even for our young men. We got to stop, because I think the problem is as well that young men that's from 12 to 17 as well, we look at it, he can whip a grown woman's ass if he felt in danger. And we are forgetting the manipulation part.
Yep.
The manipulation is way stronger than any brawn that he has.
Yeah, right.
Welcome to the show, Ms. Jalen. I know you want to drop the link. So, what's your thoughts?
Good morning, Sharon.
Good day to you.
Good morning, DMU.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, chat. How's everybody? Oh, good day. We can't say the M word. It's not that we don't believe his story. This happens to men. This happens to young boys, right? What is the first thing we teach our kids when they're in daycare? Don't let nobody touch you.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as that lady touched you, you should have told someone. You let it go on. And then you're sitting here how many years later saying, oh, she did this. The problem is nobody goes to their parents and say nothing to their parents. You come and you say, oh, you know what, Sharon? Let me leave your chat. Because I said what I said. Okay. Because I need to go in the chat. All right. I'm gonna leave. Yeah, let me go down.
Okay. Would you like to address any of the comments that she said? Because if you like, I think the disconnect is whereas it doesn't sound like, it almost sound like it was in praise. I think that's where the disconnect is at. Welcome to the show, Mr. 77. I got a couple more people down. Let me see what Mr. 77. I got you. I'm bringing you up in a sec. I'm bringing y'all both up in a second. Mr. 77, what's your thoughts on so far on the information that we got today?
I think that people are wild. I think that that's all. I think people are wild, bro. No, as far as what you was talking about with like the virginity and things of that nature, I'll say this much. Look, bro. The fact is that there are going to always be a group of people who are going to try to justify that people should be able to do this at an earlier stage. These people are absolutely the type that would say, because of an old standard, it should be like that now. These people will also say that, well, this is what we grew up to. Because I also remember like having certain circumstances, looking back on it, I'm like, you know what? That was an older woman. I was like 17. She was like 28.
What?
I mean, yeah, I didn't have, I didn't lose my virginity until I was 20, but like I got
Okay.
head. I got
You
head.
could have got the opportunity. Okay. So you did have sexual encounters, but you didn't.
Yeah.
You know that's still
all the
considered
way.
losing your virginity, by the way.
I
know you don't. I know a lot of people don't.
I gotta slide in. That's
so a lot of people do not look at oral sex as a way of losing virginity, but according to the definition of, if we go by
real?
by the definition, even oral sex is considered losing your virginity. Because
that means I probably lost my virginity around 15 if we go by that standards. But as far as like, waking up,
because everybody just go by penetration is the gold standard of losing said virginity. And this is where things, I think, the reason why a lot of things get swayed in a certain way when a woman, she want to just have her, she broken her mouth virginity or her backside virginity, but not her vagina's virginity is where the
we called it popping a cherry, sir.
That's right. Yes. I'm trying to keep it as it's early. I'm trying to keep it as
no,
you know how we try to do it early in the show. But so I think that's very interesting that and I think it's important that we have men that can express it properly now and understand what it was then. Right. And how you looked at it then, you didn't look at it, you was being preyed upon. But now when you grown, you're like, hey, I was getting preyed upon. I was getting preyed upon by an older woman. Now that I look back at it, I could see that I was getting preyed upon. But when I was there younger at that age, I thought it was it was
cool. It seemed cool, bro. That seemed dope, like especially when you're trying to be older. But I wanted to make this one statement, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm saying chill. It was this one story, I don't know if anybody remembers, popped up and just vanished. The one lady, I think she was a teacher or something, and got like the 13-year-old student pregnant and and was able to keep the kid. Oh yeah, it just vanished. It popped up and just went away. Yeah, you can Google it. It was, I think, she looked like she might have been Latino or something. I don't know. She wasn't one of us, but she went on ahead. She got a 13-year-old boy pregnant, and the 13-year and so the reason why they gave the child to the mother is because they said he's not old enough to have custody. Now, if that ain't some weirdo for you, but I just wanted to, you know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
Do you think you'd be able to recognize a female predator today?
Yeah.
No,
that you'd be able to recognize that. You say no. Why you say no?
Because I haven't really been subject to that. I believe I possibly could get caught off guard because majority of the women that have been in my life growing up, even to this day, are not that type. So I don't really know what to look for. I'm just saying that I would be probably caught off guard. That's all. Now, once it don't take long for me to catch it, but
I mean, because we could kind of sense when a man is kind of predatory towards a younger demographic. We can kind of we hear the rhetoric or we see.
Oh, I got one for you. For you. That chick that loves to go to those high school games or whatever, and you waiting for him to get older to get drafted. I guess that.
Okay.
Boom. I guess that's the best I can do, bro. But I'm not good on the predator talk. Other people more educated.
Okay,
Sharon, the reason that you can't see them is because a woman who is in her femininity and she's 100% woman, she's in her femininity. A woman is a natural nurturer. So what she does is she takes a superpower of nurturing, which is a normal thing that people see. That a woman does to a child, that's why it doesn't look funny. Like if you see a dude look at a young girl and be like, okay, girl, yeah, I see you. You be like, boy, what you talking about? But if you see a woman says, hey, come here, let me get that off your face. Come give me a hug. It's okay. How you been today? She can rub his jaw, rub his cheek. She can rub the lower part of his back. It's invisible to everybody because she's doing what she was created to do, to be a nurturer. So it's going to be very hard for you to see her be a predator when she's nurturing.
I got a question. So, would you be able to pinpoint a potential female predator?
Oh, absolutely.
Man.
For sure. Right now? Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You know what's crazy, Sharon? I actually, now that you say it, it was only like a little while ago I played it, and it's a commercial. Anytime you feel like looking it up on your own time. So there's this commercial. I never knew the commercial existed, right? So this commercial has this white woman, looks like a regular Sarah soccer mom, right? She's walking with this little girl, and then she stoops down and she says, "You want to go get some ice cream?" She's like, "Yeah." And just being a little girl. And so through the whole commercial, she's walking with this little girl. Now you're seeing these guys walking up behind both of them, and she's looking with the little girl, and they start walking fast to the point where they're running. Bro, by the end of the commercial, all of those men that was following them knew about the damn Amber Alert, and she was the woman who kidnapped the kid. But the way they set it up, it was so genius. The way they set it up, the way it looked, it's like, oh snap, this must be like guys preying on a woman. No. She was the predator. She was taking somebody's child, and the police caught her at the end of the video. And the one dude, now of course, I don't know, they went extra. They had the dudes looking extra all sweaty, and saying like they got to be predatorial. But I like the way they did design it, as far as you don't know. It caught me off guard. But I had to watch it to the end. I was like, oh snap! Like it was one of them when you first see it. It's a commercial they have. I'll probably drop it in the back for you if you want.
Yeah, please. Yeah,
I got you. I'm gonna look it up right now.
Yeah, that'd be a good visual.
I got you.
Hold on, Jalen. Jalen, hold on. Go, say it on mute, Jalen. Just give me a second, Jalen. I'll bring you in a second. Jalen. Just give me a second. So I guess the real issue that I'm having is that it seems like we have a miscommunication with our young men, because clearly we have to stop teaching our young men to go ahead and be chasing vagina at young ages. And I think that's where the miscommunication is. Go ahead,
but one of the things is, I'm mute so Mitch can come in. But one of the things is, we are miscommunicating with the young men based on the fact that you could have a good household. Like my mom and dad were amazing, right? But at the same time, she had an element of saying different things that be like, like those things that make you go, you see some of her Senior Hall things that make you go, right? And I think that when she used, like I said again, when they use their nurturing and they use those things, like she could walk up to me and just hug me out of nowhere. Ain't nobody looking like nothing. They like, oh, that's Miss Marie showing her guy saying some love, right? Right. You can't see. It's almost invisible to see unless you catch them in the act, and that's why so many women get away with it for years and years and years because of that. And that's why when you see women, let me give you an example. That's why you see women when they go abduct children at a store and a woman kidnaps a child, and you see a crying baby kicking and screaming and she's carrying that baby. They're not going to say she's kidnapping that child. They're going to say, oh, her child is unruly. She's just trying to get him to calm down. She's walking to the car. You see what I'm saying? It's just a difference. I'm telling you.
But at the same time, I don't look at it. Well, me personally, so I guess I'll be adding myself into it. But if I see a man with a child and the child is kicking and screaming, I'm not going to look at it in no strange way.
Okay, well, okay, yeah, okay.
I don't think most people.
I found it wrong. Let me be ready.
I don't know if I want to play it because it's already a lot.
Yeah, sure.
It's not.
No, I got you. I understand. Like it's already like this wasn't even a topic today, for real. Like, but it is a part of the topic at the same time because of Shannon Sharpe and his situation with the girl being 19, and also Tracy Ellis Ross, right, where her situation where she's saying she's dating much younger men, and how a lot of we also had the girl from Jody, the one from Baby Boy. She also was doing some not Taraji, but the mom, Jody's mom.
Yeah.
She also
she likes younger. Yeah, she likes trains ran on her for sure.
So I think that we tend to just ignore that is a bunch of women out there as well, as we see with these teacher situations. And clearly this thing been going on for a long time underneath the surface. And everybody just, because I believe the problem is because it is rewarded for a young man to get some older vagina. And with that has to stop. We got to allow these children to be children.
Yep, I agree.
Especially our young men. Because we do not have no kind of vigilante against older women trying to get with a 17-year-old young boy. That's the scary thing. Our young men need to be protected. Especially if this space is all about black men, the black manosphere, where's the protection at? Stop telling these young men to go out there and do private things where they are not old enough to do it. Stop telling them that it is a nature for they thing to get up. It's not natural. You got excited for a reason. At 12 years old, there's something else was going on. She knew exactly what to do to make you, oh, that's what this is. Right? She knew what to do. You didn't have that because your initial reaction was like, oh, I'm sorry. Your initial reaction was like, God damn, Miss Pearly. That water's dripping nice off your ass. That ain't your first. That wasn't your natural response. Your natural response is like, oh, I'm sorry, because we ain't supposed to be seeing grown folks naked. But she was the one that was like, no, it's okay, baby. And then her tone of voice and how, she knew exactly what to do to make you to break down that barrier of, I didn't mean to look at you too. Oh, this is okay. Oh, this is a pleasure for me. She knew what to do. And so I think so we got to stop letting young men believe that it is natural for an older woman, for you to be popping off an older woman, because it's not natural. Our natural inclination is like, oops, and close the door. Our natural reaction is not, ooh, look at a naked body, let me go and jump on it. That's not natural. If I was to walk inside somebody's house, I don't care how beautiful she is. If I was to walk in on Diamond and she would happen to be naked, I'm not gonna be like, God damn, Diamond, you're looking sexy as hell with your no pants. No, I'm gonna close the door like, oh, I apologize. That's my natural reaction to seeing a person naked. That I'm not supposed to be intimate in that sense with.
Sharon, a person, hold on, Sharon. A person or a woman?
A woman. So I'm saying that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
But I want to say person as well too, right? Because even that's why I cannot go to spas, right? The first time I went to the spa and I see all these goddamn naked ass men, I was like, what the F is this? Y'all okay with this? I was like, I'm not okay with this. And I just, you know what I'm saying? So even with that, like,
proper response.
Right. And I was like, for me, it was shocking. You know what I'm saying? I was like, what the I had to look around like, all of y'all okay with this? Like, y'all not like,
nah, Sharon. I mean, but listen though, but like, you gotta think though, we got trained. We got trained for that. Locker rooms, bro. Locker rooms in high school. I was the one that always went to that shower in the back where I found a bathroom stall to change. It ain't feel right, bro. Anything, anything past like boxers and tank tops, all that like smacking that little whipping the towel. Don't play with me like that.
And so Mr. 77, right? And this is why I think it's very interesting that the Mansfield always used to say, this is just locker room talk. And I'm just like, hey, I was an athlete. We didn't talk about sexuality while we was damn naked. No, I went in the shower, got dressed as quick as possible, where we heading to, and then now we talking ish outside. It was we having some intimate conversation sitting down with a goddamn towel on.
I don't know if it's still a thing, but when I was growing up, men had a rule where if we're next to each other in that little wall, my urinal, your urinal, you don't talk to me while I'm going. I don't talk to you. Wait till we get to the sink.
And I always thought when
don't talk to me while I'm going, bro.
I always thought when I heard them say this locker room talk that it was a innuendo for something else. But I just like, hey, I understand people feel a certain way there, but hey, I always thought that was strange. I was like, nah, the locker room was not my place to talk to my brothers at. Absolutely not.
What's Mitch's thoughts on this?
I got the hell up out of there. So it's not.
We got too many other places. My bad.
We got way too many other places for us to be having intimate conversations and be talking about we doing it while we half naked getting dressed. Absolutely not.
Now we can go fishing fully dressed. Perfect time. Let's go camping. Like, real talk. Fully dressed.
Any of those things. Barbershop, we can have a conversation. Walking to the pizza shop, we can have a talk. Sitting down eating a pizza, we can have a talk. What are you talking about? The locker room? No, the locker room's not even private. What do you mean locker room talk? What is going on in your locker room? It ain't never happened in my locker.
It's crazy. It's not private, but it's a lot of privates in there, which makes it weird, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I was never okay with the spa. And I went once and I seen a bunch of naked men walking around. I was like, oh, this ain't for me. I can't.
Now I go to a spa. I go twice a week, but it's like appointment set up. It's not too far from my home. I need that. I need that for myself. I go twice a week, bro. And I go there. I have 3 sets I do, and it's almost like a doctor's office. Like it's real therapeutic. And they call you to the back, and you go through 3 stages. Right. You go to the hot tub. After the hot tub, you dry off, then you go get your massage. After the massage, you go sit in the sauna if you want to. Not everybody does because of health. I do all 3 stages. I want my money's worth. But my point is, it ain't no whole bunch of people. Ain't nobody walking around naked. And the few people you do encounter is fully robes. They give you robes, bro.
Yeah, so that I could deal with. None of that. 5 people, we all got our respective places, and we sitting in the sauna. We not sitting next to each other, like what I'm saying is that like what you described. It should be a way that you could do it, not just it's all willy nilly, like it's goddamn in Sparta or some shit. That's what it looked like to me. For me, that's what it looked like, Spartacus, and I ran the hell up out of there, right? But we do got to have a conversation for our young men to let them understand, like, hey, no, it is not okay for a 50-year-old to be trying to holler at you at 15, 16, 17. I don't care if she looked like Diamond from the Players Club. I don't care. I don't care how good she looked.
What Mitch got to say?
Let's see, because he might be driving around. Mitch, you there? He might be moving, because I know he hop on mute when he stops moving. So as soon as he finish driving around or moving around and he gets to a quiet place, he'll probably hop off mute. And I just think that we have to, like, us as the grown adults, right? Especially the men that actually experience this situation when they was younger, it seemed like it was okay. Then when you got older, you realize that it wasn't. We got to be more protective of our young men. Stop over sexualizing our young men and saying that, hey, you need to go ahead and what they say, sow your royal oats. Hey, that shit ain't cool. It ain't natural for you to just want to put your peanut every woman's walking. It is not a natural thing for you to walk inside of a room and see a naked person, a naked woman, and just be like, ooh, hey, how you doing, Christelle?
I mean, it is. That's what the message is, though, bro. Like, you gotta understand, like,
but that's the message. But it's
most young men aren't told to get out of high school, like, try to, like, at least chase your prayer. I ain't gonna say whatever. At least, like, find you, figure you out, so on and so forth. At least, and maybe throughout there you find a woman. All I'm saying is, it literally is told, nah, you need to just go do you, young blood. Like, nah, what you talking about? Then by the time we get in our 30s, we try and figure out why we got this stage of arrested development. Well, because the things that we kept being told arrested our development. We stopped growing because it's pretty crazy. But nah, that's just me though.
I really appreciate it. And this is why we have to recalibrate. We got to stop allowing this degenerate behavior to be the main thing that we are telling young men, because they getting confused. This is why they fall for the fresh and fit rhetoric. They fall for every time, and a lot of men push them to that rhetoric by saying, hey, yeah, you need to be with at least 50 women before you could be with any woman. It's crazy,
right? And Sharon, like, and that's what sometimes when we have disagreements is sometimes I'll be trying to get you to see, because I've lived it. Sometimes it's not that we're trying to correct behavior of women just because we dislike women, but sometimes you can see in some women, and to this day, if I go home to Louisiana, some of those older ladies that I knew that were messing with young boys back in the day, the teachers and all that, they're still teaching, right? And so now you want to hold those women accountable, but when you do hold those women accountable, you have men saying, you don't talk against these women, you talk down to no woman, but you think I would say, wait a minute, but if we completely expose these women, you would see differently. You would see that these women are predatory. You'll see that these women have been doing this for years. They may not be doing it now because they're in their damn 70s. But when they were in their younger days, when they were fit and running up and down that court with the kids and playing with the kids, and I remember back in the day. I don't want to talk too much, but I remember back in the day that even the male there was a male female basketball coach, right? And he coached the female basketball team. He would walk in the locker room while the girls were getting dressed. They wouldn't say nothing. He'll be talking to them while they're getting dressed. There was nothing said. Like they didn't care. And to this day that he's beloved, right? He's a beloved coach still to this day. But he would be in there. He done seen damn
Wait,
near all of
wait,
them
wait.
naked.
BMU, is he like real? This is a real question. You know, this is a factor. Is he straight?
Yeah.
Because that's a fact. Oh wow, okay. I about to say, because if he ain't straight, then you know how that could be.
No. Yeah, he's straight. He married or whatever, and you can tell that, you know.
Okay, so here's the problem that I'm having with the conversation. Women are not protecting those type of women. It is the men that are protecting these women.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The men should be exposing them.
But the men that are speaking like me are the one that's attempting to expose these women. Is that the problem is the men that say, hey, go ahead and sow your royal oats. It doesn't matter what age she is. Go ahead and knock that vagina out the park while you can. Knock as many as you can. Hey, they pat him on the shoulder. What, young man, you 16, you popping up your teacher? They be like, woo, boy, if I was your age, man, I wish have missed so-and-so would have gave me. That's what they would say. And so what I'm saying is that there's a lot of men that is a part of the so-called the red pill instead of manosphere space. There's no good suckers. They are the ones that are protecting predators on both sides of the fence. That's the issue. We gotta erase that degenerate behavior that they keep on teaching these young men, because then the young men will be able to stand up. Because if we all believe that a teenager could whoop a grown woman's ass, because that's just how we are biologically, we have that strength. Then if we teach them that they gotta stand up and not allow an old, nasty, crusty diamond, no matter how good she looked to us as grown men, that woman should look nasty to a 10 to 16-year-old.
And you know what, Sharon? I'm going to say this to you too, because you said something earlier that was profound. You said that children should be children. And I think that I have a 16-year-old daughter, and I have a 14-year-old daughter, and I have a 21-year-old daughter, right? And I'm telling you right now, if women are in the house with their daughters, you do not let your 16-year-old daughter, right? Because today girls are built differently, right? For me having daughters, they're built differently than they were 25 years ago. And so now you have to protect your daughters, because you know men are going to be staring your daughters down based on their body structure or how they look at that age. So you should not be dressing your daughter like she's 20 when she's 16.
That's the issue that I have right there as well. Most young people, they dress with the least amount of clothes as possible.
Exactly.
20-year-olds do not dress in skimpy clothes. That is a young person's thing. It ain't, right. Okay, it ain't the other way around. Most of the time when you see somebody that shows a lot of skin, it's because they're young. So as soon as I see somebody with no clothes on walking around the street comfortable, I'm like, oh, she got to be no more than 16. Right away,
my brain who's stopping that though?
Like, absolutely not. I'm not looking at that. Absolutely not.
Right. How are you walking out of the house past your parents or past your mom or your dad in a skirt? When you bend over, you can see your ass. How are parents allowing their children to go out dressed like this? I don't get it. I don't understand.
Because that is what's supposed to be normal for their age group. That's the normal way how they supposed to dress.
Yeah, my daughter knows.
This is the thing that we cannot be trying to. This is what I'm saying. We gotta allow our children to be children. We cannot allow grown folks being predators. No, we gotta call out the predators. Stop saying, "Oh, she's dressed like a 20-year-old." She is not. She is dressed like her age group.
But Sharon, I got 3 daughters. My daughter's not finna. My daughter not want to walk past me with that shit on.
When Britney Spears came out, she was that old baby. She was dressed like a small, young teenage girl. Everybody was saying, damn, she looks sexy. It's something wrong with y'all that thought that was 40 and 50 years old. It wasn't Britney Spears' problem. That's at that age.
And my daughter's in school right now, but if she was here, my 21-year-old, my 16-year-old, my 14-year-old, they would tell you, can you wear something skimpy like Britney Spears in that video? My daughter gonna look in the face and say, my daddy will fucking flip a switch if I walked out of the house in something like that.
That is fine that you say that, right? But what I'm saying is that we cannot ignore that is appropriate for that age group. That's the problem.
Have mercy.
It is. That is like when you put on that outfit, majority of people say, oh yeah, that's a schoolgirl's outfit. Not a college girl, not a 20-year-old. So they know already what it looks like and what it represents. They know it. And we try to excuse the grown folks for saying, hey, no, young person, you got to dress more like an adult. You got to put more clothes because adults put more clothes on. You cannot go to a professional woman, cannot go to a professional place with her stomach showing. She can't. That is not possible. Can you imagine a lawyer going to the meeting with a laptop on? Can you imagine it? This is not something of a grown person to wear. We know
You
this
are
for a fact,
amazing,
but we keep giving excuses for grown folks to take advantage of young people. Shit got to stop. Britney Spears was dressed like her appropriate age. She was 16, 17 when she did the video. That's how they dress.
But that's also a way. But you know what though, and that's also a way for the record labels to feed predators as well.
Okay, so but
See what I'm saying?
So we gotta address them, not the little kid that is just dancing her life away, because that's what little kids do.
And look at Britney now.
Right, because we allowed it to happen. We allowed them to. We allow it to happen to not just Britney. We also allow it to happen to Justin Bieber. Right, so this is the problem, that when we do not protect the children, we tend to think that it's only happening to these certain little girls, but no, it's just happening to children. Period. Some of these children, they was just on Nickelodeon just acting, and something that wrong happened to them, but it's ignored. Men and the females, as we see with Kanye West now, if his story is true, we see that it is something going on that too many grown folks are ignoring. They are ignoring their damn children. And they keep trying to make it seem like the child is the one that is doing the grown optics. No, it is the grown person taking advantage of a young child.
Yeah.
I do not see grown people. I do not see grown people walking around with their stomachs out. It's only young people.
Shit.
So now the older people that are doing it is what Mr. 77 just said. Those are the people that have their arrested development. They ain't never grow up. So they still dressing like they was 16. They're like, well, this is what I used to wear when I was 16. You got arrested development. You still dress like how you was when you was 16?
How many do you have for me to sign right now? Okay, hey guys, I have to go. I got to get back to work. But Sharon, y'all have a good rest of the day, man, and have a great show, bro.
Thank you, I appreciate you. And so, and that's what we just gotta recognize, that it is way too many grown folks putting the responsibility on the wrong people. That young person, yes.
I'm gonna ask a question. Hey, Sharon, so the strippers are over 18, right?
Usually, hopefully.
You know how they dress?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now I do know about this one story where, and I do agree, you know, shout out to BMU and what he's saying about with his kids too, as far as like, you know, you're not leaving out the house that way, right? Absolutely. I know a story about one time, this one chick I was in high school with. We were in the 9th grade, and she got the worst whooping in the world. Why? Yep, in front of everybody. Because what she would do is she would leave out and one pair of clothes, and in her book bag she had all the skimpy stuff. And when she would do is she'd wait to go to school, and then she would switch out. And one day Pops found out, and so he you know, surprised her at school, and he saw when she had switched out. Yeah, he dragged, you know, this is before spankings were no longer. He might have been the reason why they banned it. But yeah, he wasn't even playing that day. Yeah, he was in the 9th grade. So all I'm saying is that I do know about those stories. So it's not always about, we got to remember something. Like, we are, like us as parents, let's say it's a 2-parent household, it's only 2 people against an entire world of influence, bro. Bro, I remember a lot of stuff. I mean, I want a lot of
so Mrs. I want to jump into that part right there. So that's kind of furthermore pushing what I'm saying, right? That young people want to dress like that, right? So she even left the house dressed as a grown person, then she want to go to school and dress like a young person. Because young people don't want to have clothes on. Older people do want to have clothes on.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna give you. Okay, yes, Sharon. All right, yeah.
And we keep trying to we keep trying to do the opposite and saying, hey, no, we want you to be a kid forever. You doing the opposite. Because we are given excuse that it's going to be some predator, whether it's a male or female, because now we clearly understand that nobody cares about the female predator until hopefully nowadays we'll start paying attention to what these words are saying, that the grown women are saying that is predatory behavior as well towards younger men. So hopefully we can start.
What I've always peeped around.
And go ahead, Mr. 77, then after you can jump right in.
I'm gonna just say this brief part. What I've always noticed, I would say, as far as how you can tell if they're younger or older, dressing more so is the animation in it. You know, I don't know, favorite cartoon characters on shirts, or you know, really colorful shoes all the time. You know, you got to be real loud with it, dyeing your hair all different colors, and you know, a lot of piercings and things of that nature. That's what I've always associated with more so youth. And I believe as we get older, we just calm down. Like, you know, me, I still like to rock my hoodies and stuff, but I don't dress nowhere near with as much flair as I used to back when I was in high school. And I wanted to attract the women because my father told me you got to be like that. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I digress. My mic is muted. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, so Mitch seems like he got his microphone rocking. So we go Mitch, and then we go Afro Nerd.
What's hoodie? I just gotta say this, man. Kids, I feel like whether it's kids or adults that dress with without clothes, I don't think you should be looking at a kid regardless, whatever they got on, right? You know, if they, you know, it might be hot that day, but you're gonna tell them to fully clothe themselves, and that goes the same thing for adults, right? Like I could show you right now, right at a park, I would turn this camera around and I would show you a bunch of people, men and women. One dude just ran past me with the shirt off, and this woman walking down the street with her dog with her whole damn belly out. So I think, you know, we get so caught up in what we believe is true, and I think we just shouldn't let nobody like push you off that. Like if Sharon believed that only kids should be comfortable, i.e., like having less clothes, then let him believe that. But that's not a fact. That's not his opinion. And that's one thing. The next thing is what happened with BMU is tragic. I just don't understand. Like, I just wanted to ask him, like, what made him attracted to a 56-year-old woman, no matter how she looked at, which I think he embellished on how she looked a little bit, fabricated a little bit. But because at 12, I wasn't looking at no 56-year-old woman. I don't care what she did. Like, I've had situations where people would do a little sneaky shit. They'll try to crack the door while they get dressed naked or some shit. I'll close that motherfucker at 12 years old or walk away, because I wasn't attracted to a 57-year-old woman. So I was curious about that with him, is you know, what would make him attracted to a 56-year-old woman when he was going to school? Because, you know, we was all going to school at 12. You were seeing kids around your age all throughout your, like, until you got up to like high school, after college and shit is where you had to kind of do it yourself when it means to like get around people. But since kindergarten, we all was around kids our age. So I just thought that was weird. And then with Shannon, you know, I hate this, you know, this situation that's happening for him, but I think he put himself in this situation by dating a woman much younger and thinking she wasn't smart enough to realize that she could finesse you. One thing dudes like him got to understand is that, nigga, you ugly, right? You got to start getting with women that actually like you for you. You know what I'm saying? You know that she wants you for money, B. What else would she want you for? You think if you like, that's why I love like dudes that say shit like, but that's why J. Cole's so special, because he'll say shit like, she ain't want me she wouldn't have wanted me if I ain't had this money, right? He always saying that in his raps, like, bro, she would not have wanted me if I wanted this money. And I just really need men like Shannon Sharpe, dudes that, like, it sucks to say I look up to you right now because you fucking disgust me right now, like throwing it all away for some young white fucking woman. It's never a black woman with you niggas, but whatever. It's just like, bro, why don't you ever think? No, I get it. It's cool.
No,
I get it.
No, I was gonna say, hey, I was gonna address that angle, but we had dived into you know what we were talking about right now. So I seen that as well. I think that is a very interesting point that you bringing up, is that if this was a black woman, it would have been, oh, this is what black women do. But since she is the way how she looks,
right now it's like she's a victim and shit. And me and my mom was arguing, and I'm like, Mom, why are you going with this? Like, could we at least give this man some benefit of the doubt, bro? Like it seemed like she knew what she was doing. You feel me a little bit? Like it seemed like she knew, like I could finesse him. And then words she used, like I didn't know him at first. Yeah, you ain't know him when you first met him, but once you got home and talked to your friends, it was like that's Shannon Sharpe. You see what I'm saying? So when she tried to use that as if she just didn't know him, okay, you didn't know him then, but 4 hours later, you knew this nigga, how much he made and everything. Let's keep it 100 because you're saying 25,000 a cheek. So I just want to, and just to land it right here, I just want to say, man, we got to start thinking like, would she like me without the money?
mm.
And if he thought of that, he would have walked the fuck away because there ain't no way a 19-year-old woman, 19-year-old little young girl like your big 56-year-old ass, nigga. So stop that shit. I landed
it ain't happening, bro. I don't care how much muscles you think you have. It ain't
But
going.
Bracy, don't that save them though? Wouldn't that have saved them if he really thought of that? Like, yo, she don't want me for real, for real. But
Right.
but you wanna do some weird fantasy race play shit with her.
So
That's
I
what it
got a
seemed like.
question for you, Lee. Besides Miami, because we know Miami's a little different. Like people walk outside with just panties on all day everywhere, right? It's just they walk in the store. It's a little different in Miami. I mean, the first time I went to Miami at 19, I thought it was weird that everybody would just bottom. They had a sweater or a hoodie on the top, but they whole asses out and they got flip flops. I was like, this is the weirdest thing that they wear hoodies with just panties on. Like, but that's what happens in the morning. They go to get their coffee. They have a hoodie on,
You see
but they
that a lot.
have not panties. So let me say bathing suit, because that's what it is. But in my opinion, at that time, I was like, damn, this outside was just. But it was normal because it's a beach town. Everywhere you go, there's some kind of water situation going on, even if you're just walking by a park. But now when we talk about in New York and Jersey and Brooklyn and all these places, we understand that young girls, they dress a certain type of way. And I do not understand why we acting as if we cannot tell the difference between how young girls dress with the crop tops and how the grown person dress to look sexy. And we got to stop putting that young kid outfit look and saying that, hey, she's dressing too old. No, she's dressing her age. That's how they dress.
I agree with you. Word. I agree with that. I think you shouldn't be looking at her like a grown woman. That's weird, my nigga. Let that go. You shouldn't even be saying that. It shouldn't even look the same. You get what I mean? Like
It should
it's
not look the
summer,
same
right?
for you. Mm-hmm.
Right, it's summer, right? Shorty got Daisy Dukes on, right? Okay, oh shit, you got the Daisy Dukes on. Now you basically saying the little girl can't wear her Daisy Dukes because now what? You weird ass niggas want to look at her like y'all look at the grown woman? No, it is a form of comfortability. Like just like in the summertime, guys gonna take their shirts off. Do guys always take their shirts off? No. So I just think that mindset of going, oh, we need to change how girls dress because you making them look like grown women, nigga. What? No, that shouldn't even make sense in your head.
It shouldn't, right? It should not make sense at all. It's nothing that this little girl, like, I don't understand how people can't even recognize a difference between somebody that is young looking, that she's a grown person, versus a little girl. Like, I don't understand how they don't see it. Like, it's clear to me. I ain't never really seen somebody that's like that confusion to me where I'm like if it's confusing to me, I'm not attracted to it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, unless we in a club where it's 30 and up type of club and she just happened to look like a baby, and I'm like, you snuck it, like. But if you confuse it to me, I'm not attracted
What's
to
looking
you.
like a baby though, as a grown woman? How can a grown woman look like a baby?
I don't know, but you know they say,
Oh, okay, right.
you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I'm just trying to go by they rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? Like, they be like, and I'd be confused. I'm like, what you mean? Like, yeah, she looks great for her age. Like, for example, for me, I don't look like I have grandchildren and all this shit, and I'm old as damn near. Like, I get it, but you ain't gonna say that I'm a goddamn 17-year-old. You ain't gonna say that I'm a 20-year-old. That's insane. You know I don't look like no damn 20-year-old. No matter how good I look for my age, quote unquote. So I want to bring in Afro Nerd. I got Afro Nerd, Happy, and then ABS, so we could just everybody get their point of view. Jalen, I got you in a second. Go ahead, Afro Nerd.
Good morning, man. What's up? How you
Good
doing?
day to you.
All right. So I want to be clear on this. Are we conflating a few things? Like you're kind of mixing in obviously inappropriate relations between young people and older people where it's illegal versus legal situations where there's an age gap. I think there is a difference, right?
Okay.
Because in the case of Shannon Sharpe, it's looking suspect all the way around, honestly. I was listening to the Breakfast Club this morning, and they were going, I think, Just Hilarious, and the others were talking about the picture. Like I guess they had a picture of the woman, and they were saying, "Oh, she was like a schoolgirl or something like that." But this is a schoolgirl that has an OnlyFans website, right? So what are we doing? What are we saying now? We're occupying too many different spaces. We have 18 and 19-year-olds in the adult industry and in sex work, right?
And
that's going on. So this woman is approaching this man, right? I can think of things personally, right? I had to kind of reflect on it, and I could tell you one of my father's clients. I told you my father is a retired barber and beautician, right? His client is a millionaire, right? I'm going to speak a little coded because I don't want to, blow the man's spot. But he, this is male talk, right? And he pulls my dad to the side and says, "Hey, man, I have a young girl working with." This man was in his mid 60s, and this girl was like maybe 19, and he was, nervous, fumbling and mumbling because he's, I don't know, she keeps on making innuendo. She's kind of making moves. This man was married. She knew he was married. Now I don't think he did anything. And I'm not gonna say what my dad said, but it just goes to show you. I thought the same way that some of you guys are thinking. Well, why would a girl that young want to be interested in a man that of age? But you're dealing with a young girl that wants access, that wants resources. That is, it's not like he is the predator. It's more on her side, right? No. I can tell you another story. This is yours truly.
I don't want you to I want us to unpack that one first before we go to the next one, though.
You want to go into? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What do you mean unpack?
So I don't think that the young girl being attracted to this older man for whatever reason, her reasons, it's her being a predator towards him. What I believe is that the older person needs to tell the younger person, stay in your child's place. And I'm not just saying this because I'm trying to have some kind of make myself seem like I'm virtual or something like that. But I did it before because I don't look my age for most people, and I haven't looked my age for a long time. And so even when I was 30, people thought I was 20s. So young women were like, "Hey, no, young girl, absolutely not. You are not in my age bracket. Go take your ass to another 20-year-old." And I point her into the direction that's over there. So, and we got to stop saying that it is okay for young people to address a grown person in a sexual way and say, "Hey, even though I'm the grown one, I just couldn't help myself because that young thing looks so good." Absolutely not. That shouldn't look good to you.
Well, look, older men are attracted to youth. They're attracted to young. So that age. We have to determine what is considered age appropriate. Because if I would not date a woman that's extremely young. No, but I would date a young woman. Hell yeah. But she got to be an adult.
Can I just say that? Can I just say this? I'm sorry, you're having a conversation. I just want to say, men are not just attracted to youth. We can't say that. That sounds weird for us, bro. I have to tell you that.
Thank you. Great point. It sounds crazy because we cannot say, because we got to understand the context what we are talking about, right? We are framing it off of Shannon Sharpe 49 and 19. That is ridiculous. And they are making it seem like this is okay. Like 10 years is a lot if you are 30 and 20. But 10 years is not a lot if you are 40 and 50. So we got to make sure we understand when we are talking about the age gap.
Be her grandfather.
We got to understand when we're talking about the age gap, when does it change from this is predatory possibly to where, okay, this is your age group? Because there's a difference.
Well, look, again, it is important to be the adult in the room, and I'm talking about young adults. I'm not talking about kids. Now, I will say this: you might have experienced this a little bit with your platform. You know, you will occasionally meet up with people who participate on your panels, right? If they're local or what have you. So when I was doing Afro Nerd Radio on Blog Talk, I had a few listeners that would come through, even out of state, right? So I remember I was with one of my listeners, older cat. He's since deceased, unfortunately. Sergio Mims out of Chicago. He's a film critic, right? So he just liked our show, and we ate at BBQs. Now you know BBQs, right?
Right.
So now this man's an older man, and we were sitting down eating, and these two young girls are drinking and coming over to us, and they're kind of making overtures. And one was white, one was black. The black one was hot. So I looked at her closely. I said, I kept on saying, like, first of all, he was like, hey, this girl could be my granddaughter. And I had to even say to the young sister, I said, look, how old are you? What's going on? And she was, I knew she was young because she wasn't giving me a clear answer. She was flipping things around. But the idea that young women aren't attracted to older men, that's just not happening. That's a thing.
It's not a thing. It's not. So this is the problem, right? Afro Nerd. The thing is that it is people that have trauma that is attracted to something that happened to them before. But that's not the normal for a majority of women. Majority of young ladies are not going to be attracted to an older man in the general sense. The ones that have been through trauma and dealt with older men that like ridiculous older, not a 5-year age gap, but we talking about 10, 15-year age gap. She 19, he 29. That's ridiculous. She 19, he's 32. That's ridiculous. So those women that have been through that trauma, yes, they are going to be attracted to an older man. But in normal basis, young women like, hey, if you don't get your old lame ass out of here, that's what they would say.
I don't think, I have never seen that in experience. I think look, you can always attribute certain things to trauma, but that can't be the wholesale deal. Because and I think some of this is cultural, and it is a problem because it is cultural. Less of what you're saying that, well, this is trauma based. Some of it is culture based, because then you'd have to explain to me why the music industry has been operating this way forever, since the 40s. You've had groupie culture, right? You see inappropriate stuff. Jerry Lee Lewis was almost married to his 14-year-old cousin in the 50s, right? So this R. Kelly thing is really cultural. For some reason, black men get the punishment for it, but we don't talk about the cultural part of it.
And HQ reacts with the one eye. Nobody can spot a predator. I can absolutely spot them if they open their mouth long enough. I absolutely can spot. Shout out to Ariel CH with the 199 super sticker. Thank you so much, Ariel CH. Also, I have the Cash App. It says they wait till she's legal so they won't be charged. Absolutely.
Okay, so one other
thing. And the problem is, after with the industry, which now we've seen that, people are starting to step up and say, hey, this shit is not going to be allowed. Shout out to Ray J mother and Brandy's mom when she was involved for a very long time to protect them for as long as she was possibly can, until they disregarded her as a manager because they felt like she was overstepping her boundaries, but she protected them for a very long time, right? And so we do understand that way too often we keep excusing the predator and saying that it is the young person's fault for being attracted to the older person for whatever that reason is. No, the older person is supposed to say, no, you are a kid. Go to your child's place. We supposed to be correcting them. This is what we do, especially when you raise children. They always try to do something where there is lines being crossed between a young child because they trying to figure things out. And when the adult is not stepping up and saying, hey, this shit needs to stop, when people let Leonardo DiCaprio just keep on dating up to 25 and get rid of him, that's a problem. Tracy Ellis Ross, she's saying she's dating these young men. She's taking advantage as well. And we can keep going down on. Shannon Sharpe, he doing what he doing. He's taking advantage as well.
Now,
Drake is another one. He's taking advantage as well. He was having inappropriate conversations with that girl from Stranger Things when she was 12. Hey, you should not be talking to her.
Now that's a whole different thing. That's statutory. That's totally different. You know what I'm
saying?
Right.
And so what I'm saying, like all of that should be.
No, right? It's not all the same.
Thank you.
It is.
No, who are we to judge?
We keep saying that.
18, who are we to judge what two consenting adults do in their bedroom? If I can't judge homosexuality, how can I judge a younger woman with an older man or an older woman with a younger man? As long as they're adults, it's none of our business.
You can't judge it, though. You could judge it. Who said you can't?
Yeah, let them get it all the way out because I know this is time everybody want to get their point out. So, and Happy, thank you for allowing ADS to skip the line. Thank you so much, Happy. Get ADS.
Who are we to judge them? If they are consenting adults, then what are we doing in their business, right? Why are we policing their bedrooms if they are saying it's okay and they're both adults? There's none of our business. We should stay out of that type of stuff. Now, in the case of Shannon Sharpe, it was OnlyFans, lust or bust, and he got busted. You know, I mean, I look at the text messages that she sent, which was totally. I mean, she's a sex worker, but man, that's a little extreme even for a sex worker, right? And then on top of that, let's just keep it real. When I heard the audio, at one point I was on Shannon Sharpe's side about this whole circumstance, but once I heard that audio, I can't stand with you, brother. No saying when you saying things of that nature, right? That are that disgusting. So in this case, this does fall on Shannon Sharpe in a very big way for not being able to control his lustful urges. You know, that's a way out of line. Some of that conversation that they were having. And, you know, even though I believe she got to the point where she was probably willing to say, okay, I need an exit plan that's going to work for me long term, right? I need to make sure I take advantage of this circumstance to at least to the maximum potential. And that's what she's doing. It's still on him to say, you know what? This was a circumstance, a situation. Yeah, we were consenting adults, but this thing, saying, is going a little bit too far, and I need to back out of this.
So I want to have a understanding. Because I understand you do have a child. So let's say you have a young son. He's 19, and you find out that he is dating a 49-year-old woman. She looks great. She's diamond type of 49, that really nice looking, at least in your grown man eyes. Are you gonna say that is okay?
I'm gonna say no grandkids. I was like, well, if you want to.
But before we get to the grandkids part, are you going to say that it is okay for your 19-year-old son to be with Diamond?
If he's happy with her and she is happy with them and he is a consenting adult and she is a consenting adult, who am I to say anything?
His father. That's who you are.
No, he's an adult. There's a difference.
Okay, that's fine. He's not a child. These are your thoughts. I'm just want to know, what would you say to your 19-year-old son dating somebody, a woman that is 49? She looks great and everything. We're not going to make her, the typical what a 49-year. We're talking about a nice looking 49-year.
She's in great shape. She's beautiful.
Right.
And
So we have no problem with the appearance part, but she's 49. He's 19. Are you going to say anything to your son about this relationship, or you'll say, hey, go ahead and figure it out on your own?
I'm going to say, son, if she makes you happy, I'm happy for you. But I'm also going to nag him a little bit and say, you dating this old skunk, but that would be his choice at the end of the day.
You're not going to be okay with it. Thank you.
I don't have to be okay with it. That's the thing.
And you will judge her. Thank you as well.
And so, the problem is that us as men, we got to be able to stand on something, right? If something is wrong, we got to be able to stand it. If we can say that a young girl cannot wear a certain T-shirt because her stomach is showing, why the fuck we cannot tell our young men, like, hey, you should not be allowing a 49-year-old woman to take advantage of you at 19?
Because they still gonna do it. I'm not really listen.
That's the adult choice.
Yeah, and I was coming up here to say, like, we was talking yesterday about legal not being right and wrong, right? I mean, if we talking legally, 18, we can't say shit. And for me, just to answer the question, I know you didn't ask me, but I'll say, like, I would let him do it. Because, yeah, I know you shouldn't do it. I think even but you're lustful. And you only learn through experience. I can tell you
would let him do it, bro? Oh, sorry, I'm going to cut you off. Go ahead, sorry.
No, you good. I was just saying I could tell somebody 1 billion times, hey, don't touch the stove. But that don't mean they won't touch the stove. Sometimes you got to go through that experience to understand, like, this isn't what I should do. So as an adult, yeah, let them have that experience.
Let
I gotta support TNN on something, because the 19-year-old young man, right? Let's look at this thing really fair. As a father, you got to give instructions to your son with whoever he is dating, whether she be young or older. Like, this whole idea that it's just the youth part of it that's problematic is not what's at issue. When Drea Michelle dated that young basketball player, and what is the right, and the other one, what's the one that does on social media a lot? The one that he would, Brittany, right? We clearly see these are older women that are preying on the finances of younger men. We see that, right? But they're older and doing it, right? But then we saw the young woman with I forgot the one where she didn't stand up when he was getting the Heisman. I forgot that player's name. She's only a couple of years older than him. So whether it's a 24-year-old woman that's going after your bank account versus a 40-year-old woman and you're 21, Drea Michelle is dating essentially her son's peer. And no one really, now, as a father, you might say, hey, be careful, right? Keep your mind open. But your young son is still an adult. Young or old, he still has, he's an adult where he can become a police officer. He can go to war.
Right.
There's a lot of things he can do. He can drive a car.
He can't drink. But here's the problem. He's not an adult, right? But we understand that we allow him to go. We will allow him to go to war. We allow him he can't drink no alcohol. Legally, he can't even drink alcohol. Legally, he can't even hang out with her at the bar legally.
But he can have a gun.
Yeah,
which is
right. So we cannot. So the problem is that we cannot conflate those things. We can absolutely talk about the things that is not good for our youth. One of the things that is not good for our youth is 19-year-olds with 49-year-olds. It's not a good thing. I don't care what gender it is. I don't care because they are considered a legal age. That doesn't mean that I cannot have a conversation with them and say, no, you should not do that. And this is the reason why. You are getting manipulated, and these are the reasons why. And be able to express in full why. If we cannot do that to our young men, saying that 1949 didn't, no man ever should be talking about any woman twerking. No woman, y'all should never be talking about any woman just having her the whole phase or whatever. Like, none of this shit means anything at this point then, because y'all not willing to stand up for anything unless it's talking down on a woman, especially if she's black. This is crazy to me.
Wait, why is
nah, see, you took it to a whole different level.
Exactly. The problem is y'all not seeing the levels. Y'all just like, oh no, we just talking about this. No, it's much deeper. It's much deeper than it's much deeper. We literally, before this conversation, we was talking about Britney Spears and oh baby, like she was dressed too revealing.
For sure.
And that's the schoolgirl's outfit.
But she was 16. That was
wrong. We got to add something here above all things that you just mentioned, above gun control, above them dating, right, with this age gap difference. The worst thing that you could do is try to control an adult.
Exactly.
Because that's what you're doing. You're trying to control the adults. You're saying that you're not allowed to do that because of this age gap.
Hey, yo, Pete,
when they are consenting adults.
Can I just say this real quick? So we can't try to control our adults, but give our kids to a fucking adult to try to control them, right? Because it's not about the youth that they're after. They're after the control. And that's why I was trying to say earlier is that men who go after younger women, they don't go after them for the youth. They go after them because they're easily manipulated and they're easy to control. Right.
Wait.
So
who are we to say that though? That's an assumption, right? That's
we
something
are the adults.
We are adults, and I'm a man.
Know why they are together. That's not our business. Why?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's not our business.
So you know what?
Okay. You always want to run back to that's not our business.
Let me ask us some more clarifying questions, Lee, because this is crazy, Lee. So are we saying the majority of men that are 49 and women and men that are 49 dating people that are 19? The majority of them are not doing it for control. Majority, I'm saying we don't know why they're doing it, and we shouldn't assume. Okay, we shouldn't assume. So now, hold on. So now, when we hear older men talk, they say what? It's easier to deal with a younger woman because of what?
Because she has less trauma, less bodies,
Easier
And
to
she has
mold.
more of an upside. She has
Easier to
more
mold.
of an upside.
Okay, easier to
Yeah.
mold means what to you? Easier to mold. What does that mean?
Control.
Does that not mean control?
Yeah, it means
Not
control.
necessarily. That means, saying to more of, let's say, say easier to kind of teach, right?
Okay,
Controlling is one thing, but teaching is another.
Okay, so when Drea Michelle took advantage of that young boy, she was trying to do what? She was trying to control him, right? And say, hey, this, that, and third. And she got him to bust another side of her. So now she got control over the money that she could get from him, correct?
Consenting adults. I don't know what her teachings
question,
were.
though.
I'm not sure.
Did she not try to control that young man by convincing him to bust another side of her so she could have that baby gravy, so now she could control how much money she is getting from that young man?
I'm not sure in that situation. I'm not.
Yo,
no, listen, fuck it, because I'll oblige for you, right? I'll agree. I think most of them do it as control, right? But here's where we're also kind of, and this is what I'm saying, we kind of lead in the conversation, right? Because if you're in the business world, 18 years old, someone takes advantage of you on the business scene, can you sue them and say, yeah, they did me wrong, I didn't know no better? But it's kind of like the law itself. If you don't know no better, you still can be violated by the law. You are grown. Your parents should have been preparing you for this moment. But if you happen to make a lapse afterwards, and someone I'm not saying you allowing someone to take advantage of you wholeheartedly, but once you made the mistake, and let's be frank, even more honest, you can't know how to spot the mistake unless you've been in that position.
So now, perfect. That's a good way to transform it into maybe a little bit better of a generality, right? So let's do business. So we got this young person, 18, trying to get into the music business. Somebody that is much older than them, usually around that same age gap, right? 49 and 19. That's usually around the age gap too in the industry. That's weird, right? And so the 49-year-old literally would take advantage of the younger person. This is why the industry is a young person's game. Because they are impressionable and you could take advantage of them. The majority of the problem when young people have issues is when they have somebody older behind them managing them.
Yeah,
right.
No, I agree. But
so, let me just say this.
So therefore, that is proving the point.
Who do we say? Do we say it's the record label's fault?
Hold on, let me finish it up. So therefore, that's proving the point that the adult, the parent, should be telling a 19-year-old to run away from that 49-year-old. Because they
right.
But when they sign these record deals and they're getting taken advantage of, do we say this a stupid artist or do we blame the label? No, we know the label takes advantage of shit.
Okay,
so
but hold on,
you're the one that's making the stupid
I want to make sure
we talking about your kids though. Now
we're not. So again, nobody's saying that. So let's be clear. Nobody's saying that Shannon Sharpe should go to jail for dealing with somebody that is deemed legal. We're not saying that Shannon Sharpe should go to jail. So let's make sure that's clear. So we're not talking about legally what is right for a 49-year-old and a 19-year-old. Hey, that's what the society that we are in. They say it's okay. We got to play by the rules until we get something to change. That's fine. So nobody's saying that he should go to jail. However, we are saying that is predatory. That is a controlling factor. The reason why he cannot be with somebody in his age bracket is because he cannot control her. Because
I agree with that. I'm not debating the control.
To combat his ideology and all the BS that he is saying. He cannot just be on the phone talking about, oh, you just want me to choke you. No grown person is going to have that conversation like that.
No, they will though. There are women like that. That's the crazy thing. That's what me and my girl was talking about.
That's
it's like,
called
it's women.
Erotic asphyxiation. That's called erotic asphyxiation. There are a lot of women that are into that.
Okay, so
you just screamed and just cut people off like Jesus Christ.
I want you to have your space, Lee. I want you to have space. What I'm saying is that a grown person, they're gonna have the erotic talk when it's erotic talk. When they having regular talk, they're gonna have regular talk. It's a difference. A grown person can be able to say.
I see what you meant. Right there, I see what you mean.
Okay,
yeah, the way he did that was weird. That transition into that it was weird. All I want to say, because I'll be driving and then y'all be taking my points and making them yours. Okay, but yeah, man, most of it is control, and this was me and Sharon is saying is that if you cool with letting this 49-year-old control your 19-year-old, because that's what's gonna happen. You know what they there for. That's why me and Sharon gonna look at them crazy and probably try to jump them once they go outside after trying to mess with one of our nieces or some shit, right? Because we know you just here to control her, B. Same thing with the woman, right? So at that point, you got to make a decision. Okay, either I'm just going to let the control happen, or I'm also going to add my forms of control, which is just different conversations, probably leading them towards, letting them see that there's other options out there that's in their age range. Come on, let's go out to the bar. You 21 at the end of the day. It ain't like we talking about little kids again, right? We don't think you should go to jail. It's not, ain't nothing weird going on, but it's weird, but it ain't that weird. Come on, yo, let's go to the lounge. Let's go to fucking Dave and Buster's or some shit. Get him around some kids that's his age, or different things you could do, but I'm not just gonna sit there and just let my son just be controlled by this woman, because I know that's what she's doing.
Absolutely, great point. Bubba homeschool with the fathers. The basis of the Rolling Stones when he was the bassist, he playing the bass of the Rolling Stones when he was 70. He married a 19-year-old. After dating her for 2 years, his 50-year-old son married her 40-year-old mother. Yikes, that is crazy. That is a weird dynamic. HQ Reacts with the 199. Then name the predator that was on your last panel. God damn. My last panel? What was my last panel? I gotta think who was on my panel, HQ, and I can name that predator for you. But go ahead, Afro Nerd. I know you want to jump in. KT to go. You got it right after Afro Nerd.
Yeah, man. Look, everyone's entitled to their opinions, and that's fine. But I don't know if this. I have a problem when we start to go into this age thing as if this doesn't happen across ages. I don't think age has anything to do. Well, first of all, if we're going to talk about Shannon Sharpe situation, why are we putting a cape on the OnlyFans model? That's what I'm confused on that. All of a sudden we're saying, well, he's too young to deal with this woman. He's too young to deal with an OnlyFans model like that. From day one already, that's already like a different issue. This is not some woman, young girl out of college that has a certain trajectory. You might be able to look at that a certain way versus a woman that is already in a certain industry. Like, you deal with the culture that allows 18-year-olds to open up OnlyFans pages. Once that happens, it's a wrap. So I don't know how you can afford morality about age when you're dealing with the OnlyFans model. To still put a cape on an OnlyFans model is what I would say.
I don't think we're putting a cape on the OnlyFans model. No, I just wanted. I mean, but you. No, just because like nobody was putting a cape on. I just want to say we was trying to protect Unc and saying, yo, why you messing with a shorty this young when you know she don't like you and she an OnlyFans model and she asked for 25K a cheek? Why you let her finesse you, get you on the phone to say some weird shit, and now she's trying to get 10, 50 million off you? That's really our argument. It ain't like, yo, she young, da da da. Yo, if dude want to mess with the young shorties, he can do what he want. Like you said, it's legal. We off that. The conversation now is why you let her get you on the phone to be like, yo, I'm gonna choke you out and all this weird shit. Now you're looking crazy, and you are a Hall of Famer that we love, bro. People love this dude, and now you on the phone talking about choking out a 19-year-old girl. That's the argument right now. Is why do dudes like this consecutively let these women finesse and finagle in them when you older than her? B, you supposed to see this coming. You feel me? Like that's the part where I feel like me and Sharon is at right now.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. The only issue I'm saying is I'm expanding it. If you expand it, you won't just stick on this woman being young, because you got quote unquote old hoes playing the same game, right? It's across an age. There's no age to this thing, because you have Mariah Mills. Those who might know her work. Right. Mariah Mills was making a play for Zion Williamson. No one had any kind of grace for him being a young 20-something with a 30-something making the same claims for money, asking for an IRA plan, asking for a 401k plan because she was doing something strange for change. So whether it's a 19-year-old or a 79-year-old who puts in a claim against Bill Cosby or any of these other titans of industry, you have older people, older women asking for a retirement plan for something they did 40 years ago, something strange for change. If we're gonna be honest, let's start to analyze this completely instead of just saying, well, she's too young. You're putting a cape on a young girl who has an OnlyFans page. I'm sorry.
So the problem is, here's the issue. Hey, look, when Drea and Brittany, we talked about they old asses trying to trap those young men. We spoke about it on this platform specifically. We talked about female predators. I spoke about it a lot actually about female predators and what you need to watch out for when that older woman says, "Ooh, your son gonna be a heartbreaker." That is a sign of a female predator, and you need to get that woman away from your child. So we had plenty of conversations about these teacher ladies that is taking advantage these young men, and how the older men, they are the ones that's mainly pushing it forward and giving excuses for young men to be used as prey. That is the goddamn issue that we are having. And so this 19-year-old girl that is out there so-called sex working, Shannon Sharpe, he need to go get him a goddamn professional escort that is in his age group, which he can go do, a professional one, not some little 19-year-old girl that's trying to figure out life, is what we're saying. We don't care what this little girl is doing as a grown man. You should not allow somebody just because they're doing something within your presence that, hey, I'm going to treat you as
almost 40. That's why you calling her a little girl.
You know that she is a little girl. She is doing little girl things.
Little girls play with dolls. They don't play. They don't have websites.
And this is how we know you're a fucking pedo. What don't you understand?
Hold on. I don't need.
Hold up, Happy. Where did that come from? That was really weird, babe.
It's okay.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so hold on. So what I'm saying is that we gotta expect little girls to do little girl shit. A 19-year-old that's trying to sell her toes and 25,000 to ass, that's what they do at that age group. For those people that is moving that way, we got 19-year-olds that move that way, and then we got 19-year-olds that move a certain way in college. And those are two separate type of human beings, and they have two separate mindsets. And we're not going to act like it's not a real thing.
Your background is loud.
I mean, let's be coy too, Sharon. We're talking about sex worker here. No one cares about their mind state if they're just selling their body.
My God, that's crazy.
And she's not playing with doll houses. Like, this is to call a young woman who's could be a sophomore in college a girl, right? I hear what you're saying, but there's difference between her playing with a Barbie's dollhouse and doing something strange for change with a whole website. That's a whole different thing going on there. And you're conflating it just for, I don't know, you're trolling right now. You're not being real.
It's not. What I'm doing is just being
anybody
honest.
Logical would see
what I'm saying is that most of the girls that's working at Hooters are not 30 years old. From my understanding, from the last time I ever went there. I don't know what it is now. Maybe it got grannies in there too now. But what I'm saying is that majority of the people that do these kind of jobs, that is bottle girls, and they have bikinis when where Lee is at now. A lot of them, they be right outside. Bikinis on. Majority of them are a certain age. And I don't know why we acting as if we don't know that is a certain that kind of field that you're talking about, OnlyFans and waitresses and bottle girl service and all that. Those girls out at a certain age, and now we're trying to act like we are blind to it.
Actually, Sharon, that's not exactly true. The average age of the girls working at Hooter are like 22 years old, brother. They're not 40, 50 years old, right?
Exactly.
No, that's what he was saying.
Thank you for proving my point. See, that's thank you. I appreciate you, ADS, for making some clarity. And that's when we know when men are being dishonest, right? We know when they got their stomach out, she's probably between 19 and 22. So for me personally, when I see a woman walking down the street and her belly out and she got a belly button ring, I'm going to be like, you know what? That's most likely a 19 to 22 year old.
You got older women doing the same games right now. You talking
about really?
Not really. No, that's really because even when you think about Tracy,
I'm outside more than you. I'm outside more.
Just make sure we referencing it properly, right? I said majority, right? Do we understand that it's going to be some old lady that has it? Yes, because nothing is 100%. Majority of women that dress like Britney Spears is going to be 16. Majority of these young ladies that just got their belly out with a belly ring and a short skirt, they are probably between the age of 19 and 22, standing outside trying to get into some dumbass club with a rainbow goddamn skirt.
Nah, can we open that up to 30, 19 to 30?
Absolutely not.
Listen, you have Instagram.
Nah, why y'all think 30-year-old women doing that? Y'all,
I get pussy.
There's data to back this up. Data is already showing.
I can show you women right now.
Data is already showing.
KT?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Don't you got a wife talking about you get pussy? Never mind.
Yeah. I haven't been married since I was born.
Yo, Lee, calm down.
Yeah. Hold on, I want us to keep it as a conversation. All right, so Chicago Gorilla, I want to welcome Chicago Gorilla. He's gonna calm it down for a little bit, and then we're gonna get back into the wildness. We get Chicago Gorilla in there. KT the GOAT, he want to jump on it.
Happy, we've been here. Hello.
We got you as well, Happy.
No, you can let Happy go before me. I know she's been waiting.
Yeah, please let Happy go.
Hold on.
Please let Happy.
Hold on. Do not direct my show.
Okay.
If I say something, you leave it as what I say, or if you don't want to, then you just say I don't want to talk. But don't direct my show. I appreciate you. Go ahead, Chicago Gorilla. God damn.
I didn't come to calm nothing down. I was listening to some of the conversation earlier. First of all, I want to say, old nigga. See, we don't like to put governors on nothing, man. We don't like to regulate nothing and call a thing what it is, man. We don't want to offend nobody. We want everybody to be happy. That shit is weird, fam. An old nigga with a 19-year-old girl is weird. And I'm the father of a 19-year-old. Wish a nigga would approach my daughter. What type of conversation do you have for a 19-year-old? And why do we make it seem like when you reach a certain status or you get a certain amount of money that's normal for an older man of that age to be with a young girl? That's wild. We don't want to offend nothing, though, right? We want everything to be PC and cool. No. Them the niggas that got ran. I don't know where y'all grew up. Them niggas got ran out of my neighborhood. Where I grew up, and I get it. I know we comparing like celebrity stuff, so the celebrities are different. I'm talking about I'm a working class. I'm blue collar working class. That's why I identify at, right? In that realm, nigga, you getting ran out. You getting ran off the block. And you ain't finna have no rational conversation around why you find this young lady that could be your daughter attractive. That's wild.
Chicago Gorilla, you're overlooking a more obvious point. These are two consenting adults. Who are we to
judge? Let him finish.
Children.
Hold on one second. So ADS. So this is what I'm saying, right? This is the thing that we do, and it seems like we make every excuse to explain debauchery.
That's no excuse. That is the law, friend.
You said two consenting adults, right?
Yes, that is the law.
Yeah. So a 19-year-old. So you give a 19-year-old the same weight as a 49-year-old. They have the same life experience. Their brains are fully developed.
The guys of the law, they are the same equality according to the law. Yes.
Right. We're talking morality right now. I'm pulling the morality clause right now. That's what I'm talking about. So if that's your rationale,
don't jump in. Don't jump in. It's just them two.
I am like I don't like. Are we men? What are we doing? What type of society are we?
Yes, and men govern themselves off of logic, not emotion. Yes, we are men.
Exactly. And if we're governing ourselves off of logic, why is this conversation seemingly so? Oh, thank you, Sharon. Why is this conversation so illogical? Why are you reverting back to laws that get changed every 7 years?
Because they are the law at the present moment.
And the laws are based on what?
How the people of this country have voted in regards to certain circumstances and situations. What it takes to keep people in bounds, in check, and things that are reason, right, within our society to be governed. That's what laws are based on. And to say that a 19-year-old who has her own agency or a 19-year-old boy who has his own agency can't make a decision to be with whoever they want to be with.
Absolutely no.
Cardinal.
They're not even old enough to buy alcohol, brother. What are you talking about?
But they're old enough to buy guns. That's even worse. That's a whole paradigm.
Old enough to smoke. What the point that they're old enough to do that's not the listen, 19, we've already established that yes, they have agency to do some things, but not all things that a 49-year-old could do. Like, why is that so hard to understand? Why are we trying to pair a young lady that's 19 or a young man that's 19-year-old with a 49-year-old fully grown, full experienced adult? That's weird, fam.
Because one of the things they do have agency
wait, your only counter is that the law identifies them as older. Okay, in other countries, the legal age is 16.
Chicago, we're judging this country. We're not going to go all over the world with this because there are so many laws that we both disagree with.
If we're saying
that we
law,
both disagree
if we're saying but no. We don't, because you said that a 19-year-old, according to the law, can do X, Y, and Z, right? I'm saying
yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. That's based on the law. I think in Mississippi, I think somebody was just up here. Was that Smitty up here who was talking about what the laws were in Georgia, or a consenting age in Georgia is 17, I believe. So a 17-year-old legally can be with a 49-year-old, and that's cool with you?
We might find it detestable within our own right and disgusting.
And that's the conversation I'm having. I'm not talking about the law. I don't care about the law.
They are allowed
about the law. I don't care about the law. No, and I think Sharon just said, and this is why I hate when we get away from the conversation, brother. Sharon just said nobody's talking about whether somebody should go to jail or not. We're talking. Listen again. So I don't know what type of community y'all out here building.
As a consequence, right at that point, because I'm a firm believer that a 19-year-old should be held accountable to the law, right? If I say that, then why can't I say, okay, then they should be allotted what the law has to offer them as well, right? I can't just say you can be accountable and say that you're not allotted what else offers, saying besides that, right?
You saying the conversation shifted to consequences and penalties according to the law? Y'all wasn't having a morality discussion?
Now, what we're trying to do is shame and guilt adults, saying, into our control.
And that's the problem that I have. Yes, shame and guilt that motherfucker. Yeah, you 49 dealing with a 19-year-old, fam. Get somebody your age. That's weird. Wasn't Monique on his show telling him the same thing? That's weird. You got kids her age.
To us, it's weird. But who are we to judge?
See what I'm saying? I hate when we do that. That's crazy. You're right. We're nobody. And this is why humans are terrible at you can bring everybody back up, Sharon. Humans are terrible at solving for the human condition. And this is why we have what we have. And we'll continue to have what we have as a society.
This shit crazy, bro.
This is wild, G.
This shit crazy, B. I don't even understand how we all not in agreement to this shit. Simply. Like, what the fuck are they talking about? That's why they having this weird ass conversation. All he could do is talk sexually to her because he can't talk shit else with her. He can't talk anything else with her. He has nothing in common with this woman but this sexual race play bullshit that he's doing with her. He's a fucking creep now. I don't respect him at all these fucking years playing with the nigga on Madden on PlayStation. For this moment to come and you doing this shit, nigga, I don't care if you was out here fucking 100 bitches that were all niggas. Why they can't be 35 and up? Niggas, a bunch of black women that love this nigga. Dead ass. My mom love this nigga, her light skin ass. Like, bro, you got so many options, and here you are, 19, OnlyFans that's trying to finesse you, want to finesse you. Like, I just hate this nigga, bro. I just hate this nigga and niggas that think like him, niggas that go all the way back down. Nigga, didn't you have enough fun when you were 19, 18, 20, 21 with these bitches? Like, what? Oh, God.
Hey, it's
I just don't understand how y'all niggas like this shit.
Hey, and look, they be willing to say that we got to bring Shaman back to get put clothes on women though. Marvelous opinion. Go ahead. What's your thoughts?
I don't really have an opinion on the whole age thing. I really don't.
Can I just say something real quick, Marvelous? Can I just say something real sorry, Marvelous? Look, listen, bro. We just had BMU up here saying that he at 12 he met an older woman that was 56 and she was basically a baddie, right? So it's 56-year-old baddies out there, and here you go. Bro, you robbing the cradle, bro. You on some control weirdo freak shit. I believe everything she said. I believe that you did do some race play type shit. Some race play, some great play type shit with her. And she finessed you along with it, bro, because she know the game, bro. It's 2025. A 20-year-old woman is, bro, one thing they know is how to finesse. I promise you they know how to do that. All the men and the women. And they smart as hell now. So she peeped game. She peeped he was on some weirdo freak shit, and she used it against him. And I'm glad she did. I'm glad she exposed him. I'm glad we know who this nigga is now. Because this nigga been smiling in our face for a minute. Nigga knocked his old teeth out, put in new ones. Nigga been smiling this shit all in our face. And nigga, now we know how you giving it up. You really want to race play, great play with bitches, freak ass nigga.
Hey, and I also want to say before, because also I see after everyone to jump in happy, and I got you. Also, I want to say is this: everybody was talking so much craziness about lately that we want to add race into everything. So now that all the men are on the side of Shannon Sharpe, I guess race doesn't matter. Now they're gonna be like, oh, I think we love the fact that he's using race into this conversation. Tony Busby is only going after affluent Black American men. All these, hey, it's weird to see how when it happens in real time that y'all men are not standing on anything.
Sharon, can I call something out real quick if you don't mind, brother?
Sure.
You got Diddy, who's going to looks like he got himself for some real sexual deviance. You got Shannon Sharpe behaving as a sexual deviant, and you got Ye, you getting BJs from T-Boys. What is going on with our dark-skinned Black brothers that y'all are just so hyper lustful sexual? What is that about?
I don't think it has anything to do with they skin color, but it more has to do with who is susceptible to the manipulation. So the people that they can manipulate, they're gonna do it, because I don't see you saying nothing about Al B. Sure, right? Because he was he did what he had to do to Diddy as well. All right. Jesse Smollett, he was able to do whatever he wanted.
No, bro, don't bring Jesse to the light-skin coalition.
We can go down the list. It doesn't matter. We could go to Justin Bieber. We could go to the other dude from NSYNC and all these other places. It doesn't matter the race, color, creed. If they could take advantage of you, because it's so many people that are willing to say and tote that line of 49 and 19, 49 and 18. What is the goddamn line? None of y'all men want to hold no line for anything. This is why we are in the position that we are in today, because the men are not willing to hold any line unless it's about a woman putting on clothes. Otherwise than that, they don't want to hold men accountable for nothing. And then we are not going to be able to move it into a proper perspective, because we are given an excuse of law now.
May I
Law
say
is
something
not the
real quick?
excuse. It is the standard. It is what we govern our country by. It's not an excuse. Law is actually the more upstanding thing in this particular circumstance. You can bring morality into it, but without law, morality doesn't stand either, because we would simply be governed by strength.
So why are you talking about? Is it against? Okay, so now is it against the law for a woman to twerk?
Indecent exposure in certain circumstances.
I asked you a very specific question. Is it against the law for a woman to twerk?
It is indecent exposure. So yes, it can be.
Is it illegal for a woman to twerk? I'm not talking about indecent exposure. Indecent exposure is you naked. Is it illegal for a woman
crazy.
to twerk? Yes or no?
We wish it was, but it's not.
So therefore, I don't want to never hear you again in your life go on any panel talking about women twerking as it's a bad situation, because it is legal. It's lawful for her to shake her ass. Shake that ass, ho. It ain't my fault.
Yes,
come on, man. You're being obtuse on this one, Sharon. You kind of have
Absolutely
two things
not.
going. It's okay for the twerking, but it's not okay for the other thing. You got to be consistent. That's one of the things with our community. We have a failure to be consistent. Right. So
hold on, Afro-Nerd. So let's make sure we hold on, Afro-Nerd. Let's make sure we understand. I'm not the one that's being inconsistent. Is ADS and you that are trying to make it seem like it is okay for Shannon Sharpe to act this way. Y'all are the ones that's being inconsistent.
Now, Shannon Sharpe's behavior, we are not excusing. What we're discussing is the age gap difference and the legality of it. Now, Shannon Sharpe.
Okay, so stop there. So we are not.
Okay,
so stop there. So we're not talking about the legality of it.
Yeah, we not. Stop it.
We're not.
We just had this conversation. The light-skinned brothers are down bad today, man. What's going on?
No, it's not us. It's not us that been caught up now. If anything, y'all shaming us right now in the brotherhood. The light skin coalition is being put to shame because of this behavior.
Yeah. So no. So we're not talking about legal. We're not saying that somebody should go to jail. So again, we're not having a legality talk. What we're talking about, we got to stop allowing predators to commit prey. All right, they are preying on these young people. So again, when we hear grown-ass men complain about women twerking, majority of the women that was twerking when they was complaining was young people. Majority of the women that's showing their goddamn stomach, that is young people. When Britney Spears was 16 and she was saying, "Oh, baby, baby," they were saying that she was dressing grown, where literally that is a young girl's outfit. It is you weird older men.
Girl. Yeah.
is you wear older men that's over sexualizing these young girls. That is the problem. The older men are the goddamn predators, and now we're starting to find out in droves that it's a lot of older women that think exactly like how you predator men are thinking.
Okay, hold on. Let's deconstruct what you're actually saying, because it's not. First of all, you're talking about this. You're saying in the same breath that he's a predator with someone who has an OnlyFans website. So that doesn't work that way. What you're saying is it's an oxymoron. It's oxymoronic to say someone could be a predator to someone who has an open for business sign, essentially legally. That's not someone who's upward moving in college and doing her own thing. This is a woman with a OnlyFans page. So using him still being a predator under those circumstances is just incorrect. And when you're talking about this whole thing about her age being too young, well, this is across ages. The 19-year-old to the 69-year-old female are playing some of these games, right? Doing something strange for change. We see Instagram. We see data that is showing that many women are on all kinds of drugs, narcissistic tendencies. Women of all ages are on Instagram right now, twerking, looking for attention. That's a whole culture. That's a whole culture of that.
Right. So now hold on. I want to build on that. So now you're saying
never complete a thought.
Anything that a young person does, an older person should like, okay, as long as you're 18, I could do whatever I want with you because you are 18. That's what you said. That's the excuse that you want to run with.
I didn't say that at all. You were putting words in my mouth. I was very specific. So
what I'm saying is adults.
That's true. Once they are adults,
this is the reason why I said 18, right? 18 is considered a consenting adult, right?
No, but
so now that an 18-year-old walks up to all these grown-ass men, 49 and 50, you're saying that all those grown men should say, well, the law says I can do it.
Look, I would not behave.
Yes or no? Is that what you're saying, that that's okay?
No. Well, the law makes it legal.
I understand the legal part. We are past the legal. That's why I'm not using nobody young, right? I'm using the line that y'all want to have this argument about.
Legally,
so we're saying that as long as she's 18, it's all good. You don't give a F about a young person.
No. I do care, right? But what you're saying, though, is that you're trying to make, you can't use the predator victim. You're conflating that. There's no predator if this person is already of age and conducting an OnlyFans page. You're just completely erasing that part. That's a reality. She's open for business.
Okay, hold on.
She's open for business for all. How about the $100,000 views she has?
As long as the prey is chasing, then therefore the person that is willing to be the predator is not considered a predator anymore.
Sharon, this situation, you're wrong about this one. I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong.
Okay, hold on. I got you. So Marvelous want to jump in again. I do not understand what y'all saying. So Afro Nerd, you're saying that if a young girl comes up to me and if she is being sexually explicit, the way how she moves to me, I should like, well, okay. I don't have no grown thought to say, hey, young lady, X, Y, and Z, and put her in the right path at all. I should just say, hey, give me that young body because the law said it's so. Correct? Afro Nerd?
I'm listening to you.
You want the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
It was Sharon. I feel as if I may be next. So thanks for having me up, bro.
Hold on 1 second. So I just want to say this is just crazy to me. I don't understand. Miss J said, jump him. Afro Nerd, you are a piece of law. Ariel CH, I've been away for over a month and these ninjas still ain't changed.
Yeah, dog.
They still ain't change. Go ahead, Marvel's opinion. You said I was wrong. I want to hear why I was wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah, the word exploit. That's not being used in the right context, especially when you look at the situation when you have a sex worker who's exploiting himself for sex work, selling their product, which is their body or whatever services, pictures, whatever it is they're selling something, right? As a customer, I'm just here to buy. I didn't steal anything from this person. I did not take anything. There was no compassion, no pittiness in this on both ends. She doesn't have any compassion towards Shannon Sharpe and his money. She has no pity for him neither. for the most part because she see him as a lick. He has money, so I'm gonna fuck with him and take his money. That is what predators do. They have no pity or compassion for the person they're about to exploit. For him, it's his money. Now, what would he be exploiting for her when he came to her because of what she's willing to give? How is he a predator for what she is selling in the sense of this? And I'm only talking about terms of predatory here. You're saying that he's a predator because he's looking at OnlyFans models. This one happened to be 19, right?
So let's do
the context. The context is that she is an OnlyFans model who was exploiting herself with sex. All types of customers. She don't care where the money come from. She don't. And I'm trying to tell you, she has no compassion or pity about exploiting men for money. That is her whole gig. She got her gig is to make money. Again, stay with me here. As an OnlyFans model, and you're selling pictures. You're making money. You're exploiting men, primarily. You can get women too. She can probably attract women if she wanted to. But you're extracting people to get money. That's your whole exploit. How are you now the person who's victim to the very thing that you wanted to sell?
Jalen, your mic got feedback.
So
that wasn't me.
He was just trying to find a way to talk. So this is how we know, because he is looking for age-specific females. So therefore, regardless of whatever this sex act that y'all think that this woman is trying to sell to grown-ass men, he could have gone ahead and did what grown men of his stature usually did, go find escorts that's within his age range that is selling the same thing, but he will not. He will go and exploit somebody of a brand new person, somebody that does not know about the sex world the way how he understands it. So he's taking advantage of her for being 19. He's being a predator. Let me get this 19-year-old that don't know what she's getting herself into, and let me take advantage of it, because if he was just worried about,
does she not know she's
just worried about him doing his. If he was just worried about buying sex, he would go buy it from a professional.
I get that part, but what part again is he trying to exploit from her?
Because he turned it from it being a money exchange, I just want the sex, to it's a relationship.
Is this actual legit? Like he actually a relationship with her? Or is this just, like I said, OnlyFans models, they got business to run. I'm looking at this from there's a business perspective.
The problem is now you're trying to act like she is some savvy businesswoman again.
No, I'm not saying she's savvy. I'm saying like right context.
I'm trying to explain something to you, right? You are putting this old you putting this 19-year-old, now she is great at business. She's only 19. She don't have no business model. The only model she has is that I'm going to start this page and I'm going to promote it with no clothes on. That's her business model. She don't have no business strategy, no business plan. She don't know who her target is. None of those things that you're trying to add.
She doesn't have a target.
All these things that you're trying to add.
Make it seem like she doesn't know what she's doing. You don't know this woman.
All of these things that you are trying to add onto it is
you're assuming things right now. You're putting on this like she's a little girl. She knows what she's doing.
So you are the one that's actually assuming things, because you're saying
no. You just said it.
I'm going by the words that you said. You said she's.
I never said anything about that.
Yes, you just said she's on OnlyFans. She knows her audience is what you're saying.
She knows her audience is.
She does not, is what I'm trying to explain to you. So because she is
nah, that's kind of crazy, Sharon.
That is crazy. Like she's trying to tell me she don't know what she's doing. She's trying to explore herself.
Again, so this way, so you can understand. She does not know who her audience is. She did not know that when she started her OnlyFans page that she's going to attract 49-year-old Shannon Sharpe. Is that what you're saying? That was her target audience?
I'm not being specific to that degree. I said men.
Okay, so therefore,
general, she knows it's men.
Okay, so again,
well, that's a general market.
Yes, that's the whole point. You don't as a
but it's a but what I'm trying to express to you, that is a dumb point.
A dumb point that she's an OnlyFans model.
That she was trying to target men. Her only target was trying to make money. She didn't know if it's going to work or if it wasn't going to work. See, they have no business plan. You are adding all these extra things.
I'm not adding nothing more. She's OnlyFans. That's the only thing I'm saying.
I get a word
in. Saying if it's good or great or she's bad or that. I'm not even judging the success of the business. I'm saying she has an OnlyFans.
The conversation is around morality, Hotep. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so if
Hold on. Why do you think that you're going to do a better conversation than I am? I'm trying to let me flush it out with them first, and then everybody can jump in. Y'all know y'all going to get a chance to have a conversation. I got you. Let me just get this man to understand that we are having a very direct question. It's not about just throwing all these other things into the pot. She's a 19-year-old. She had no idea that she's going to be with Shannon Sharpe.
Okay, we agree with that. No one's disagreeing with that.
So don't say that this woman knew what she was doing.
No,
she did not.
She's an OnlyFans model. That's all I said.
No, you did not just say that.
Okay,
what you saying that she's recognizing you are saying that she.
We'll go with it. I'll ride with you. I'll walk with you hand by hand. We'll take it your way because we're gonna make it seem like, for the most part, that she didn't know she was with Shannon Sharpe. Guess what? I can say that about every situation in life that I don't know what tomorrow's gonna bring. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
No,
you don't know.
You do know.
I know the future.
I know most people.
You don't know the future. You don't know if you're going to attract this person or that person. You're right.
It's okay. So an escort service, right? Somebody that has been in the escort business for a long time, they know who they target audience is. They are not just going to all men. They are saying they are going after a very specific set of men that are married, men that are in business, men that are traveling, men that do this, men that they could spend money. They know exactly what they're doing because they know the business. So somebody like Shannon Sharpe could have, if he was all about displaying of the sexual misconduct that he was trying to do and whatever acts he was trying to do in private, he would have went after a seasoned vet, somebody that he can't play with. But he went after a 19-year-old, and then he went from, she's explicit herself to now, hey, you my girlfriend. That's when it becomes predatory, and for some reason, you don't understand that.
No, actually, I did understand that. I haven't told you. I said, I didn't know you was trying to be a girlfriend. I haven't said that. So don't try to make it seem like I said that. I did not say that, sir.
Okay, so that's fine, but talk to what I'm saying.
I am speaking to what you're saying. I was keeping it in context.
You're not.
You said no, I did. First off, I definitely told you everything that was lined up. I said, okay, this is a woman, young lady, right? I'm not even gonna call her a woman. I'm gonna call her a girl for your audience sake, because it sounds better for you guys, all right? So you got this little girl who opened an OnlyFans model, right? A guy who's 49 approaches her because he sees that, oh wow, this girl's exploiting stuff. She's really young. I can take advantage of that. So you're according to what you're saying. I'm gonna take advantage of her because I like them young. This is what you're saying again. I like them young because they don't know what they're doing. She doesn't know anything. She doesn't know what she's doing on the camera. But I can do this with her. That's your argument, right? Am I correct in assessing this so far? Am I following you?
Hey, Sharon, they met at the gym. They didn't meet.
Sharon, tell me. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to see if I'm following you right now. I'm following what you're saying. Is that what you're saying? Okay, you don't owe me to understand it. You're right. You don't owe me to understanding. You can hold it right there. We don't have to talk about it. You're right.
Yo, drink some spring water, man. Drink some Fiji.
Yeah, I just say this. I think it's wild as fuck we saying a 19-year-old, anybody selling pussy knows what they're doing. Nobody goes on Backpage and says, hey, I'm only targeting people. You can only buy my pussy if you're 20 to 30. Nobody says that. People say I got vagina for sale. Who's copping? They don't care about the consumer base, the age, or none of that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
okay. So this is a psychopath. Who do they usually go after?
Anyone? I don't.
Anyone who's mentally anyone who's mentally subjectable, who doesn't understand what's going on, who's completely unaware.
We all know.
Anybody who's unaware.
This is so crazy. We know for a fact they go after prostitutes. Why? Is that not being a predator?
I mean, yes. Again, if you're exploiting a certain thing that you're trying to get, yes.
That's called being a predator, correct?
Yes, you have no pity or compassion.
Okay, so now when this grown-ass man going after 19-year-olds, no matter if she's selling herself or not, are we not going to say that person is a predator?
No.
I'm still trying to figure out exactly what is he trying to exploit from this young lady.
This is crazy. The amount of gymnastics that you do.
It's not mental.
You're literally just hold on. Literally, just now I asked you very something simple. Hey, if a psychopath is going after prostitutes, is he preying on prostitutes? Y'all would say yes.
If he's killing them, yeah, you paid
Yes,
for the pussy.
again,
You're
that's
not a
the
predator.
point. That's what I'm trying to
It
get
doesn't
to.
You
matter.
may be
It
a
doesn't matter
weirdo.
What
what
he's trying to do.
Hold on. It doesn't matter what act he's doing. So
Oh,
he
shit.
is literally looking for a certain demographic to take advantage of. Correct? Is that correct? What I'm talking about is the act that he is looking for.
Yeah, what's he
Okay,
taking
so this way,
advantage
I don't
of?
understand.
What
What are
is
y'all
he taking
listening?
advantage of?
I need y'all to listen.
I'm listening.
Is the person looking for a certain type of person to take advantage of?
Yes, you can. You can do that.
Okay, so now when I'm making sure you understand that Shannon Sharpe, he did the same thing. He said, "Oh, look at this young thing. I went there so I could take advantage of her."
Now qualify it. It's qualify what you're saying. What is he actually literally exploiting here? Qualify it.
Her age.
And to what degree? What is he getting from the age?
Her innocence. He is saying, "Hey, she
Oh,
does
get
not."
the fuck
She
out
does
of here.
not.
She's an OnlyFans
She
model.
does not. She does not. Right. So y'all keep saying because she's an OnlyFans model that she cannot be taken advantage of.
No,
And
I'm
this is the
saying
pro-
like you're
this
making
is
it
the
seem
pro-
like she's
you
some
gotta
little
let-
girl and she's
Jesus
innocent.
Christ.
Like she's
Oh my
already selling
God.
pussy before she met Shannon Sharpe.
Right. So regardless of her selling pussy or not, he is taking advantage of her age. What is it that you are
qualify
missing with
that.
He's
that?
taking
So
advantage of
I
his
can
baby.
qualify.
I guess they're both
Go ahead,
predators.
Hey,
qualify it.
hey,
Do it again.
Sharon,
Do it again.
I'm sorry, just really quick, because like, are we not acknowledging that they met in the gym first? He found out later that she was on OnlyFans. Because I keep hearing us say something about her profession. Like, we're not saying he's a podcaster. We're not saying, or she's a student. Like, for some reason, the fact that she's doing OnlyFans, we seem
Because
to be
it's
turning the
selling
conversation
vagina.
around.
I don't know why we're like acting like, oh, a person sells pussy. They're not. That's still a regular person.
There
They're
are
a great
women
character.
on. Wait, hold
But,
on, fam. AT. There are women on OnlyFans that sell pictures of their feet. What does that have to do with him being 49 and she being 19 when they met
that's
at
not
a
what
gym?
she's doing though. She's selling pictures of
They met at a
parts.
gym, bro. They met at a gym.
Okay. If you're going back page, you're gonna
Wait. No.
They met at a gym.
Wait, they met at a gym. Like, don't jump to the OnlyFans yet. They met at a gym. Can we stay there?
All right, we can stay right there. Do we have full context? Little context when we
Oh my God!
No, wait. I say full context meaning like, okay,
y'all gonna do a crazy deep dive on
we
it.
have to get full context because
That's
I want to give it. You want to know because we don't know what
This
was
is
said,
fake.
what was done in that gym.
This is. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Like, listen, hey, I understand why women say that men ain't. Y'all don't want to stand on nothing. Unlike me, $2. I know my Jersey brother not taking Shannon's side. It sounds like it. Totally golden with the $4.99. If Shannon and the 90-year-old had an agreement, there is no predation. She took advantage of him. If anything, this is crazy. Took advantage of his money. Wow, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's insane. Unlike the $2, what is he trying to exploit is insane. Unlike Lee says, what? Shannon need to just pay that $50 million.
You got older women taking advantage of young boys. So what's the point?
Right, that's what that is the point, Jan. That's what
Well,
we're trying to do. That's
what
what we're trying to have a conversation about. It's
expand on that
about
too.
they
What
doing
they
it to
take
both
advantage of?
sides. Oh God, I can't hear me talking.
Think about that. Because I want to know. Because I was that young
Yeah,
man who was 22.
Can I just say something real quick, Marvelous? Before you go crazy, Marvelous. Before you go crazy, I'm gonna let you go crazy. I just want to say, y'all making us look bad up here, man. It's men, man. Y'all wilding right now. B, I ain't gonna hold you. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, I'm done.
The craziness that y'all don't see that a predator. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like a gazelle walking down the street and the lion says, they like, you're gonna say, well, the gazelle should have known. Hey, you walking around in that savannah.
Hey, the
No, we're saying that
Hey, look, you walking around in the savannah with your tail just flapping around. You think that lion ain't gonna come?
No, that's not even the same context. That's not even the same context.
It is.
No, because one is actually
the reason why it's the same.
That is nothing
I
to do
explained
with.
it to you. The reason why it's the same context, right? Is first of all, we come to find out now that they met in a gym. So it ain't this thing that y'all trying to make it seem like. because she's trying to sell her vagina, that somebody cannot prey on somebody trying to sell vagina. It's insane.
Nobody
You
said
absolutely
you can't
can prey on somebody that's trying to sell their vagina. That's like saying the artist that signed with Diddy was not being exploited because they wanted to be in the record industry. No, he took advantage of them for wanting to be in the record industry. But regardless, we can bring it back to Shannon Sharpe. First of all, he did not meet her on OnlyFans. He met her at a gym. So therefore, when he seen her, he knew she was young. And now I guess you're going to try to do some mental gymnastics. How did he know?
No, I'm not listening.
Oh yeah, I've been knew that. I've been knew
Pretty
he made
sure the
that.
age conversation came up day one too.
Hold on. I want to speak this real quick. You say that she's young. Okay. I didn't say she wasn't young. I said, no, what is the full context of the conversation? Do we know what was said? What was done? What was exchanged? We don't know. All we know is, okay, they met at the gym. Okay, what else happened? Well, that's all we need to know is that they met at the gym. Nothing else or context, nothing else matters. What
they went into a relationship. They went into a physical relationship shortly after. I mean, like, Mo, I'll rock with you, bro. But what do we like? This is not Perry Mason. Like, what do we need to know about their conversation that would help enlighten us as to why a 49-year-old man is fucking on a 19-year-old?
Okay.
What do I need to know in that initial conversation?
I'll say this: it's not even us. We've never said it's right. It's not right. It's weird. We agree with that. We're talking. So don't
about give it.
It's
so
legal.
Right, so
that's no line that we're standing on. The line we're standing on is the legal line. 18 is the line of consent.
So pause there. So why are you defending it?
16 in Mississippi.
I'm not defending any. I'm saying when y'all saying the man's a predator, this, that, and the third. Now that's what I'm defending of, because how are we saying he? Listen, if you make a business transaction, y'all can say they met in the gym. I'm not gonna go past that. Whatever. I'm saying we understand that somebody was getting paid. He was giving her money some way. I don't want to sit there and get into how they're doing. I'm saying it's a transaction that happened with a 19-year-old woman and a 50-year-old man. Okay. They had some agreement and they've come to that agreement. I'm just trying to say where's the predator
to understand is this. Stop trying to make it seem that because she is on OnlyFans, even if she is selling vagina, that she cannot get preyed upon.
No, I didn't say she can't. I said where in this, like Marvelous is saying, where are we talking? Are we, because you're saying he's older and he knew better. She's old enough to know something. Like you were saying with the gazelle.
That is why
we don't blame the line if the gazelle don't.
Let's say this, and then I got to drop down. Let me say this really quick, Sharon. So this is what I find interesting, right? We having this conversation, right? Why is the insurance rates for 19-year-olds so high when they get car insurance? Why is that shit so high?
Because they're more stupid.
I'm gone, y'all. Holla back.
I mean, that again, like I said, in business, if you're 18, you sign a contract. Do they say you're stupid, so null and void the contract? No, this is the world in the way we live today. If you're 18, you're considered an adult. Yeah, you can't buy cigarettes. Yeah, you can't buy alcohol. But you can also get your ass sent across seas and die for this country, which is something way bigger than either one of those things. I get we're saying, oh, well, you can't do this. Well, you can die for this country. It's not a bigger sacrifice you can make. So I'm not saying that they're in the mind state to know right from wrong. Yeah, people haven't prepared most of us to be the adults we are today. After we became adults, we learned experiences. We went through these things. So that's all I'm saying is she's old enough to understand, okay, I shouldn't be fucking a 50-year-old man. I shouldn't even really be talking to him. But she did it. He did it also. He's old enough to know better. I shouldn't be talking to no fucking 20-year-old, 19-year-old. You know what I'm saying?
But don't have it's crazy what y'all would do to protect a man. It shit is fucking crazy to me.
We're not protecting.
It's not protecting.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying, please. God damn. I understand that y'all want to just protect men at all costs, and y'all think every woman.
No man, fuck a man.
Oh my God! I don't stop that when y'all say y'all bullshit. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. Jesus, the new culture with the 499. If someone, I don't stop that when y'all say y'all bullshit. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. The new culture empire with the 499. If someone, say my daughter, criminal charges first, why the money first? Why isn't he in jail right now? Because we are not talking about he did something legally wrong. Okay, Kels, you're gonna have to fix your microphone because you have an echo. Carl with the fathers. The military often recruits individuals ages 17 and 19. asking them to risk their lives or mental well-being for USA. Shannon recruited and all the fans recruit. And we need about 10 members. We get 10 members, we'll unlock the goddamn chat. Y'all don't even want to hit the damn like button. So hey, y'all need to get it together, become a member, and we can get to 200 likes. If we either get to 200 likes or we get to 10 members, we will unlock the goddamn chat. Simple as that. Y'all gonna have to start being participating in the goddamn conversation as well. Y'all ain't gonna just be sitting here and trying to act like y'all can't hit the like button, hit the share button, be a member. Nah, that is not going down. So again, the link is in the chat right now to become a member. So just because somebody is selling vagina doesn't mean that they cannot be preyed upon. He went after a 19-year-old in the gym. He knew she was a young person. He found out she was 19. He could have, once he found out she was 19, left her alone. He decided to pursue a relationship with a 19-year-old, even though he's 56 years old. And that is the problem. And we trying to act as if just because the law says it's okay for her to be 18 and for her to have sex with a 56-year-old, that it is okay. No, that 56-year-old, whether it's a man or a woman dealing with a 19-year-old, they are doing it because they could control that young individual. Doesn't matter what job they have. It doesn't matter what religion they are or what neighborhood they from. If you are a 50-year-old dealing with somebody that is 19 years old, you are there because you are trying to control that person. Nothing more, nothing less. And it's wrong. And we need to start having conversations so this way it won't keep being allowed anymore. We want to shame, blame, and explain everything else. So we need to tell men like Shannon Sharpe, hey, leave those young people alone. Let them deal with their other young people that's out there. If they want to sell a vagina, let them sell to their age group. You go find the older woman that is selling her vagina. That's it.
Sharon, can I say something real quick? Yeah. Quickly. I think Marvelous might have been going in the same direction. If we're going to have this grace and we're going to start affording immaturity to 19 and 20-year-old females, then we got to start having enlistment into the military and into the police forces at 25 plus then. Because you can easily be a 90-year-old soldier that gets his leg blown off, and there's no grace for him. So we're not having consistent arguments. It's just not consistent. And hold on. I want to talk to that point. You're interrupting. Hold on, Happy. I want to talk to that point before you move on. I want to have a conversation with you. So no, we can, because this is the reason why they don't want older people in the military, because they have more sense. I ain't going over there and get my leg blown off. Okay. It's the same thing. Thank you for pointing that out. Shout out to Chicago Road to 20 ball. Our community, you got it right after I read the super chat after nerd. Our community is our responsibility. Fathers, be good to your daughters, and your nasty niggas go take a dirt nap. God damn it. Shit.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Yeah, now try to read. Go ahead. Okay. Happy. Thank you for your patience, Happy.
All right, so let me give you another thing that we're not talking about. So, Marcus Houston caught a lot of wreck because he married a 20-year-old, right? And it's, oh my God, her life is over, this and that. So he's a man of means, probably a millionaire. That's problematic. But then if that same 20-year-old dealt with a 25-year-old or 23-year-old gangbanger, where is the age in that respect? In other words, if we're going to be protective, be wholesale protective then. See, my thing is about the character. And we're not talking about the reality that when someone is of a certain wealth bracket, the parents get involved. We have seen, even cross-racially, the black athlete takes care of the whole quote-unquote white family with the younger woman. So, and we've also seen mothers instructing their daughters to pursue men of means, where age isn't really a component in that. It's about what is he able to do, what can he afford. So a man of means, when you're talking about someone who's of a superstar status, it's not even a part of the equation. We've been dealing with a culture of this for many years. We saw this in the 50s. when you saw young girls. I used to take note of, let's say, Black Beat, Right On, Tiger Beat, and you see these late 20, early 30 performers, and you got teen girls. They're being marketed to teen girls. That's been going on since the 40s. Since Frank Sinatra was a teeny bopper, singing to teeny boppers. A 25-year-old Frank Sinatra was singing to screaming 40-year-old girls. That is the culture. So it starts there. But I still think that you're trying to afford innocence to an OnlyFans woman as if she's the same as some other woman who is going in a different direction. He can't be a predator with someone who is marketing herself to thousands of men.
Okay, so now this is where the problem lies. So if a psychopath preys on prostitutes, is that not him being a predator?
Shannon Sharpe's a psychopath now?
Yeah, so you're not. It's not a consistent argument. A psychopath. You're talking about a
Right,
criminal who's
okay,
a mentally deranged person.
Hold on. Right, you went into other things that's not a part of the conversation that had nothing to do with this subject. Right, the military has nothing to do with it. Right, but still, we allowed you to prove to make the conflation. That's fine. So now again, if a psychopath chases down prostitutes, is that not a predator? Yes or no?
He's not. Okay, I'm going to be specific.
Psychopath or predator?
He's a criminal. He's not a predator. He's a criminal. Because
so that's fine. So that's where. Hold on. Okay, you answered it. That's fine.
No. I don't give nickel and dime answers. Hold on. I don't give nickel and dime answers.
I got you. So this is the problem that we are having. Right. So I look at it as somebody that is going after a certain demographic that is a predator. So if Shannon Sharpe is going after certain age women, he is preying on those women because he is somebody just like the manosphere would say that the younger girls are easier to deal with. You don't have to talk to them much. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do all these things that we know that the manosphere talk about dealing with younger women. They are easier to deal with than their own age group. That is when he becomes a predator.
Okay, so can I respond? First of all, your question was disingenuous. When you use the term psychopath, right? A psychopath, with whatever a person does who is psychopathic, is a problem. A psychopath in government, a psychopath who is a pilot on a plane. If that person is a designated psychopath, you're trying to create some kind of thin layer between what if a psychopath? That's a weird question. It's not.
No, it's not. So okay, let me tell you why it is consistent. Because it's not illegal. It's not illegal to be a psychopath. Majority of the people that's in the profession of being presidents and all those type of things, majority of them are psychopaths. So just because you're a psychopath doesn't make you a criminal.
Doesn't make you a predator either, but
right. And so exactly, this is why I was very specific. A psychopath that is going after prostitutes to kill them, is that a predator?
Yeah, but that's not but that's not what
so now it's okay.
That's why I said it's weird.
Hold on. What I'm saying is this: it's okay for us to be honest with the information. That is the consistency that a lot of men are having problems with. They don't want to be consistent. So now we can easily define a predator. So therefore, a man that is not a psychopath, that is chasing after a certain demographic of women because they are easier to control, we can say that man is a predator, which Shannon Sharpe is, because he's going after 19-year-olds and he's 56 years old. Fuck!
Yeah, that's like saying a man who goes after toes is a predator. Like, that's what I'm saying. If you got a fetish for something, that doesn't make you a predator. Like, and even what he said about the army, and you
a man who goes after hoes is a predator.
That's why they want. They want stupid people.
Hold on. So listen, I be trying to let y'all talk, but y'all be saying things that doesn't correlate, right? So now you saying fetishes is the same as a predator?
No, you're saying that. You're saying
I'm not.
Shannon has a fetish. He's a predator. You said he's going after white women.
Okay, hold on. So pause. So you saying that a man that goes after a certain age group, teenagers, he's 50, you saying that is a fetish?
Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah,
it's not.
I mean, you can literally look up teen porn, and it's not going to go under 18. It's not going to go to 17, 15 or something, it's going to stay 18 and above. So yeah, that we could say that's a fetish.
No,
Where,
you
like
cannot.
I'm saying, you're saying it's a fetish because you said he had racial things.
No, I need you men to stay consistent on your
I'm
thoughts
only there.
and stop
You're
trying
not
to
staying
protect.
consistent.
Stop trying to protect degeneracy. Stop
I'm
trying
not.
to protect degeneracy.
You don't listen.
Well, talk about the OnlyFans page then. Talk about the OnlyFans page then.
He
Why are
didn't
you
mean that.
you're skipping over that? That's degenerate. Why isn't she degenerate? Why isn't she a degenerate?
That's fine. She could be a degenerate. Nobody
say that though. You called you put a cape on her. You put a cape on her. You called her a little girl. Little girls play with Barbies. They ain't playing with themselves on OnlyFans.
Oh my God.
Stop
so nobody is excusing her
You
from
are,
having
man.
No, you are trying to protect a man for no reason. I'm not trying to excuse.
I'm not trying to protect
I'm not
the
trying
man.
to. Jesus Christ.
That's exactly what's happening. Nobody
You're saying
excusing
this
her.
guy's
Y'all
a
trying to
predator,
protect
which
this
means the
nigga for no
opposite person
reason.
is the victim.
Listen,
If you wanna say
nobody's
both
giving.
of them are
Nobody's
predators,
giving.
all right, fuck it.
Oh
But-
my God, y'all cannot have y'all do not understand that y'all not having clear thoughts. Y'all not. So nobody is giving this woman an excuse.
Can we hear from K to Go? K to Go was talking about. I'm sorry to interrupt. He was talking about the military. Like when I brought up the military, you seem to think it wasn't a connection. K to Go, can you talk about that? Where I was going with that because he doesn't seem to get it.
I mean, I wasn't even going to talk about where it's going. I was really talking about his reaction to it because you quickly said, yeah, they want younger people because they're stupid. But you're not saying now the government's predator.
Oh my God. Okay, so
You
hold
know
on. I
what
want to
I'm saying?
hold on. I don't want to hear y'all just talk about anything. It's ridiculous that y'all cannot have a straight thought, man. It's crazy to me. Hey, listen, it's not about the age of consent.
It is.
We're not talking.
It's about adulthood. What constitutes an adult?
We're not talking. No, we're not talking about that at all. So I don't know. I don't know what is the problem. We're not talking about consent.
Wow.
We are not saying that he did anything legally wrong. We are not saying that he did something legally wrong. We are not saying that man should go to jail for being with an 18 and 19-year-old.
It's a moral question you're asking, right?
It's not a. Hold on. Let me first clear some things up so people can understand because. Fetish, right, is a sexual fixation on an object or a body part is what fetish stands for. So it doesn't have, so once you are starting to deal with women that you can control that is 19, 18, that is where it becomes a predator. It's not a fetish. You understand that? KT?
No, because where's the predator? Again, you're legally of age. It's no predator action. If we're talking about this, especially if we're talking about this, it's something transactional. It's
You cannot be this. This can't be for real.
Man, he's talking about the power dynamics here, man. You're not keeping up with the situation. He's basically saying, look, this girl's young. She don't know shit. She don't know about the world. She don't have experience. You got someone who's much older, who knows the world and can take advantage of what she don't know. She has blind spots. He's exploiting her for his blind spots. That's all he's saying. End of the day, any person that's young who doesn't know the world, you can easily start to fill in those blanks with your own perspective and start to manipulate them in ways and help them see in color roses, all this shit, to get what you want from that individual, whether it is instant gratification or money or something to that degree where you're capitalizing on the situation. That's all he is talking about. But that power dynamic goes in every situation, not just the young to the old, but even from the rich to the poor, the black to the white, or to anything where people do not know or have any type of level of awareness. That's where we're at right now.
Marvelous. Innocence and OnlyFans don't go together.
No, I'm not talking about that. You're missing the point. Again, we're talking about power dynamics.
I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying that there's a constant need on the part of Sharon to go into innocence, and you can't afford innocence to someone who can operate a camera and do all kinds of stuff and to commodify and make money and pay taxes and talk about being a business owner, right? Because they talk about I'm a business owner. All of that is wrapped up in being an OnlyFans platform, an OnlyFans content creator. It's like you are a YouTube creator. It's like you're it's ridiculous to afford innocence on someone who is doing that.
I got
19 or 50.
Not
talking about you. It's not to you. I'm just talking about
I know. I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna explain a little bit to what Sharon is talking about. Basically, the innocence part, that's for the giving grace part. He gives grace to younger women in particular. All right. That's his whole thing. He's going to say that's innocent because he's giving that much grace to her, knowing that she don't, and again, he's saying, knowing that she don't know about things she's doing.
That's why he's saying innocent in a way to pretty much say, I'm giving her grace because of her age and because of her gender. Just that simple.
Okay, what he's giving her is an out. He's not giving her accountability.
That's called grace, my brother. That's what we're saying.
No. But what I'm saying is, I hear what you're saying, right? What I'm saying is, I think where he goes left is that you're trying to afford accountability to someone who is running an OnlyFans. Like this whole thing about her not knowing, it's absurd. And we are, and there's been arguments that say that there are women who are doing that with full capacity and are actually being predators toward the older men because they're using sexuality to also get what she wants. She's the one right now who has an attorney who's notorious for shaking down certain people. So there's even a business component to that. There's a certain sophistication in that.
I'm glad that you said that. So who's being a predator there?
You could make an argument that she could be considered a predator.
No, it is Tony Busby again.
Yeah, I'm about to say Tony.
The older man taking advantage of her situation. Hold on.
She sought out this man.
Hold on. This is the consistency part that is the problem. Y'all don't want to be consistent on anything. That man.
No, we don't agree.
It's not about us agreeing, but we have to have some consistency. You cannot say on one end that if the other person knows what this person is doing and they can take advantage of them, that person is not a predator.
Okay, so Sharon,
if we're going to say Drea Michelle preyed on that young man to get a baby, and so she could get a check, she was preying on him, then we have to be consistent.
Yeah, no, I don't say she preying on him, but she exploited him. Exploiting and being a predator.
And that's literally the definition in predator.
Okay, but when you talk about a criminal attorney,
hold on. I want to make sure. No, I don't want to skip past that because for some reason we cannot pay attention to words. Literally, that is a part of being a predator. It's exploiting somebody. It's literally in the definition.
Pity or compassion.
So therefore, if we go by the definition, so now that I'm glad that you said the word instead of me. So now that you know that exploiting somebody is a part of the definition of being a predator, are you going to say now because he exploited her, because he found her in the gym, not on OnlyFans? Is he being a predator when he said, oh, let me go get this young person because I could control her?
I don't think it
doesn't matter what you think. I'm giving you the dynamics. It's okay.
I hear you. Okay, so two things. One, when you went to I'm going to get to that. So when you talked about the attorney, now he all of a sudden is a predator. That is incorrect because he is a civil attorney. If she were to have gotten a criminal attorney, would that attorney have been, because you're using the same dynamic, if she had gotten the criminal attorney to formally press charges on a criminal act, then would that criminal attorney now be a predator? Because anytime you get legal assistance, because you're saying now, if the person who was able to seek legal representation from anyone, it could have been a female attorney. So let's say it was a female attorney. You have Gloria Allred, right? I even interviewed Gloria Allred's daughter, who is also an attorney, right? So if the female, the gender doesn't matter, does it? Would you have called you've called Gloria Allred, because she's good for these kind of cases. Usually she's the one. Would you have called her as quickly a predator as this man?
As it's pertaining to criminals, yes. The prosecutor is a predator, yes. They are chasing down the criminal, yes. Absolutely.
So prosecutors are predators
on criminals. On criminals.
The civil matter.
On criminals, yes.
Okay. So this is a civil matter, right? So civilly,
see how you thought easy I could be consistent. I need y'all to be consistent.
You're not consistent. You're not, because you called a prosecutor a predator, and then
hold on. So this way we understand what I'm saying.
Okay, here we go.
Because you seem like you confused.
I'm not.
Because I don't want you to confuse that when I'm calling the lawyer of a prosecutor a predator. I'm not talking about a sexual predator. Right, so I'm saying that Shannon Sharpe is a sexual predator because he's taking advantage and he's exploiting a young woman when he knows she doesn't know what she's doing. So he's controlling her. Tony Golden with the 199. She said 25 a cheek. She exploited him for bread.
And wanted a black baby. And also requested a black baby. What are we talking about here? You're not being consistent. This woman can do all these things and not be a predator, not know what she's doing, be completely ignorant. Like this whole ignorance and innocence on someone who has an OnlyFans page is not consistent. It doesn't make any sense.
Right, because you keep trying to hone in on the OnlyFans page because you're making it
seem because it's important.
You making it seem that because she is out there selling her vagina that she cannot be preyed upon, and that's where the misunderstanding is at, and you're wrong.
Oh, Sharon, I saw one thing to add to this. I looked into the case. I didn't know the guy was being sued for assault, 2 assaults, basically, SA assaults.
Yeah.
That's totally different from what we're kind of talking about. So her claim is that she was assaulted twice by this man. Do you think that that's what happened? That she was assaulted by Mr. Shannon Sharpe?
I don't know. According to the information that we have, it seems like she is. I don't know. We got to get the full video out. So he's choking her. He's choking her or something like that. But it seems like she wanted to be choked. She was playing the game, and then now we're gonna have to draw a line of when the choking went too far and all these other situations. And we don't have
another point too I want to bring in, so everyone can understand what my position is with this. Shannon Sharpe is stupid because first off, your position, your power, you know where you're at. You should be able to protect yourself better than that. I wouldn't necessarily have to get women that are old as you. That's not going to happen. But if you want to get with a woman who's a 35 or 28 or something like that, sure. But if you're going to make a business, make a business. If it's pleasure, that's something, you know what I'm saying? You're messing with the murk with that. You shouldn't, again, someone the stature of him has more intent, be more intentional about what he's going to do. If he wants to have fun, whatever, I can't tell a man what to do with his own dick, whatever. But if you want to have fun, do what you're going to do. But if I was you in your position, use the power you got. Like you got money, cool. Break bread with people, make a business transaction, do what you gotta do, sign non-disclosures, do what you gotta do to protect yourself in the day. You get involved with someone who's 19 was a gamble, which is stupid. Again, pussy is pussy. But then to one guy he was saying it could be a fetish, and that could be for interpretation, because you're not wrong about the whole Pornhub thing having teen shit, which is crazy. But again, this all comes down to if that's his preference. All I've seen him do was dive in snow bunnies. That might be his fetish. I have no idea. I'm not gonna fight for the man's fetishes here. But what I'm saying is you could do these things one particular way. You did it the wrong way. That's why you're caught up in the situation you're in right now, because you didn't do it the right way. You didn't have to get involved with her in particular or anything like that. Still got your rocks off as a professional and been done with it. But now everyone knows your business, that you talk to little women on these particular situations you run into in the gym or OnlyFans, whatever, and that you really have a fetish for them. And that's what we're seeing right now in full display. And you can't deny the shit.
I got you a question, Sharon. What was Bill Clinton a predator with Monica Lewinsky?
How old is she?
I think at the time she might have been in her early 20s, 22, 23.
Yes. 23 somewhere, I think.
Whoa. Bill was a predator. Let's not get that twisted. Yes, he was. Of course he was.
Okay, the only issue, though, is that there was a lot of evidence that she was pursuing this man, that she wanted her presidential knee pads, and I quote. So what I'm saying is,
so perfect.
No, hold on. But this notion that younger women are not attracted to or pursuing older men of means, it's happening too frequently for it to be quote unquote weird. It happens too often.
It doesn't happen that often, so that's the problem.
What?
So it
doesn't happen that often. Okay.
No, it doesn't. Just because we could pinpoint a few women that is willing to jump out the window for some older men. Now we're saying that because older men are getting attracted by young women, that it's okay for older men to prey upon them is insane.
The Me
Still,
Too
he gotta be the adult and say, "Hey, young lady, I don't know where you thought that this age gap that we are experiencing, that it was okay for us to have sex. It is not. I don't know what kind of father figure issue that you have, but this is not okay."
I don't know, Sharon. That's murky water, bro. I know what you're saying. I know you're talking about the context of Western society, but there are different things going on in the world. I traveled the world. It's very different out there, bro. But understand the context of America, yeah, it's weird, it's not common, all that stuff. 1000%, I get it. But once you leave the backyard, you're gonna see a lot of things that will shock you. I promise
with
you.
Parental consent. With parental consent, Marvelous. You know this. When you go globally,
No, I'm not even talking that. I'm not. Wait. In context, I'm not even talking about teens. I'm not even talking about teens. I'm not talking about teens. I'm talking about an age gap in general. You can have someone.
Hold on. Are we saying that we do not want to have any kind of ownership on what is moving in this world? So as long as a person is 18 and the other person is 56, we don't give a fuck about the 18-year-old.
That's not what I'm talking about.
No,
okay, so you might not feel okay. That's possible that you think that you are not presenting it that way, but that is how you are presenting it.
No. When Marvelous talked about the global experience, you
but we talking about America.
I'm just going by what he said. So what he's talking
about, but you're not going by anything I'm saying. That's the issue that I'm having with this conversation.
All right,
I'm saying specific things, and then y'all just glance over like, "Hey, he met her in a gym. He knows she was young from the gym. He knew she was young, and then later on, now we're trying to excuse the predatory behavior because she has an OnlyFans page, which is insane to me. Just because she has an OnlyFans page does not mean that she cannot get preyed upon."
No, I will say for me myself, I'm arguing that the line is the age of consent. I keep saying OnlyFans because that has proof that she knows something. Like you keep making it seem like, oh, she didn't really know, and this is somebody who on their own chose to say, okay, I'm gonna make this type of decision. So she's in the state of mind to understand how to take advantage of things her dang self, and I think she will understand if someone's taking advantage of her. That's the only thing I'm pointing out. And if we're talking about America, in most of our American history, your granddaddy is what we're considering now. Your grandfather would be a sick man. Most of our grandparents had
that's
AIDS
fine,
deaths,
and I'm willing to take that evidence and say, "Yep, he was sick." So now, when we say this, if I think I'm praying on KT to go, this is what I think I'm doing, and it comes to find out that KT was actually praying on me this whole time, are we going to excuse me and say, "Hey, well, Sharon, he was trying to prey on him first. It's Sharon's fault that KT to go was just a better predator"? Does that still not make KT a go to predator?
No, agree. If that's what you are, and even I said earlier, if they're both predators.
So hold on. I just need to make sure it's clear. So you're saying, regardless of both of us being predators, you saying that the one that is winning, he still is a predator too, right?
Yeah, I'm saying that you could say they both predators, but all I'm saying is when we saying she's the victim,
all right.
he's
So
the
hold
predator,
on.
that's kind of
I'm
wild.
proud of y'all, but hold on, don't much. So you saying that both of them are predators?
Yeah, if anything, yeah.
Okay, so therefore, Shannon Sharpe is a predator then.
I will. If we're going, but even when we go by the definition, it does say exploit.
Hold on, please. I don't understand why this is so difficult, right? Are you saying that he and her are both predators?
No,
yes
I don't. Listen, as we said, we don't have the evidence of the case to say who's predator.
Hold on, I don't need you to tell me anything else before you tell me anything else. Yes or no? Are both of them predators?
I'm not saying neither one's a predator.
And that's
but if we're going to say one is, well, we can say both is, and that's how we should. That's all I'm saying.
And Marvelous, now you understand my why I'm so frustrated.
No, because that's sensible. Like even while I was saying with the definition, yeah, you're right. Exploit is in it, but what is the word before exploit? Do you remember?
So this is the problem. I don't know. Understand why we cannot call a spade a spade. If the man it doesn't matter if both of them was predators. If both of them was predators, I'm fine with that as well. So she's a predator for trying to. She's a predator for trying to. She's a predator for trying to exploit men that are horny. And he's a predator for trying to exploit underage. Well, not underage. He's a predator for trying to exploit young women. Simple.
Yeah. Again, ruthlessly exploit is a part of the definition of predator. It's not just exploitation. It's ruthless.
So him choking a bitch is ruthless.
She literally said she agreed to that. That's. I mean, I don't. That's what I'm saying. Now, where's the ruthless part? Where's even the exploitation? I will say that I still don't see where the exploitation is.
If you don't want to see it because you want to protect the man, then fine. That's what you want to do.
Protecting.
I don't know.
You literally just said they met in the gym.
I do not know what to tell you,
after
brother.
they met in the gym, they didn't fuck in the gym, right?
I don't understand why is it so hard for y'all to just be men and say, you know what? I'm a little bit more on the man's side. It's okay.
I'm
Just
not
tell the
on.
truth.
I'm on the side of truth.
You are not.
Period.
If you was on the side of truth, then you would say a 56-year-old man dealing with a 19-year-old. You gotta let me finish what I'm saying.
It's weird. I said that plenty of times.
You did not. If you,
yeah, I literally have. But I said it's legal.
All right. So hold on, because you saying that a 56-year-old man that is dating 19-year-olds all predators?
It's weird. I'm saying it's weird. I'm not going to sit there and say you're a predator, but I'm
okay. So therefore, okay, again, this is why I don't understand. I'm very specific, and then when I said, then you said you did say it, and then literally 10 seconds later you said you didn't do it. So
no, I didn't. I said it's weird.
56-year-old man
doesn't
so
make
this
you a
will be
predator.
clear. Stop talking while I'm talking, so we can have an understanding. A 56-year-old man that only date 19-year-olds because they are easier to control, and all the other talking points that we have heard over the times that we've been listening to men talk about younger individuals.
That's not accurate. It's not. He used to date Eddie Murphy's ex-woman, who's his age bracket. This guy's out there. Okay, yeah. He's out there. He ain't just dating young women. He's dating all kinds. If you look at his dating history, he's dated all kinds of women, not just a 19-year-old OnlyFans model.
You sound crazy that just because he dated an older woman, that doesn't mean that it doesn't make him into a predator. Like, so
you can't be a predator. You can't be a predator against someone who's you can an OnlyFans model. You can't be a predator. Hold on, you can't be a predator against someone who's already operating in an advanced state. This is not a 19-year-old living with her parents undercover. This is a 19-year-old who has a camera, her own apartment. This is an advanced sex worker that you're morphing into some Bobby Soxer in high school. They're two different situations. Let's be specific. Let's be specific. Who this girl is. You're affording a cape for a sex worker who has an OnlyFans website.
Hold on 1 second.
You know what? You need to be quiet already, because all you do is just talk. How old are you?
You don't like.
How old are you?
No. We're not doing this. I'm entitled to my opinion.
No,
you're mad about my opinion.
Listen, your opinion, your freedom of speech, blah 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 blah. Yeah, the same shit we hear every day. Listen.
Go ahead. Go eat a man. Go eat a man. Go to man. I'm not talking to her. Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
Now, I just want to understand.
Eat a man. Hold on 1 second, my love.
I'm not talking to you because you're not a fair actor.
Because I'm a grown
you're not a fair
woman.
actor.
Because all you want to do is talk to little girls, and you can't handle women like me. That's your problem.
No.
You're too busy trying to bully everybody. And how
I don't agree with you.
Are you?
I don't date or talk to you. None of your business. I'm not going there with you. I'm not dating you, so don't worry about that.
You act like a child.
I don't agree with you.
You act like a little boy. You're like, play back this tape. You are a crybaby. You saying this wrong, but all I hear is women ain't shit. But I
never said that.
You say yes, you do. You say all you date is little girls. You have said this time and time again.
Sharon, haven't said that.
And you're sitting up here saying, "Oh, well, she was on OnlyFans," but they told you they met in the gym. You're ignorant. You are so ignorant. And this is why you don't have a show. This is why people don't follow you. This is why you don't show your face. You're supposed to be in the corporate world. I'm the big businessman. You're an idiot. You a damn idiot. All you do is talk. You make no sense.
Sharon, you know what the problem is?
No, the problem
when you have a difference of an opinion. I never called you out your name. I never disrespected you.
You have no respect for the host.
I'm respecting you. I'm respecting you.
You are totally rude.
Sharon, go ahead. I'm not going to engage you. It's not even worth it. It's not even worth it.
Half of you men on this panel are immature.
Yeah. No, we don't agree with you. We don't agree with you. That's all it is. You don't like disagreement. You don't like disagreement.
You act like a child. Grow up.
This is toxic femininity right here.
No, it's not toxic.
No, because you're calling out my name. You're calling people the P word. You're calling people the P word. You're saying things they didn't say. You're disrespectful, not very ladylike. You're not in the universe. You're not real. You're not a real person. Go ahead, Sharon.
On this panel, I'm older than
these men. These men.
Than all the men.
These men.
And you are a child. You're acting like a child.
I don't agree with you.
You're acting like a child.
Just because you say so, don't make it real.
No, but the thing is, chill, let it talk. You're always trying to overthrow these men, and you sound like an idiot. You be trying to bully them to listen to you. Nobody wants to hear you. You talk like a child. It's my turn, my turn, my turn. Women ain't shit, women ain't shit, women ain't shit. That's all I hear.
Wow.
You're attacking women over and over again. Constantly.
This is when the person says, these men. This is for the woman that says, these men.
You. No one, you're not a leader. You want people to submit to you. I don't need to submit to you. You're not a man. You're a little boy. I don't want to bow down to you because you are a little boy. You're beneath me. Do you understand that?
Not at all.
Grown woman.
And I don't agree with you. I don't agree. Men stand. I'm not going to. It's a waste. You're wasting your breath.
Me at the end of the day, I'm going to take my respect because you don't say absolutely nothing on these panels. Zero. You flip-flop. I've seen you on other channels, on other panels, supporting, twerking your ass, sending all these $3, and you come here and you don't even respect the host that's sitting here. You don't even respect him. You don't go on nobody else's panel and do this shit. Stop it. Respect Sharon. This is your problem. Each and every one of you that come up here. Respect the man. At the end of the day, this is his show. And you want respect? The man told you they met in the gym. Go from there. Oh, she's on the OnlyFans. Bubba, shut the fuck up already. God damn. You keep beating a dead horse.
So OnlyFans has nothing to do with character.
Exactly.
So this woman is not allowed to have a character. What you're saying makes no sense. You're not allowed. I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to critique character. If a man.
At the end of the day, the man.
You're not respectful. You're not respectful. Not a woman. Not a lady. Not a lady.
And she said no. Let them fight out in court. But at the end of the day, you're missing the topic. It's not who's right or who's wrong. You just don't think of the logic. How do you teach a 19-year-old that's supposed to be legal age? Because that's all you keep saying. She's legal age. Legal age. What? But how many of our children are there even younger lying saying they're 19 and you don't even know it? They click 19 and they're 14 and 15. Huh? That's what you don't see. You don't see the bigger picture.
I just told a story. Being
Nobody gives a crap about your story.
Well, you're not listening to me. Okay, because I'm wrong. I'm wrong off the GP. I'm wrong off the GP. You're not an honest actor. You're not an honest person.
No, I'm not an actor. I'm a real person.
You're not a real person. You're not a real.
I'm a real person.
Sharon, I just told you. Sharon, did I tell you about a personal story where I declined a young woman? Did I tell you a story that I declined a woman that was not of age? But she's gonna make me. She's gonna make me wrong anyway.
Go smoke on a pipe. Go on your rocking chair. Okay, go have some children. Go do something with your life. You're bored. Like don't come up here. We don't want to bother you and babysit you. You need a diaper change. Like what is wrong with you, actor?
The insult, the need to be right. The need to be right is real strong with this one. All I'm presenting is my opinion.
Listen, your opinion does not matter. You know why? Because all you do is talk around in circles. You want us to submit to you, and I will not submit to you. Never. None of you men out here.
Because I don't speak in slang. Listen, I'm not hip enough to you.
I am not speaking in slang.
No, I said me. I said me. I said I am not speaking. You're not listening to me. You hear, but you're not listening.
No,
you hear, but you're not listening. I didn't disrespect you. I did not disrespect you. Sharon, I never disrespected this woman. Anytime I come on with this, my opinion, all of a sudden it's great pain to hear an opinion.
Listen, this freedom of speech. Go on
I'm done.
Channel.
I'm done. Sharon, I'm done. Let it go on. Let it go on. I can't. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. It's
all right.
anger.
All right. Okay. All right.
I'm
Okay,
glad they got that out their system.
Yes.
All
Thank
right.
you, Key.
So first, I'm trying to figure out when do it become a predator, right? Like if this was a 54-17 situation, would we call it a predator? Like it's crazy that we won't say that this is predator type behavior. Like that's just crazy to me that we can't look at it and say, yeah, a 56-year-old trying to talk to a 19-year-old, he got kids this age, actually got kids older than this woman. We should all say, okay, that's predatory type behavior. Now, are we saying that this woman had a motive? As I'm saying, this is a cash grab. I do think that the attorney is known for these types of actors. So I'm not saying that just because she was a victim doesn't mean that she cannot be doing a cash grab. But he's still, the whole point of a 56-year-old man putting himself in a situation with a 19-year-old, younger than his youngest, I mean, way younger. I think his youngest child is like 30, if I'm not mistaken. That is considered a predatory behavior. And I don't know why we trying to argue just because she got a OnlyFans that she can't be a prey. It's just a bad argument.
Edie, man, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the whole debate about Michael Jackson. Is he a predator or not? It's the same debate. It's legit, the same exact debate.
Mm-hmm.
How does it look? You're trying to tell me this, and is it that? It's the same exact argument. And for those who want to give Michael grace, it's the same thing with whoever you want to give grace to for the situation. Because whatever you believe about that person or how you view that person, that's what you're gonna have a bias towards.
But we said the same thing the opposite way. We knew that Diana Ross, or Diana, Dirty Diana, that Michael Jackson was talking about, we called her a predator.
Yeah, I'm keeping it in context. I know. I'm saying like that's what I'm trying to get.
She preyed on Michael Jackson. She preyed on a 15-year-old boy, and he couldn't even stop singing about her because she was all in his mind. Like, so that's the idea that I want y'all to understand. Is it's still predatory behavior.
Yes,
Now,
I'm keeping it all in context. You know that, right?
No,
you do
but
know I'm saying that's all the same thing. Like it's
I got you. I got what you said, but what I'm trying to tell you is sometimes the predator get caught in the trap. And this is an ideal example of a predator getting caught in the trap. And now we can argue, should the prey set the trap or not? But he still was preying on someone when he got caught in the trap.
Mm-hmm. So I have a question. Who's
Thank you, Edie, man.
Who's Tracy Ellis Ross's father? Nobody figured that one out yet? Tracy
I don't know these people.
Ellis
Sorry.
Ross's father. Nobody knows who her father is.
I don't know who Tracy. We talking about? Who's that?
Tracy Ellis Ross, the one that just said that she would date younger boys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
her father is a Norwegian shipping magnate.
Oh Lord.
Okay, it's not Berry Gordy. Her half sister is with Diana Ross's dealings with Berry Gordy. But as far as Ellis Ross and even her brother, I forgot her brother's name because she's married to a female singer. That's with the shipping man. He's like a billionaire, European dude, Norwegian dude.
So Afro, no, I do got a question for you. Why do you have a problem saying that this is predatory behavior? Because I think if anybody would say, hey, 56 and 19 is predatory, why is that so hard for you to say that?
It's hard for me to say it in this situation because of who this young woman is. That you're trying to make, in my opinion, you're trying to conflate her status with her probably living on her own with an OnlyFans page, like all that involved is different than someone who is 19 living at home, going to school. That's two different worlds. This girl is pretty advanced. So even how they, like, in other words, you approach a young woman in a gym, right? She has to still consent. There's some consent there. Right. So well, hold on. So if there's consent between two adults in a gym, and then it comes to find out that even beyond that, she is advanced enough to have an OnlyFans page that's a very sophisticated sexualized platform. That's not the same 19-year-old that we're not making. You got to give some kind of respect and breadth between a 19-year-old living at home with their parents under their guidance and under their protection versus a 19-year-old that is a sex worker.
No, but the problem with your argument, if a deer was to lay out in front of a lion, we wouldn't say that the lion is no longer a predator, right? That we wouldn't draw that conclusion just because this person. See, we know that a 19-year-old girl.
That's not a good. That's not a good
Hold
analogy.
on. I got
not a
you.
good analogy.
Let me land it just like I let you land it. The whole point that I'm trying to say, we know, regardless of how advanced you try to paint this woman as, we know at the age of 19, her brain is not developed. Even if we go from a science point of view, so you try to say, oh, she's more advanced if you try to compare her to other 19-year-olds, but we would still consider her undeveloped if I compared her to an adult.
I hear you, right? But it's
Only
interesting.
an experience.
It's interesting you used a deer like Bambi. Bambi is known for innocence. A 19-year-old OnlyFans who's doing all kinds of sex acts for thousands of men is not Bambi. She may be called Bambi, but she's not Bambi. And you're trying to make these things, not all things are equal. Not all things are matching up. You're still affording innocence to someone who's not innocent.
I agree with Marvin. This was some, I don't mean to cut you off, Afro nerd is. I agree with you, larger.
I knew it.
Marvin.
I knew for a fact that he was gonna agree with this predatory behavior.
No. Listen. I don't agree with predatory behavior. I'm talking about the dynamics in which this young lady moves in. You take an 18-year-old debutante or 18-year-old Catholic school or 4.0 student, 3.0, and she has two parents household, and she's being raised up to in an environment where she knows better. To sound the alarm.
But you're still wrong, though.
No, I'm not wrong about nothing.
It's because
no,
we're not arguing.
No,
We're not. We're arguing if he's a predator. Her action have nothing to do with the man. See, that's the problem. Y'all keep kind of arguing. Hold on. I get the point that I'm trying to help you understand is her action doesn't dictate the man actions. Y'all keep. So he's a predator.
Calm down.
Before you get, can you admit that he's a predator and how he's moving?
I agree with you. What I'm saying to you. Okay, let's ask this. Let's put this question in. How long has this type of shit been going on? Tell me that. Somebody
doesn't
give me
make
that.
it right.
No, I'm not talking about right. I'm not talking about right. I'm not talking about right, brother. I'm talking about actions, thought, speech, and behavior. I'm not talking about right and wrong, legalities, law. I'm talking about the behaviors of human beings or adults or those that beyond pubescent age in the type of behavior that they engage in. You notice you don't hear a lot about. Hold on, don't interrupt me. See, I'm not interrupting.
I got a question. It's okay. I got a question for you, Hotep. So you're saying because it's been happening a long time that we shouldn't try to correct it or talk about it?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so why are you bringing up? All right, so you said no. So why are you bringing up the fact that it's been happening?
I'm telling you, because this is the reason why I said that, because social media now makes everything's under the spotlight. You got all these social media platforms, and also people are making some assumptions without having facts to support what their assumptions
are. So are we assuming that before you move forward? So a 56-year-old trying to pursue a 19-year-old, do you consider that predatory behavior? Yes or no?
Yes, I do. But how about a 19-year-old trying to pursue a 56-year-old that has a Rolls Royce, has a Lamborghini, has a 15-bedroom house, pool, jacuzzi? What's her business there? What is her nature? What is her business there?
It doesn't matter what a younger person
doesn't negate.
So what I'm saying is this: is that it doesn't matter what a young person tried to get out of me. I am the responsible adult to say, "Hey, young lady, you need to go and deal with somebody your own age." I don't know what's going on with this whole father complex that you have, but I ain't your daddy.
No, I don't have that.
So if she pulled this on a younger athlete, it would have been different. If she pulled it on a younger athlete,
hold on, please, hold on.
What about the 25-year-old athlete? Is that okay then?
Serious.
Hold on.
It falls apart. It falls apart.
It does not fall apart. So because the problem is that me and either man, we don't have no problem calling a woman a predator. We had conversations about female predators. We said the gentleman that came up earlier, BMU, we had no problem saying that woman that chased down BMU, she was a female predator. See, the problem is we don't have a problem with calling a spade a spade. For some reason, when there's a man You want to
Okay,
try
let
to
me give it to
you
you.
want to try to question. Hold on. You want to try to question everything that this woman does and say, well, hey, she had OnlyFans, so she get what she get. No, that does not negate the fact that he is a predator. It doesn't matter if he was married and he dated a older woman or he's with a older woman at the time. He can still be a predator if he's going after 19-year-old woman.
Oh, Sharon.
Yes,
Okay, let's go here.
No,
Let's go here.
I was-
Hold on, I got it.
you
So
interrupt-
let's say this guy. Let's say it's a younger. Let's say it's a 1992 Shannon Sharpe. Okay, let's say he's 27 years old, 25 years old. Like we've seen young athletes get caught up in the same dynamic. So you're caught up in this. Does the age of the man make him less of a predator? Because the 25-year-old Shannon Sharpe could have still been put in the same situation. We can go down. We can Google now.
The problem.
No.
He had 30 extra years to live. See, I don't understand how.
Who is? But what?
Hold on, Afro nerd. He's answering your question. Go ahead, Eda Man, and then Rahotep. You got it right after Eda Man.
So Afro, no, the problem is you saying if he was young, not as experienced, haven't been on this earth for 30 extra years, would we call him a predator? And no, since he been on this earth for 30 extra years, that's what makes him a predator. Like did him having kids older than this woman makes him into a predator. Like it's so many other factors that you're trying to take out. Like he could have got taken advantage of at any age, but if you take all of the information, it says he looks like a predator.
I hear you.
I'm just curious. It was Hotep was after, and then so you get a chance to rebuttal both of them.
Okay, I'm gonna give y'all all of that. I don't got all the facts. So if you want to say a predator, yeah, he's a predator. Okay, now what do I know that as a factual by facts based on reports? I mean, police reports based on investigations and inquiries. I don't know that as a fact. But if the dynamics is what you say they are, then he's a predator. But again, you're arguing the moral component to it,
correct?
Not the thought, speech, and action and behavior in which he or she operates and moves in. So that's it. That's my opinion.
My only concern is that if this was a 23-year-old or 24-year-old athlete, and we've seen them consistently get caught up in these similar circumstances, right? This is the entertainment and sports world. That if it was a 25-year-old dude, because he's younger, all of a sudden he's not a predator, but he could be caught up with the same allegation. He could be the same exact thing, but because he's 25,
the allegations against Reggie Bush.
Well, no,
okay, so hold on. So hold on. So
because
you're saying that because if he's 25 and she's 19, we are saying that he is not a predator. Is that your argument?
I'm thinking you're going to have a different. You're hampering on this person.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
No.
Yes or no?
Because you're interrupting. What is the question?
Are you saying? I want to be clear. A 25-year-old dating a 19-year-old, we are not going to say that 25-year-old is a predator. Is that your argument?
I'm asking you that. Do you think there's a difference if he was younger? If it was a 23-year-old athlete?
Yes.
Everybody with common sense.
So 23, he can't be a predator, even though he's acting and doing everything.
Because the allegations are the same.
Right, and the reason why is because they're in the same age bracket.
So predator has to do with the age.
Yes, and which you already agree with, Rahotep. You said 56 and 19 is a predator, so I don't know why you're trying to ask that question. So yeah, so 23 and 19 is not being a predator. 25 and 19.
So she becomes less innocent or more innocent.
Nobody's talking about the young lady. We talking about him.
That's the issue.
I think we should go after all predators.
So why is that an issue? Because whatever she's doing is what she's doing. Nobody's excusing her for what she's done.
Whatever she's doing is she's just doing that. Her being an OnlyFans model is a whole character thing.
Okay,
legally,
that's fine, but what does that have to do with?
She's not the 19-year-old living in her parents' house. It's not. Is there a difference between a 19-year-old gangbanger and a 19-year-old Howard student?
Okay, that's fine, but that has nothing to do.
They're both 19.
So that's fine. So that has nothing to. So you just don't want to talk about him being a predator. You only want to talk about her having an OnlyFans.
No. What I'm saying, I'm going into what RA was saying. I'm not sure you can call the man a predator. I don't think you can call him a predator just because he's dating a young woman. Because there's every man dating a younger woman is a predator. Then
yes,
dynamics.
Well,
yes.
So why Well, let me ask the question. Why
Yes,
would
no. Let's just be clear. Yes, any man that is in his 50s trying to date a 19-year-old is a predator. Anyone, yes.
I don't think that's even that no more. The
Okay.
legality on that. The
now
legality
you
on
want to go
that.
legal? See, that's what we say. Your moral compass is off if you can't say that. If you can't say a 60-year-old with a 19-year-old is predatory or behavior is crazy.
Right.
Is there any cases where those age groups are either married or?
It's still a
Who
predator.
cares?
See,
Who
that's the
cares?
Oh
point.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
Right,
it's
but
not a predator.
we're saying don't bring up points that doesn't change the fact. Like, and it might it doesn't change the fact that they was married or not.
I think we should go into the Amish, and we should go into the Mormon and all
That's
that.
fine. We
should
can
go
have
after
that
all
conversation.
predators.
We can
go after all
have that.
predators.
Okay, so we can have that conversation when you actually care about Amish, right? Nobody gives a fuck
No,
about Amish.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sharon,
we don't.
I got one thing to say before I go.
Nobody
Are
cares
you ready to
about
go
the Amish.
soon? Sharon, I got one thing to say. Because this conversation is going to get a little circular, but honestly, the devs will end with this. All right. Time. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about age, the time, right? So just so you guys on the panel know, time has two things: coordination and perspective. So we're talking about different perspectives and how we should act accordingly due to what age we're at. All right. So when you talk about someone who's 19, the perspective of 19 is not the same as the perspective of someone who's 56 or whatever. And then you talk about, well, how do we coordinate things? Even by law, we coordinate things by age. All right. Not get lost in the sauce. We know how we are in Western society. We don't have to pull other cultures, other things like that. We know the confinements of time and how we operate in Western society. So, yes, as Sharon just stated, someone who is 56, someone who is 59, or 19, that is predatory. There's no debate. That's how society views it. There's no touching it. Let that shit go, or you're going to sound crazy out here trying to basically force a narrative on different perspectives when you're not keeping the context of what we're talking about right here, especially when it comes to these two people who are both American, who live in America. It's that simple.
There's case law and statutes in every state for this type of conduct.
I have a narrative for y'all. 54 years old and a newborn baby. Now shut the F up. It's over. There's no excuses. There's nothing y'all can say.
All right. So now my next question to Hotep. So I guess you don't have no problem with slavery, right? Because it was legal.
No, that's not a part of the conversation. So I don't know why you asking me that.
Right, because a lot of shit that y'all bring up just not a part of the conversation.
No, that's getting off.
Why you can't?
You
Why
say
you
y'all,
can't,
or you saying me?
Why you cannot just answer the question?
Are you saying y'all, or you saying me?
I'm asking you, Hotep. Peace out. Thank you so much, Marvelous. I'm asking you a question. So now that at one point, slavery was
moving
legal,
to slavery. Are we moving to it? It's still illegal.
I'm asking you a question because you keep trying to have this legal standpoint.
No, I'm not. I'm quiet. I'm not even saying anything. So I don't know why you directing that to me.
So I'm asking you, so like, if you don't want to have a comment. See, this is the problem with a lot of men. Y'all just don't want to be clear and coherent.
Tracy, let me ask you a question. You have kids?
Why are you asking me a question when
you just asked me a damn question?
Right, but you didn't answer it.
Okay, now what's your question?
All right, so be a man. So now, is it? Do you believe that it was morally okay to own slaves at the time when it was legal?
Morally, and I believe it was divinely unmoral.
Why, when it was legal?
What do you mean when it was legal?
At one point, having a slave was legal, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so why is it morally wrong, and why did people fight against it?
I don't know if people really fighting against it because we still talk about it on these different panels and in barbershops and so forth.
Is it against the law now?
It's against the the law. Constitution.
So people fought against it, right? And they won.
No, I don't know if they won. They made headway.
Right, because it's illegal. So they won their argument saying that it is illegal. America deem it as illegal now, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so therefore, all right. So therefore, now we understand a moral standpoint can change the way how people move in society, correct?
Correct.
All right. So now why y'all trying to fight for this man to have an immoral standpoint?
Why don't you say you instead of y'all? Because you're talking to me.
Because it's not just you. Because it's you, KT the GOAT, and Afro Nerd both trying to argue the fact that he should be having this immoral compass of dating somebody 19 years old, even though he's 56 years old.
Yeah, that's not.
I already said it
No,
was
listen.
predatorial, but
Let
I
me just
already
say
said
this
it
real
was
quick, bro. I'll
predatorial,
let you
but
go
I
right
didn't.
quick. I keep saying I'm not, just because somebody has some similar talking points don't mean you're in complete agreement or whatever. And I've said this plenty of times. The line is legality. You're now having a moral question. Give me the same thing about slavery. Yes, morally and wrong, but it was illegal. I mean, legal. So we can't argue whether or not it was legal, right? We can argue whether or not that shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. And it's not changing because now it's not considered the morally thing. You know what I'm saying? It didn't change that slavery happened. Same thing here. That's all I'm pointing out. It's a legal act. I get you guys are making a moral argument. I've said it plenty of times. It's weird. I don't agree with it. Blah, blah, whoopty whoop. I'm just
No,
pointing
I
out
actually
it's a
agree.
legal thing. We're now trying to make a legal action into something, based on our opinions. And I do understand we all think this isn't good, but this, again, I agree with it. It's not good, but it's still a legal action.
Well,
That's the only thing I'm
that's
pointing out.
that's the
believe it's
problem. Hold
predatory
on. If
and
that's the case,
immoral.
hold on. No, if that's the case, it's legal for her to sue him. So
Who
we
said?
shouldn't
That's
even.
what I'm
Hold on,
saying.
no,
Where
no,
did we
no.
complain that she's suing them?
Let the courts take care of it.
I don't
Since
follow this shit really.
we
I don't
want to
know
start
that.
arguing legal things. It's legal for her to take him to court, ask him for $50 million, and do all these different things. Because when I hear y'all guys talk, it's like it's almost
Here
like y'all
y'all
guys don't
guys
have
talk.
any y'all don't have
Here
any
y'all
stance.
guys talk. What kind of damn grammar is that?
I
Go ahead.
know. So the whole point that I'm trying to help y'all understand is that y'all guys try to make excuses for these men. Like
How is the
he's
law an excuse?
Wow.
how is the law an excuse?
Yeah.
So did we ask about the law? Or did we ask was he a predator?
No,
Yeah,
let's just
again,
say
how
this.
are we saying somebody's a predator because of fucking someone younger?
So
For the
tell
record,
hello,
I
tell
believe
me,
he's a
tell me,
predator.
hello, I got you. Tell me what law dictates predator or not.
It's
I
no law.
believe
That's
he's
what I'm
a
saying.
predator.
This is
Exactly.
what you're
So
talking
you
about is in a
bringing the
thing of
law in
opinion.
doesn't even make sense because we're not talking about the law.
We're
I
not.
believe it
You're
in
talking about
action
opinion.
behavior
I'm
No,
is
talking
no, no.
about the thing
Listen,
that's
listen. If
immoral.
we if we ask the question, follow me, K to go. If we ask it, is he's a predator, and you bring the law in, and there's no law to dictate it, that means that you just that whole
That
point
means
is
you're just
void.
bringing up something outside. That's what I'm saying. I'm not
That's the
getting into
show,
my
though.
opinion, what we think, how I feel, this, that, and the third. I'm only going off, like I said from the beginning, the facts, the truth. What we
But see,
can talk,
no,
what we
no,
can
it's
present,
no
what is
facts.
factual.
That's the point. If the show is this man a predator or not, and you say the law says, the law doesn't say anything about predator, so you making up the law in real
I'm
time.
not
I
making, no,
believe
the law
I
says
believe
he's
he's a
not a
predator.
predator because it's legal.
Okay,
It's
Okay,
legal.
okay, hold on.
Believe
Either man, like he did it beautifully, but for some reason, KT, you're not understanding. Is there a law that says you're a predator?
No, well, yeah,
Okay,
sometimes.
all right. So if there's no law that says he's a predator, why you can't say he's a predator?
No, I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to call somebody a predator because they got sued.
No, but what you're doing is that you're using the law to say why he is not a predator.
No, I'm saying
there's no law.
it's nothing that, listen, what is the predatory thing that you're saying is he took advantage of a younger woman, right? Okay. And what I'm saying is I don't see where he's taking advantage of the woman. So that's why I'm saying he's not a predator. And if we're talking, because the whole thing is going back to, like we're saying, he's older than her. So this is alone is but there's nothing that says that that's a predatory thing. Do we agree and say it's weird? Yeah, I agree with all that. But I'm saying, like, again, legally, like you're saying, it's no
Thank you.
parameters
Okay,
for what a predator is.
stop there,
It's
because you
out of
keep trying to
bounds to
use.
me.
Hold on, you keep trying to use the law to say that he is not a predator, and we are not using the law to say he is a predator. You are trying to use the law to excuse his behavior. You saying because it's legal, therefore he should not be considered a predator.
No,
no
I'm
law
saying where's
prohibits.
the predatory action?
The predator. So
Like,
we keep explaining to you the predatory action is the 56-year-old dating a 19-year-old. That is predatory behavior.
Can you answer my question?
Yes, let me hold on. Yes, I will hold up. So KT to go. Do you understand that? So when we say a 56-year-old dating a 19-year-old, that is predatory behavior. Do you agree with that?
No.
You don't agree with it. Why
No.
not?
Please don't make this a totality thing. I'm not saying every situation 60-year-olds get out here and fuck 20-year-olds. No, I don't know.
Why y'all can't have a conversation? Jesus Christ.
So why is it not predatory?
Don't have nothing to do with this.
Again, I said, was your grandfather a predator?
How do you verify if they're a predator?
No, listen, was your grandfather a predator?
If he was,
I guarantee your grandfather and your grandmother had at least a 10-year age gap.
Let me answer your question. If my grandfather was 56 and he dated a 19-year-old, yes, my grandfather would be a predator. Now go ahead.
I guess predatory actions is just how we live.
So I'm guessing I don't understand. So what you're saying, because he's my family member, that he can't be a predator or a criminal? I'm confused.
No. I'm saying now all of a sudden we're saying this guy's a predator. Well, you wasn't calling your granddad a predator. You wasn't calling your grandmother a victim. You wasn't calling your mother a victim, your father. You know what I'm saying? You was not saying that. None of us were. Because that's what you yes, what I'm trying to explain to you. Right? At my grown age, if I found out some information like this Shannon Sharpe situation, I will call my family member that predator. Yes, that's what I'm saying. So nobody in my family that I know about was 56 dating a 19-year-old. No, but you know many people in your family who got probably at least 5 to 10 years age gaps, right?
Right, but we're not talking about 5 to 10 years.
But are they predators?
We're talking 30 years.
No, are they predators?
So
even Conda, that's why I said I'm not agreeing with Afro Nerd in totality, but going back to what he said,
hold on.
Now we're trying to figure out what makes you a predator.
What the fuck is going on? Jesus. Again, we are being very specific. A 40-year-old and a 30-year-old, we are not calling that a predator.
You just told Afro Nerd if some guy's 25 and the girl's 19, he's a predator.
No,
we did not.
Hold on. So that's not what happened. What happened was the 25-year-old and the 19-year-old, we said that is not a predator. That's literally what happened. Y'all just listen to whatever y'all want to fucking listen to. I'm confused. So no, that's not what happened just now.
Okay, I agree with you.
Tony going with the 199. If they're dating, she's consenting. No, that's crazy to me. I ain't gonna lie to you. That just sounds so wild to me.
Well, that's crazy.
Hold on, I got a few of them. Pumps in the bump. We all love the girls with the pumps it up. Thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. We are only 8 members away from freeing up the chat. So if y'all can, please, we got over 200 people watching. Please support the show. We need 200 likes. You know, that's very free, and we can free the chat. Either 8 more members, or we can get to 200 likes, and then everybody can speak freely. I don't know what's the issue, but hey, freedom 557-199. And OnlyFans model is not the same as an average 19-year-old. Yes, it is. Majority of people that's OnlyFans is weird, but you know, a lot of them is young ladies, and a lot of the people are married men. Unlikely, get them. Also, we have Black Beauty with the 2 dots. Like, share, tip your house, renew your membership. God damn it! Thank you so much for keeping up with what you're saying. Thank you so much, Black Beauty became a new member. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, and we also have the 10th man in here as well. So we're gonna go in order. So we got Bomb Cherry, we got Aaron, and then the 10th man. Go ahead.
I hope Aaron don't let me down. I hope he don't let me down.
So go ahead, Bomb Cherry, 10th man, then Aaron. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. A good day. I don't know what time it is, but Sharon and hey, happy. Hey, everybody on the panel. Hey, everybody in the chat. How y'all doing? I love y'all. Anyway, I agree with either man and Sharon and Jalen, and of course, happy to. I don't understand what I think that men who just want to date younger women, they want to support this grown-ass grandfather who's dating someone who is his granddaughter's age. If he has grandchildren, she could be his grandchild, right? But then the men, those men, right? These men, the ones who want to support this man, when they talk about legalities, they keep saying it's not illegal. But then Sharon started to walk them down the lane about slavery. Slavery was once legal, is now illegal, which means that somebody of this age dating a young person, it's legal today, right? It's not illegal. But if society deems that this is terrible, then it could one day become illegal, which it should be. It should be very illegal for somebody who's 2 times your age to be a predator over you, right? Because we know that's what it is. Everything he's done, all the things that she says he's done to her, she didn't want to have done to her, right? Y'all say she consented because she was dating him, but she's dating him because he was able to convince her. He dangled the cars and the money and this, right? His fame. And then she's like a baby trying to go get the candy. And then he turns around and starts putting his penis in her booty hole. You know, and she didn't really like that. That's what she's saying. Her complaint is, hey, even though I was with him, there's times where he did things to me that I really didn't want done. And so y'all don't think that's predatory? KT?
I think it's predatory.
No.
No, okay. Right. It's okay for you to take your wife, even though she's your wife, and do something that she don't really want done.
I mean, I think my wife would tell me if she don't want dick in her butt. Like,
yeah, but
and then I think she won't return to me after I've done.
KT, to go. Are you missing what she's asking you? So once your wife says no and you do it anyway,
But that's not what happened, right?
That's what the woman is claiming that happened to her.
That she told him no and he keeps doing it.
Yes, that's the claim. That's what the whole. Okay. That's what the civil suit is for, and that's why she is not pursuing it criminally, right? Is because she knows that she did go lay down with him, but he took it to another level that she possibly she don't have to prove it in civil court. However, this is what her claim is. Whether it's right or wrong, or truthful or a lie, we don't know, but that's what her claim is.
No, like I said, when you insert the part of she said no, from what I understood,
it's on video. She said
she said like after they broke up, she had a bunch of complaints, and now that's what she's suing about. So they didn't
break up. They didn't break up, by the way. Like
that's even wilder, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying
that when they was dating, he did this to her. And there's the video.
Okay, you know what I got a question for KT. Was you here when BMU was explaining his situation that he had when he lost his virginity?
No, sir.
Okay, so the man, he came up, he said he was 12 years old, the lady was 40 something years old, damn near 50. Mm-hmm. And he walked in on her when she was naked, and she's like, "Oh," he said, "Oops, I'm sorry." And she said, "No, it's okay, baby. You want to touch if you can." And then they started to have a 5-year relationship, him piping down that lady. Was that lady a predator?
For sure.
Y'all niggas is crazy. Go ahead, Aaron.
It's a 12-year-old. I mean, I don't think a 12-year. No,
you said 20, didn't you?
Of age. You know, you
don't say 12 or 20.
It's okay. Go ahead, Aaron. This is crazy. Like y'all.
Did you say 12 or 20? Sir?
It don't matter.
It don't matter what the age was.
Go ahead, Aaron.
It sure does.
Wasn't there someone before me and after Bomb Cherry?
Yeah, we could let Tough Man go. Tough Man, what is your thoughts on this?
I have a lot of questions. Did you say 12 or 20?
It doesn't matter.
It sure does. One's a baby, one's
I
not.
just wanted to see the consistency, and KT to go. He have no consistency. Okay. That's all. So I just wanted to see.
I don't got consistency. How? What the hell?
So somebody else said something about that when he wanted to put it in her butt. Yeah,
that's her claim. Her claim is that she got SA. But so
how
she
long after that was she still in a relationship with him?
Right, so she had to prove that in court. So like, it doesn't matter if she stayed with him or not. We know people.
It sure does. See, that's what I mean. You're saying it doesn't matter a lot, right?
The reason why it doesn't matter, 10th man, is that we know that people will stay with somebody even though they're doing something criminally to them.
No. People will go back later on. That's why Weinstein is, I think that's his name, is getting a retrial, because people come back just like they did to Trump 30-something years later and say, "Oh, horrible things this person did to me, but I didn't say anything about it till now when it's advantageous." When people make false claims like that,
That's why I
Pardon me?
don't know why we try to put these things. This is an active relationship now.
Right.
They
So
started in 2023.
is there a video?
Why are we
Is
trying
there
to
video?
paint
Is
this
there a
picture
video?
that this happened? She waited till she was 50 to make these claims.
Is there
They
a
got a
video?
recording of them on the phone a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. So
Yes,
they're still in a
and yes,
relationship, you're saying?
and yes, Hotep, it is a video. I don't know why y'all can ask these questions that don't matter in the chat, and people will answer it. Yes, it's a video. That's what the whole case is about. A 10-minute video that she secretly recorded.
Okay. Right.
Go ahead, 10th man.
So she secretly recorded a video, but there's only one
video.
How long is this video? 10 minutes,
10
you said?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm very confused by a lot of the stuff you guys are saying. I have too many questions, but I'll try to make it fast.
Okay.
So is somebody up here trying to say, because it's what I understood, that an 18-year-old that dates a 50-year-old, that somehow that makes that 50-year-old a predator?
Correct.
And can you tell me why that would be?
Because people that are dating that big of an age gap, they are doing it for control, and they want to teach, and they want to have ownership of the relationship. They are not doing it for anything mutual.
So myself, my age gap's not that big, but see, the reason why I always went for younger people is because I don't want to deal with all your previous relationships and whatever went on there. I'd rather start with a fresh canvas and move forward, right? I'm not going to listen to you say, oh, my ex-boyfriend said stuff like that. As soon as you say something like that, done. You're gone. I'm not having any of it.
But the crazy part about it, you don't think that's a predatory statement.
No.
He's telling everybody he's a predator.
Hold on, but we gotta so this way people can hear it, right?
That's crazy.
So this way,
no, it's not predatory.
Right. So how big is your age gap?
A decade and a half.
15 years.
Yeah.
But
so how is that predatory? If that person is 25 years old, somehow I'm a bad guy.
No, but 10th man, the point that we're trying to help you understand, when you say, I want to mold a woman and I want to be able to have a fresh fresh canvas to do this, those are predatory statements, brother. I don't understand
you
how
because you're creepy. To you because you're creepy. You're
Okay,
putting your biases on me.
Okay, so now I got a question for you, tough man. So this way I can understand. If I have a daughter and some man 15 years older is dating my daughter, and I say, hey, what is it that you see in my daughter? What's your future? Why do you like my daughter? And he says, because she's a blank canvas, I don't want to deal with somebody else that has experience. Should I look at him as a predator?
How old is your daughter?
15 years age gap.
But what is her age approximately? 18, 20, 25?
Why does that? That's just it's a hypothetical. What does
Let's
it
say
matter?
40 and 18, 36 and 18.
Yep. Okay. And then you asked me what my intentions are with your daughter or whatever.
I'm taking it off of you, right? I'm asked this man, hey, why is it that you are attracted to my child? And he says, I'm attracted to your child because she's a blank canvas and she don't have no experience and I commode her. How should I look at that man? Should I not, as a father, look at that man as a predator?
Well, I'm not sure, but I would end that with she's a blank canvas, and then at the end of it, I would say, and it's none of your business, and you better stay out of my business.
It sound like a predator. Again,
Hold on.
Because who do you think you are putting your morals on me?
Hold on, tough man. I'm misunderstanding. So you're saying that's what that man said to the father of that child?
That's what I'm saying. Yep. Yep.
So
You're
yeah,
not here to have
tell
a
an
conversation.
18-year-old that the father should stay out the 18-year-old business is crazy.
No, out of my business.
No,
You've
but
got a problem. You go talk to your child. You say whatever you want to your child. But if you think you're going to roll up on me and tell me anything about what I do, you're crossing a line that you don't want to
so
cross.
hold on. Okay, hold on. So okay, that's fine. So what I asked you was, should the father look at that man as a predator? Is what I asked you. Not what
The father
not
should
what
mind
the
his own
father should.
business.
Hold on. So make sure we clear. I didn't ask you what the father should say to the man. I said, do you think the father should look at that man as a predator?
No, I think the father's the predator, thinking about who his child is in a relationship with. Because why is it your business? I want to understand why it's your. As soon as that child turns 18 years old, it's no longer your business.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
None of your business, unless you're paying that child's bills for the rest of their life. None of your business.
Right, and so that's where I guess we have a difference of agreement.
But we got to say this, Sharon, because this
Shit.
is important. This is what predators do. They want to separate you from your family. They want full control over you, and they don't want you to have any. They don't want your family to be involved because they want to take advantage of you. That's
So what you're advocating for is arranged marriage, then, right?
Yeah, that's fine. We can arrange marriages, but that doesn't have anything to do with the conversation. The problem is that it doesn't. It doesn't have. It doesn't
How many
matter.
times have you told me, dude?
Conversation.
I've never even talked to you before. You've told me that doesn't matter. That all you've done is discount almost everything I said, either because you just think being contrary makes you seem smart, or you don't have the mental capacity to actually have this conversation. We have a certain set of rules in society. Either we follow those rules, or the whole thing breaks down. It seems like you want to make special rules based on your morality.
No, what I want to do is have a clear conversation, not just muddy the waters.
But I'm not attacking you guys. You guys are attacking me.
No, we're not attacking you. We're attacking your point. That's why
you're calling me a predator.
No, you calling yourself a predator because you fit the description. So that's
at least 3 people up here have said that I'm a predator.
So hold on. This is the reason why I took it off of you, right? But you want to bring it back on you. That's fine. You fit the description, so now you want to put yourself in the box, right? That's fine. That's up to you. That's why I took it off you and said, amen. Came to a father. I even took it off of me, right? And I just asked you, what should the father think of that man? You turned the predator on the father that is being in concern of who his daughter dating, where in the majority, but maybe it's just a cultural disconnect. In majority of our culture, the people that I have conversation with, they want to be in their child's life and they want to have some kind of understanding of who their child is dating as much as possible.
And it seems like you want to control your adult child's life.
Right. And so and that's where the conflation is wrong at. So I do not want to control my my adult child's life. What I want to do is make sure she's in him in the best position possible where they are not being taken advantage of.
Right.
What does he demand? Does he have kids?
You cannot just trying to. It's okay. I don't know why we trying to change the subject again.
I still want that question answered.
Okay, we'll get to that question. And yes, he does have children. So
no, I do not. I'm a gay man and I've been married for 10 years to the same dude.
No, he asked about the kids to somebody else. So that's the thing, tough man. So that's why we are having a conversation. So therefore the father or a parent of children 18, 19, 20, they usually get to see they partners, boyfriend or girl, before they become serious. That's how it usually happens in traditional households.
That's why you came up here when I mentioned that guy had turned her around and took her booty hole. Is that why you came up here, Tent Man? Because you got turned on?
Chill, Bob.
Yes. Okay, I'll go with your nonsense. You seem like a really nice lady, but then when I say I'm gay, then that's all your mind can think of. So I'll just say yes. That's the booty hole is the reason why. Yeah.
Y'all crazy. All right. All right. It was just a little joke. All right. So I think anybody that is doing, especially 56 and 19, anything past 15 years. I don't know. I think 15 years, it depends, because if the person is 50 and 35, I don't know if I'll be able to call that predatory. You know, so that's where it gets a little, I guess, murky there. I don't know.
I'm just saying we have rules in society, and when you go around, I'm not saying this is what you're doing. I'm just speaking hypothetically, right? Is when we have people that go around and say those rules don't matter, I'm going to make up my own rules and then call you a predator because of my rules, of my set of morals that are outside of what society has come to the conclusion of as a whole. Well, all you're doing is just setting up a bunch of hurdles.
So my question is to you. So you don't think that a 56-year-old and a 19-year-old is predatory behavior?
No.
And the reason why you think that is because of the legal stance?
No, because I've met 60-year-olds that are dumber than some 19-year-olds, and I've met some 19-year-olds that are smarter than a lot of 60-year-olds. So,
but what's the normal rule? Do we think that 60-year-olds are smarter than 19-year-olds?
No,
on average. All right, so so you saying that because of intelligence, they should be able to date?
Sure. See, because this is the thing.
So it don't have nothing to do with. So I want to make sure I'm clear. So it had nothing to do with age. It had nothing to do with maturity. It's all about intelligence for you.
It has to do with both. Once they're 18, they're an adult.
Why is that?
Because that's what we've decided. So I'll explain to you.
So that's why I'm asking you. So you have an illegal standpoint.
I'll tell you how it works. Okay, so in Canada.
But before we move to how you tell me how it works, are we having a legal conversation because 18 is legal under the law? Is your argument?
Yeah, but even when 18 was, even though 18 is legal, by the time I was probably about 30, or so, maybe 30 something, or early 30s, I stopped really messing around with anybody under 23 because it is kind of like they're a baby, right?
That's fine.
That doesn't make somebody a predator.
You didn't make it clear yet. Are you having your stance strictly because it's legal?
Nope.
So you do have a moral standpoint.
Yeah, because do I have a moral standpoint? I don't know. I'd have to think about that. But so I'll explain something to you. So up until approximately 2009 in Canada, technically 14 was legal, just like France. All right. Then it got increased to 16. Technically 16 is still legal here in Canada, unless you're like in a position of authority, like a camp counselor or something like that. Then it's 18, right? But that don't mean that I'm going to go 16. That don't mean that I went 14 when it was legal, right? So I do understand where you guys are coming from, but you don't get to say just because somebody who's 50 gets with an 18-year-old that makes them a predator. They may be an opportunist, but that doesn't make them a predator.
But we can. Like this idea that you can impose your will on what we can and cannot say is crazy. And me and Sharon said, we going to draw a line in the sand and say if it's a 59-year-old with a 19-year-old, we going to call them a predator regardless if this man agree or not. We don't care if you agree. We don't need your approval.
Is the 18-year-old an adult?
It doesn't matter. It's still a predator.
See, all you say is it doesn't matter.
Because
if you can't answer the question, then you can't have a conversation.
No, the reason why is because you have an illegal argument about that person being adult, because we can say scientifically 19 to 25 you're adult because your brain ain't stopped growing.
I'm
right?
trying to find common ground.
This is why we are saying, this is why I want to make sure I'm clear, so this way the waters don't keep getting muddy, right? Because
what you're actually doing is asking me questions that I answer to back me into a corner, and then when I ask you one, you say it doesn't matter. This isn't a conversation.
And right, and so this
What
is
you're
the
doing is
problem.
you're trying to trap people into your game.
No, it's not about a trap. The problem is
Yes,
that
it is.
a lot of people just do not want to own up on their thoughts.
You're
So like,
playing a
this is
game.
why, hold on. This is why a lot of people believe that you are getting trapped, right? You are not getting
No,
trapped.
you're playing a disrespectful game.
No, what we want people to do is be able to hold their position. Your position is this. That is fine. Hold your position, and you can
But
make
you're
your
not
argument.
going to hold a position.
However, what we are
How
not
many
going to
times
do,
have you said it doesn't matter since I came up here? How many
because
times?
the reason why is because you are adding
because
things.
you will not have a real conversation like a genuine human being.
No, you asked the question. The
Yes.
reason why. So, and the
Is
reason
18 an adult? Yes or no?
Hold on. Legally,
let me guess.
yes.
It doesn't matter, right?
It doesn't. It doesn't matter, right? Because you having an argument about legality.
And if what I say doesn't matter, nothing you say matters.
About legality. So the problem
if what I say doesn't matter, then
Don't
nothing
have
you
credit,
say
Swan.
matters.
Don't have credit. I think I have.
Can you please?
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but if you want to have a real conversation, you don't get to say it doesn't matter and then go on a tirade explaining how I'm wrong. That's not how this works. Listen, sir. I saw you on a couple different shows.
Hold on.
I see your tactics. If you want to have a real conversation, we can. Otherwise, I control you. I don't want to do that.
Hold on. The problem is that you do not get to dictate what's a genuine conversation over me. You do not have.
Yes, I do. When you ask me a question and I answer the question, and then
you have to let me finish saying what I'm saying. You don't even realize that you are trying to control the conversation because you do not want to have a straightforward question, right? You don't want to be put in a box because you don't want to see who you really are, and that's fine because we could see who you really are. And so the problem that a lot of people have when they say you are trying to trap me into a box is because you don't want people to see for who you are. And there's a lot of people that think like whatever it is that you think like. And that's your issue. That don't have nothing to do with me because you feel like because we have a line in the sand. 50 and a teenager is a line in the sand.
None of your business. You are getting in between two adults and you still can't even answer the question if 18's an adult. This is very bad argumentation.
So, but our argument is not about if they are adults or not.
No, it's just based on whatever you feel at the time, right?
No, my argument is that it is predatory behavior because that 50-year-old wants to control the younger person.
Why does it have to be about control?
Because that's what the conversation is about.
No, that's how your mind goes. You think that I control my husband?
That I'm not talking about. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not talking about you and your husband and your dynamic.
So who are you talking?
I don't know you, and I don't know your husband.
So do you think we should believe all women?
Again, that don't have anything to do with the conversation. I do not believe that you just believe. So no. I just answer it because I don't know why you think that that's relevant to what we are having a conversation about.
Because I'm saying that number one, you're treating adults as infants, as children. You're sticking your nose in between two consenting adults' relationship.
Stop there.
And that means that you are sick.
Stop there. So can somebody take advantage? Can an adult take advantage of another adult?
No.
That's crazy.
That's the whole point of being adults.
Okay, and then that's where we disagree. So I believe that an adult can take advantage of another adult.
So the adult that's being taken advantage of has no free will. They don't have the right to decide. Just random people on the internet get to arbitrarily decide for them.
Right. So no, I'm saying that one person can absolutely take advantage of another person. And so therefore, even though they could be two consenting adults, one can absolutely be taking advantage of the other one and exploiting them for whatever they deem exploitative. Okay, so now that we have an understanding that adults can take advantage of adults, then maybe we can move the conversation forward.
Well, I disagree, but go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I
life would
think
say differently. So
I think especially if we look at trafficking in general, is adults taking advantage of other adults. So like that's just it's crazy. It's crazy that we believe once you become, if you go from the age of 17 to 18, then all of a sudden you can't be taken advantage of anymore. It's crazy. It's just a whole crazy toxic mindset that we think that.
as well, but we was able to break it down. So, and it goes to show who can really have a conversation, who can't, right? Who's a smart person, who's not, when you break things down. Welcome to the show, Aaron. Good day, sir. What is your thoughts?
Greetings, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, audience, people in the chat, and Mr. Sharon. Appreciate the hospitality. I think this is a question that really just boils down to what you base your judgment on, legality or morality. And with morality being subjective, it depends on the parameters you use to draw your moral distinctions, whether it's science, whether it's religion, whether it's law. In this case, I believe that morally he is a predator, and I draw my moral distinctions on scientific parameters. But it's possible for her to be a predator to him. Not in this case, but if he were a 54-year-old man that suffered from some kind of senility or was intellectually disabled and inherited this money, then she would be a predator in that she's taking advantage or exploiting an unfair advantage that she has over him. In this case, science says that she's not as mentally developed as he is, right? So all things being equal, that is the advantage that he has that he's using to exploit her, which is what the definition of predatory is: leveraging or taking advantage of someone through exploiting their weakness or an imbalance in advantage. And that advantage, to establish that advantage, you have to compare the sum of both weaknesses and advantages that both sides have. He has weaknesses in comparing the two. She is disadvantaged overall, right? So I think it just boils down to that. Now, whether you agree or disagree is up to you, but I place morality over legality, right? But I don't impose that on someone else. That's why we have laws, so that we can have a middle point where morals can be shared. But my personal judgment is morally based, and that's largely using scientific parameters. And in this case, he is a predator.
Right. And also, legality wise, there are laws, depending on which state you're in, that will make it illegal for him even being with her. Right? That's Romeo and Juliet laws. There's laws that says even if you are an adult, 18, 19, that the person who's dealing with you can only be 5 years, up to 5
Wrong.
years.
It's if you're under 18. Wrong. You're misrepresenting the rules and the
No,
law.
you are. Listen,
You are
different.
wrong,
I said
ma'am.
you are wrong.
Okay, you could.
Oh
let me clear this up. Hold on. Even if you believe she's wrong, let her finish her thought, and then you can have a chance to rebut it. Okay.
So let people
let her finish. Let her
give
finish.
mistruths.
Let her finish her thought, and then you could clean it up after she finished what she's saying. Yes.
Yes. Different states have different laws. That's why I said that. Right. For the majority of the U.S., it's not that way, but there are states where it is that way. That's what I was saying.
There is not one single state that regulates whether an 18-year-old can be with anybody at any age over the age of 18. Not one. Romeo and Juliet specifically is with reference to the age gap between somebody who is under the age of 18, that person can be a certain amount of years older than a 16-year-old can be with like a 19 or 20-year-old. You are completely incorrect.
Okay. And so
Pence man, I would like to ask you a question. Considering the narrative that I kind of outlined, would you at least agree that morally he would be considered a predator if those morals are drawn based on scientific parameters?
No.
So you don't believe that intellectually he is at an advantage?
No.
That's crazy.
So you think that the 19-year-old is smarter than Shannon Sharpe?
No, I'm saying that the 19-year-old just wants to get down. And if they're getting down, That's the end of the conversation. You guys are acting like that 19-year-old is being held in a basement, chained down there, and being used as someone to just use. That's not the discussion here. If that 19-year-old stays there, if that 19-year-old stays there of their own free will, those are two consenting adults. Even you having an opinion of it to voice to either one of them.
So tough man. So this is the problem that we have, right?
That wasn't the question.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with consent, or if they was chained up.
The question I asked was, do you? So 10th man. The question I asked was, do you think the man at 54 scientifically has a intellectual advantage over her being 19?
That was the question.
You don't think that a 50? So you think she is fully developed and has the life experience to be able to match his intellectual ability?
Yes, the same way as signing up for a credit card. Are you saying that the banks are taking advantage of 19-year-olds?
No, that's not.
Yeah, well, yes, potentially, yes.
Oh, so it's just because it's sex? Is that the reason?
No, because one is a relationship.
No, I'm just trying to understand. So the 19-year-old goes and gets $120,000 worth of student loans that they're never going to be able to pay off. You don't see that as predatoristic, but a dude having sex with a 19-year-old who's 50
yes, I do.
is.
No, I do.
Hold on.
No, I do.
Well, hold on. I got a
Hold
question.
on. Let him and Aaron. Do.
I do see that as predatory. Absolutely. See, I think what's happening here is maybe you're losing the complexity of the decision-making standard is where you have to draw that distinction. I mean, is someone developed enough to be able to operate a motor vehicle? Sure. The decisions are pretty simple there. But as the decision-making becomes more complex, more is required of your intellect.
So what specifically is required that the 19-year-old doesn't have? Could you explain that, please?
Yeah, well, when it comes to a romantic relationship, especially where sex is involved and that much money is involved, then yes, he absolutely has an advantage where he would be able to override her judgment using his intellect and lead her into directions that she naturally would not go if the playing field were equal. It's kind of like playing three-card Monte. You know what I don't know, which means you can shape my reality or shape my perception of reality to your advantage.
But being like, and this kind of what I'm getting at. I get, like you said from the beginning, morality is subjective. So I know that's why we're mostly arguing on this. But some things aren't subjective, right? Being smarter than people doesn't make you a predator. Like some things we add in here, it's like I get it, it's right in a certain sense, like what you're saying. But yeah, again, somebody being smarter than the next person. Then now we're saying Albert Einstein was a predator.
No. What I'm at? No, but
All right, so let me answer that.
You have to answer the question: if he were intellectually disabled, would she be predating on him for his money?
Yeah, if either one of them were, right? If either one of them were mentally,
right,
but
so
neither
that,
one of them are
so
mentally
that
disabled. That's the thing here.
So that solves it.
Well, maybe
intellect.
Maybe this will help me understand. K to go in 10th man Mike can help me understand. Do you feel like you're more intellectual now than you were 19, or you feel like you're at the same place?
Me?
No, he asked KT and Tough Man.
Yes.
Okay.
So KT, you believe that you still at the same intellectual standard at 19?
No, I believe I'm smarter for sure. You're smarter. It's not, but I wasn't an idiot at 19. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't stupid.
Okay, so 10th man, do you believe that you are smarter, or are you the same intellectual standard at 19?
I say I'm pretty much exactly the same. I was offered money many, many times by dudes when I was a teenager to do sexual things, and I never did it. So if I had have, would that have made? Hold on, if I had have accepted like $1,000 for a night with somebody, does that make them a predator if they're 50 and I'm 19?
The answer to your question is yes, but you're saying that so you've been the same intellectual, you haven't grew, in the last 20 years intellectually?
No. The only way I've grown intellectually since I was 19 is when I was 19, I believed that there were good people. Now I do not.
Well, I understand. I understand the problem is that you're not growing, so you think everybody else is stuck in that same position.
Right. Everybody else is wrong. You're right.
Either man, you missed an opportunity.
Yeah, Aaron, you got it.
So when you say that when you were younger, you believed that everybody was kind of okay, now you don't. That change is exactly what we're speaking to. It just so happens that at the time you didn't necessarily need the money. That wasn't a weakness for you that shaped your decision making.
No, I
what
was
I'm saying is someone that is intellectually superior. Hang on, one thing. Someone that's intellectually superior is going to be able to spot and identify the weaknesses they're dealing with to take advantage of them. In your case, when you were younger, that just was not a weakness that was formidable enough to sway your decision making. But someone that's intellectually superior to you would be able to spot whatever is influential to you to make your decision making wonky, right? But the fact that you already have a certain pessimism towards people is the exact kind of intellectual superiority that we're talking about. That's what's called naivety. Leveraging the naivety of youth is the intellectual superiority that takes the advantage of the youth. It's their naivety.
I disagree.
That's crazy.
Can you
I
articulate
agree.
why?
No, I agree with you. Fuck it. I agree. But again, I'm just saying I don't think being smarter than someone makes you a predator. That's all I'll say.
Right.
It's not that
But
I'm
K to
It's
go,
the way
what
how
you keep doing is trying to take one thing and say, hey, that one thing don't. But we take
yeah, because that's
everything
how a
and put it
conversation is,
together.
right?
Hello,
No.
like if we take him being 50 something years old and she's being 19, him leveraging his money to get her to do things that she typically don't want to do. Him being intellectually a lot smarter. If you take the whole picture, it equal predator. You can't just say that one thing
Yeah,
don't
that's
equal
what we got to
predator.
do, right? So when we say this is a woman who's already on OnlyFans trying to make her own,
Wow.
she's doing it in a manner that is a sexual manner already. This is on her own. She didn't even know, right?
Well, hold on. No.
So
Keep
with the
what you're saying.
OnlyFans,
Hold on. No. 1 second. Do you believe that you can't take advantage of sex
Stop
workers?
asking, can people be taken
No.
advantage of? Yes, everyone in this universe can be taken
Listen
advantage
to
of.
my question. Do you believe that a person can take advantage of a sex worker?
Anybody can be taken advantage of. That's not a question.
So
Then
why
why
do you
did you
keep
mention
bringing
it?
that
Yeah, I
up?
never said you're the one bringing it up. I didn't say nobody can be taken advantage of, did I?
Hold on.
I'm saying if
Casey,
you
so
if you
hold
think
on.
if you have the knowledge of something, right?
Hold on. So this is a problem that you, Afroner, was having with this whole bringing up the OnlyFans thing. And it's the reason
can I
why
address that?
and the reason why it doesn't matter is because you can still take advantage of a sex worker. You can still be a
Yes,
predator
I'm not
of
saying
a
you can't be
sex
taken
worker.
advantage
So
of.
this
I've said that
idea
every time.
because she's an OnlyFans is some kind of talking point to say that she was in it, that she deserves it or whatever. I don't know what is the point of bringing up the OnlyFans. It has no point.
Character. Y'all saying she's a naivety that doesn't know anything, right? This is what I'm trying to ask in the fair.
Hold on.
So when we saying you're sexually being taken advantage of,
Hold on. So what I'm trying to explain to you, her character has nothing to do with if this man was being a predator against her.
you're literally saying he's preying on her based on something, and as Aaron just said, you can only be a predator if someone's naive in this area. This woman is saying, "Give me $25,000 per cheek." Does this sound naive to you?
Yes.
Well, wait. Can it be said that the industry that OnlyFans exists in took advantage of her as well? That she's been predated upon by an industry?
Sure. Yeah.
So there you go. She probably is taken advantage of by the OnlyFans community into making decisions that would oppose her morals otherwise. She was lured in by some sort of false
nobody
reward.
said to put no gun to her head and say, join OnlyFans.
Yeah, but
No, that's not the only way to predate.
So that's the problem that we keep having with y'all. Y'all keep trying to say somebody. We are not saying because you're a predator that means you have to force somebody to do something. You could be
Yeah,
a
the threat of
predator.
life is
No,
not.
he was saying
You
how
could
she's
be a
been taken
predator.
advantage
You
of by
could be a
OnlyFans.
hold on. You could be a predator, and you could convince somebody to legally consent to what you want. It don't have to be a forced situation.
Right.
Do
Let
you
me also
understand
say
that?
this, right? You keep talking about her morals, but he knows she was on OnlyFans. He found her on OnlyFans, which means what about his morals? If you're
They're
gonna bring
terrible. I've said this from the
okay,
beginning.
so that means why would you keep bringing up hers, right? He knew
Because
who
when
he
you're
was
saying
dealing with.
predator, now what y'all leaving out is
He's a
somebody has to be the
predator.
victim. I'm
She
saying
is a
neither's a
victim.
victim. They were
You
both
can be a
predators, if
victim.
anything.
Her whole life, look, she could be a victim from the beginning. But y'all have nobody seen the video. None of us seen the video, right? Because he claimed he even did a little conversation, right? Telling everybody there's a video out there. He's trying to get ahead of it, but he knows what that video looked like. So
It's already out. It's 10 minutes long. They were just talking about it.
Oh, you saw it?
I haven't, but I'm saying it got to be out. Sharon and them was just talking about it.
So
Can we look at it this way?
You know what? That's a good one. The Venus flytrap. That is a great example.
That's exactly what the sex working industry is. It is a Venus flytrap for the weak of character, which would naturally make the sex worker industry a target-rich environment for predators.
Absolutely.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I agree. That's why I said I'm not saying
okay.
nobody.
So if you
y'all
agree,
keep
so
breaking
okay.
up
So
things,
now
whether or not they can be taken advantage
KT,
of.
before you start muddying the waters about saying things that is irrelevant. So therefore, you agree that her being a sex worker don't have nothing to do with Shannon Sharpe being a predator or not.
You kind of cut out for me for it on the last part.
So my husband's walking by right now, and I want you to hear what I'm saying.
So what I'm saying is her character doesn't have anything to do with Shannon Sharpe being a predator or not.
Yeah, sure. I've said this from the beginning. I'm not
okay. So stop bringing up her character.
I'm saying when y'all making her the victim is if anything
is,
what I'm arguing. They're both predators.
So this is what this is why you are double-minded. So yes, even though she's a sex worker, she could still be a victim. Yes.
Yes. I never said she couldn't, right?
Okay. So
have I ever once said she couldn't though?
Okay, so
don't
why
ever repeat that again?
Okay, so if that is the case,
so can
you don't need to
listen? Can two predators not? Even man, what you brought up earlier, he said if you catch a lion in the cage, was the lion still not a predator? Yeah, the lion's still a predator. But what you're leaving out is that you're the predator because you caught the fucking lion.
So again,
no, but to establish.
So therefore, it doesn't negate anything. Whether she was trying to be a predator and he's a bigger predator, it doesn't matter. It does not take away the fact that he is a predator.
Not again saying I'm not taking this away. Only reason I said I'm not calling him a predator because I don't know what happened in court. Now, if you're saying the predator case is built solely off him just being older than her,
so this is the problem that I have. So why muddy up the water with
weird.
something? Oh my God! So why muddy up the water with something that you don't know?
This sounds like we're talking about.
This sounds like you are protecting a man when you say, "Well, what about her being on OnlyFans?" When
I said, "What about her being the?" Y'all trying to
why
make
you
it
not
like
allowing me to
she's a
finish
victim.
talking? Why you not allowing me to finish talking? So again, regardless if she was attempting to be a predator, it doesn't take away the fact that he is a predator. So you bringing up her OnlyFans is irrelevant to the conversation of him being a predator by preying on 19 years old when he is 56 years old.
So where's the cutoff with and I'm really trying to not be disrespectful, but I'm trying really hard. What are the numbers that make me not a predator?
Well, that's not a fair question. And I say that because
I don't think it's fair for people to call me a predator because I have sex with an adult.
So allow me to attempt to answer your question. I'm not trying to troll you. What I'm saying is it's hard to answer your question because, like I had stated before, in order to establish who's at an advantage and a disadvantage, you have to take a summation comparison of their individual weaknesses and strengths. And an age number alone is not enough to usurp and or to decide who's at an advantage when other factors come into play, like senility, like intellectual disabilities. Something like that enters the picture, and it will throw the age argument out the window. But if all things are considered equal, and the age is the only thing you're using to make a distinction, then I would say within the decade is probably a fair enough number, no matter where you are on the age scale. And that's only speaking outside of being fully developed. Once you cross the threshold of not being fully developed, the standards change. Again, too many variables to answer such a finite question.
I just want to say something. I want to say something. The tip man was correct, right? I thought that she's 19 now, which means they were dating for a while back, which made her about 17. But no, they started dating at 19. That's why I mentioned the Romeo and Juliet law, because I thought she was under.
Yes, 18. What
so
it is.
So you're right, and I was wrong. No, I had an age wrong, y'all.
It's a little more intricate than that. So what it actually is, for Romeo and Juliet laws, the person who is the older person would have to have, as far as I'm aware, would have to have been underage at the time when they were dating. So a 17-year-old and say a 13-year-old, for instance, or 14-year-old. Then he becomes 18, and the age gap is within that amount of years. So that makes it Romeo and Juliet, because when he becomes an adult, he gets to take that relationship into adulthood, even though even though the younger person is not an adult yet. That's what Romeo and Juliet means.
Or if she was 17 and this 30-year-old trying to date her, he would be
not
in
acceptable.
trouble.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's what. But I thought she was under 19 when they started dating. So I was incorrect about that. Good.
Okay.
And if I can real quick, I just want to say that, and the only thing I really want to respond to and say is I agree with you for the most part, right? But again, when I use the definition, I'm not going off of how I feel. The word has a definition. The words we use, like I told Sharon earlier, the key thing everyone's skipping, it does say exploit, but it says ruthlessly exploit. That is what a predator is. I do not see the ruthless exploitation of this young lady. That's the only reason I'm saying I don't.
She said she was SA. What do you mean?
Yeah, and took me to civil court.
So let's work with a clear definition. What is ruthless?
I mean, again, we could use the definition. I wouldn't want to give you my.
I would say disregard of the other's well-being.
Yeah,
right.
Of that nature.
The civil court, that's what's illegal about it. That's the legality, right? Y'all claim y'all wanted to be about legal, so she using the legal route.
Listen, I could take you to court right now, voluntary, the civil court. Anybody can do that.
Okay.
It's not a criminal court, because when the criminal court, now you got to build the case. You got to get the evidence.
You got to get evidence in this court too. She got to
not civil court. No, you really don't.
No, she does.
You can't, but you don't.
Oh my God.
Yes, you do.
I don't know why y'all keep trying to muddy up the waters for men. It's insane to me. Marcus and Castillo with the $2. This narrative makes y'all part of the problem. Shake my head. 100.
I need to ask you a question, host, sir.
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying. Listen, I know you don't know me. This is what I do. The 10th man says things that other people won't say. So you said that you would, and I'm not trying to trap you. I'm just trying to understand. So you said that you would advocate for arranged marriage, right?
I don't have no problem.
That's what I asked you.
Yeah, I don't have no problem.
That's what I asked you.
Yeah, I don't have no problem with it.
So then, a 19-year-old man and an 18-year-old woman in an arranged marriage. The man is very rich. She came from a farm. She doesn't know nothing about the world. She just knows that when she grew up, her mother always said she'd have a great man and she'd be Cinderella. You don't see that as she's being taken advantage of?
No.
So then that's what I mean. I can't have a realistic conversation with you if you can't see that is absurd.
That an 18 and 19-year-old being together?
No, because if that girl knows nothing about the world, she grew up on a farm, only people she ever knew were her two parents. That's the situation I set up. This guy's 19 years old, ultra rich from the big city. He just knows he's going to get some sweet vajayjay. That's all he, and then he just marries her because it's an arranged marriage. And you're saying that that's not taking advantage of her, but a 50-year-old and a 19-year-old is. That's absurd.
Right, because the 19 and 18, they had the same mental capacity. That's number one.
No, they don't.
Number
Because
two,
she grew up on a farm, he grew up in the city.
Number two, the parent is choosing that man because hopefully I would assume that those parents have some kind of character value that they want, not just because he's a rich man and that he just wants some of the JJ. So arranged marriages usually don't work because just because the man is rich and he wants some of the J's, because she actually believes that that young man comes from a decent family and he's going to take care of said child. So again, I think you're way off base with what you're saying.
And I think that you're evil for believing that.
Okay. I think arranged marriages might be a great idea in this climate that we have, right? Where young people don't know how to get together, don't know how to speak to each other. Maybe their parents get involved. We get to know the person my child will marry and their family, right? And I realize their family is very family oriented like my family. And we hope that when they get together, they'll have a good life together and create their family. I think it's a good idea.
I find this weird though, because we've already had arranged marriages and the parents chose older men specifically for the younger.
No, that's not true. That is not true. Y'all only know about those instances where these old men, right? And you talk about in Africa, but that's
no, I'm
not
talking about America. Like,
yeah, but that's
I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's really wrong with y'all men. It's clearly it's not even yo, there's something wrong with y'all mentally,
you
bro.
saying arranged marriages? I'm just saying they've already happened, right? Am I
And
wrong?
also, it's also been proven that arranged marriages last longer. They don't end in divorce. So, like,
exactly.
Y'all the ones saying we should have freedom of choice. Well, you don't get freedom of choice when your parents say, "Hey, little girl, I'm gonna give you this grown ass man because he can."
Right.
Give
So
you this,
what are you talking? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
It's not really. I mean, that's because that's what arranged marriages were. You weren't just giving your
I don't
daughter
understand.
away for free.
I do not understand why so many men cannot hear themselves that you are not having a clear thought.
Well, I think you can't clearly respond, and now you're just claiming I don't have a clear thought because I'm being very specific, concise on the same thing. But you're not answering. Didn't we have these arranged marriages before already in America, right?
No.
I see the direction you're going, right? But what you're failing to realize, even in an arranged marriage, there's still a competent intellect that is representing has their best interest in mind.
Right.
Where the decision-making ability comes from is inconsequential. As long as it's set up to best serve the party getting married and is competent to the opposing party. In which case the parent, the father, would be the intellect representing the child.
Yeah, but we stopped that in America because it was proven that with that supposed to be what happened, that wasn't what was happening most of the time.
Oh my God, this is what we said. So you do understand? Oh my God, we understand. Do y'all understand that we know that nothing is 100% accurate? I do not know why y'all keep finding the most lowest common denominator to try to prove a point. In majority sense, in generality, is the conversations that we are having. So I do not understand why y'all try to find that one thing, the one exception to the rule to prove
that
y'all
was an
point.
exception.
You didn't even. It is an exception.
No arrangements. Most of the time, you went to an older person.
No, that's not
true. This is what we keep trying to tell you. First of all, in arranged marriage, you still have a say so and say, I don't want to marry that person.
That's a fact.
Right.
So yeah. The forced conscription is not allowed under arranged marriage. If she says hell no, unequivocally, then dad's got to regroup and redirect.
So therefore, y'all just don't know what y'all are talking about. And this is what I'm talking about, just muddying the waters for no reason.
Yeah, nobody said you couldn't say I don't want to marry this person. I'm saying this already happened
So
without the
stop. So
construct,
don't
without
even
the
bring up. All
construct of
right.
them
So
saying you
don't
have to
muddy.
marry
So
this person, and it failed.
again, y'all think y'all are saying something intellectual, but you are just muddying the water.
No, I'm saying the truth. If muddy in the water is saying the truth, it is what it is.
But you're not telling the truth, because
So where did I lie? Just tell me that.
when you say
You
when
lied. Oh
Go
my
ahead.
God.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mom.
No, go ahead.
Oh my God.
I think the reason why the reason why they think they're muddy in the water is because the context of the conversation is to define what a predator is, and the example you're presenting doesn't define a predator. Even if it did, it would be a very, very loose definition, and that's only under a certain set of circumstances. I think that's
I
why
mean,
they're
like I
saying you're
said,
muddy in the water.
I said what the definition of predator is. It's ruthless exploitation. So that's what I'm saying. Again, I don't, and even beyond that, I didn't bring up the whole thing about arranged marriages. You know what I'm saying? They moved on to the next thing before I did that. So I was just it's not me changing the subject or something.
1 second.
So let's study that. Let's study that. Ruthless exploitation. Ruthless meaning without concern for the well-being of the other person. But isn't that inherently what exploitation is? It's to seek an advantage by exploiting a weakness in the other person. I mean, it wouldn't be exploitation if the other
Yeah, I was about to
person's
say, I don't
well-being
think
were
seeking
taken into
advantage
consideration.
would be considered exploitation, right? I'm saying it can be, like how y'all keep saying, like, you know, you can be taking advantage. No, I understand that. I'm saying, but that's not in generality, as we were saying, that's not typically what it is. Like just saying somebody getting
So you
advantage.
saying? Okay, hold on.
The
So
modifier.
let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. You think a 56-year-old man that is taking advantage of a young girl just for how tough men say for his vajayjay? You saying that man is not being ruthless?
That's what I'm saying. Taking advantage where?
Because he don't have no pity or compassion for the person. All he want is the vajayjay, and that is it.
He goes with her. That's what y'all were just arguing. He still goes with her.
I'm actually. So therefore, if he just wants the vajayjay, that means he has no compassion.
I mean, if he just wanted the vajayjay, I think he'll be gone year one, right?
Okay, this is what I'm saying with the money world. Why you cannot answer the question? If he just want the vagina, would take away that he has pity for the person or compassion for the person? Correct? Because he just want the vagina. He don't have no.
It takes it all away. You're right.
Okay, so therefore it makes it ruthless. That's the definition of ruthless.
But you're lying because he doesn't just want the vagina. He's already got that, right?
What?
Well, you said
he already got it, right?
Hold on. See, this is what I'm saying about muddy in the water, right? So now you're saying because he wants a vagina on a consistent basis means that
you just said all he wants is the vagina. None of us knows this. You made this stipulation.
Oh my God!
That's why he's taking advantage of it, right?
So this is the problem. Like y'all cannot answer questions. I don't understand what's the problem. If he just want vagina out this woman, he's paying her whatever he's doing. He just want the vagina. He has no compassion for that person, correct? Because he just wants the vagina.
I just said yes, but is that what's happening in the situation?
There. Okay, so therefore, now that we understand that is the definition of ruthless.
Okay, is that what's happening in the situation?
Yes, he doesn't care about the young lady.
So why is he still with her?
What does that? Why again? So this is why I'm saying this is muddy in the water. What does him continuously wanting vagina from her got anything to do with it?
Because again, it doesn't make sense. If you're saying all he wants is the vagina, right?
Yes.
Then he's got the vagina, right? So mission accomplished, right?
Okay.
You're a millionaire. We're talking about how he got the advantage because he's a millionaire. Somehow you say you can't get other pussy? Is that what we're getting at? I don't really get it.
Okay, so you're saying that because he wants it more than once, that means that he has compassion for her?
I'm saying when you
please
say
answer that question. Please
pussy,
answer the question when I'm asking you. Does that mean because he wanted more than once that he have compassion for her?
Well, yeah, based on what it depends on the situation. You're making a lying situation.
I'm asking you a question. Stop. This is what. Okay, so this is what I mean by muddy in the water. You cannot.
Can we calm down just for 1 second? I want to ask.
So can you show anywhere in this list? This is the last thing I'm gonna say. Show anywhere that it says all he wants. Even she's not making that
claim. You can understand what you are doing, because maybe you don't understand what you are doing. When you cannot answer the question, you said maybe this and maybe that. That
no,
is
I did.
muddy
I
in the
clearly
water.
said that. Yes, that's taking advantage of something.
This is crazy.
Sharon, may I? Because I mean, it's,
oh my God.
it's quite simple.
Not for him. It's not simple.
Well, agreed. And so
if
I
it's
think
that simple, please just answer, Mr. Aaron.
Well, no, right. It should be easy to make it simple. So, what's the question, Sharon?
The definition of ruthless, right? It means that you have no compassion for the other person. So just because the person is continuously having sex with somebody doesn't mean that all of a sudden they have compassion. Simple.
All right. So that's a yes or no, gentlemen.
Right.
Yeah, and I said no. But again, the thing I'm saying,
Don't butt again. You cannot butt anything. That's muddy in the water.
Well, no. What's the butt? And then we can clean it up. Because I mean, if it doesn't match, then we can clean it up.
Jesus, stop saying "but" every time you agree with me.
If the answer is no,
one part of this I agree with. Again, please answer the question though. Where did anyone besides you insert that all he wanted was pussy, and that's being like that's what I'm saying. You tried to make it he's ruthless because all he wants is pussy, but you're the only person that ever said this. She's not making that claim. So he's not making that claim.
No, we can answer that. So that's a presupposition that we're operating on, and there's no evidence to suggest otherwise. That's the only thing. I mean,
look, if we just say that, I'm great with that. That's all I'm saying. He's trying to make an argument to me that he's definitely ruthless because this is definitely what happened. That's all I'm saying.
He's ruthless because she's accused him of SA, dude. Why you want to piece everything into little pieces and ignore most of it? She is accusing him of using her and sexually and abusing her sexually. That's her.
Based on the information we have, that's the only distinction we can draw from. I mean, if you have further information, present it.
I mean, she's still with him.
We can
I don't
agree
know how.
That's all we
Even
know.
if we were saying this is the claims, but she's still with him. Currently still fucking with this mother. And that sounds.
You mean today?
Y'all.
No, that's not true.
So you think as long as somebody has Stockholm syndrome, that person cannot be a victim.
Now we're making Stockholm syndrome arguments.
Yes, I want to hear. I want to see where is your
no Stockholm syndrome.
Your thoughts at, right? It's a different topic. So this way we clear. As somebody that has Stockholm syndrome, they are staying with their abuser. Would you say that person that is staying with their abuser that they're not getting abused?
No, you have Stockholm syndrome.
Okay, so now we get back to that point. Now we can say that just because I got you, man, you'll be able to jump in and you can be able to muddy the waters in a second. So now when we are talking about this young lady, just because if they are still in a relationship doesn't mean that he did not take advantage of her. It does not mean because they still together that he was preying on her. It doesn't mean that. So don't bring that into the conversation where it has nothing to do with if he's preying on her or not.
Yeah, the conversation would be better if you wouldn't bring in. You just brought this outside thing in, right? Where you keep saying
because that's not what Stockholm syndrome
that's
is.
what's happening. And all I'm saying is let's just stick to what we do know for facts, right? Like that's all I'm saying. You're now bringing up Stockholm syndrome,
domestic violence,
something nobody's been talking about.
Domestic.
Hold on. Do you understand again? So do you understand the overarching point where I was trying to connect it, right?
Yes,
hold on. You cannot say yes and then hold on. Hold on. Can you please hold on while I am talking? I do not understand why y'all just try to overtalk. It doesn't make sense. So if you understand my overarching point, don't go to the definition of Stockholm syndrome. You understand that it has nothing to do with if he is being a predator or not, because they are still in a relationship. He can still be a predator while they are still in a relationship.
Yeah, agree. I've been saying again, but this is not what's happening.
Don't. Why you keep saying but?
Can we stick to what's happening? Not if it can. Well, it could happen. Well, I agree with that. It could happen. But we're saying now we're throwing Stockholm syndrome out to say, well, this is how it could happen, but that's not something in this situation. Even with you, Bomb, I just
explained. Hold on, please. This is annoying me. I just explained why I introduced Stockholm syndrome, and you still trying to be harping in on the Stockholm syndrome, which is weird. And you agreed with it. This is why.
No, because you're bringing things up again. You're not saying, listen, if we're talking about if the sky is red or right. Listen, you think that what you're saying is more, right?
Do you believe that what you're saying is more important than what I'm saying?
I'm asking you a question. No, at this point.
All right, so why you interrupted me while I'm talking?
You stopped and then I started talking, then you hop back in.
I did not stop. I was talking, and I'm telling you that I'm
break. All right, my bad.
And you're doing it right while I'm talking again. What we know is that a 56-year-old man was with a 19-year-old. First of all, that is predatory behavior. It doesn't matter if they still together or not. It's still predatory behavior. So I do not understand why we adding all these other things into the conversation that has nothing to do with him being a predator. It doesn't matter if she has an OnlyFans page. He's still being a predator. It doesn't matter if she's still with him. He is still being a predator. That is the point.
I disagree. So just want to rattle off a couple things here. First, not coming at you. Just want to explain that Stockholm Syndrome is not what you said. Stockholm Syndrome is when a person sympathizes with their captors when they're against their will being held. The term was coined from Stockholm, Sweden, under those circumstances where the captors that were held sympathized with their captors. All right, so that you can't say you can't say Stockholm Syndrome because unless the person was a captor, right? Secondarily, the other lady mentioned domestic violence. I was driving.
Well, that's wrong. But go ahead.
Yeah, that was.
I was driving. No, that's what Stockholm Syndrome is. So I was driving.
No, but but that's not the application is wrong. Go ahead.
The radio ad said that raising your voice to your spouse is domestic violence. Right? So
it can be.
I'm so sick of this nonsense.
Be married for it to be domestic violence, though. So let's skip the noise.
No, you don't have to be married.
Exactly.
I'm saying if you yell at your spouse, that's domestic violence. I'm so sick of the nonsense.
I don't care.
Okay, hold on, please. So do you understand what battery is?
Yes, but
right,
it's
so
different state by state. But go ahead, go with your what you want to say.
Right. So if you yelling at somebody in a certain way, that could be considered battery. So yes, it could be all right then. So therefore it could be domestic violence. I don't understand what's the problem.
Pussy. So I don't mean to swear TOS or anything, but
go with the laws.
I'm so sick of people not wanting to be responsible for their own actions and then watching people on the internet go, oh, they couldn't do, oh, those poor people. How about people take some responsibility? If you can't handle me raising my voice at you in a relationship, maybe you need to shut up then.
So, man, I ask you a couple questions.
Right, that's fine. So what we're saying is that just because both parties could be a predator, it doesn't negate that the other one is a predator. It doesn't. And I don't understand why that's so difficult to understand.
I just wanted to address sorry.
It's weird to me. I don't understand. Now we understand if you screaming at somebody in a certain way, you can be that is a battery. That's why it's
good.
Called
Then you need to leave.
That's why
the
it's
relationship.
That's why it's
immediately.
That's why it's called assault and battery. So
I don't leave the relationship.
That's fine. That's morally what you feel like. So you could go ahead and advocate for screaming should not be considered battery. That is up to you to go ahead. You could go ahead and fight for that.
So she can cheat on him or have a baby by another guy, and then he yells that it's domestic violence. F that.
Yes.
So majority of people are not going to agree with you that
she can make him pay child support for 18 years, and then he raises his voice for a kid that isn't even his, and then he raises his voice and it's domestic violence. F that.
Yes.
Right. That's fine. That's up to you. That's fine.
People not taking responsibility for their actions.
That is fine. That is fine. But nobody's going to agree with you. It's fine. Nobody cares.
Good. And then you wonder why young men don't want to be in relationships when this is the criteria that you guys are setting out for them. Oh, the woman can go cheat on you. You pay child support for 18 years on a kid that's not even yours, and you raise your voice and it's domestic violence. Yeah, you know I'm right. That's why you can't let me talk, right? Do I interrupt you? No, I don't, ma'am, because you don't like the truth. So you got to talk over me, right?
Hold on. So the thing is this, that so it's also the other way around. The woman can battery him and he can leave. So it's not that it's a one-sided thing. It is the law. So therefore the man
No.
Hold on.
Wrong.
You went on a
You're saying
bullshit
things
rant.
that are wrong.
Hold on. So again, if the woman is screaming and yelling at him, he can leave as well.
He can't leave the 18 years that he doesn't know that that's not his child. He's been paying child support and raising for, though, right? But she can.
Okay, so but it doesn't matter
And then he can't raise his voice.
Now you added. So I don't know who this person is that you're talking about that got falsified.
It seems like that the other person's not responsible for their actions, right?
What I'm saying to you is this: majority of people are not fathering children that ain't theirs unknowingly. It's not the
actually, there was a study, and it's like 18%.
That's
right,
not majority.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So therefore, it is not the majority.
Millions of people.
That's fine, but it's not the majority. Again, when we are talking,
okay, well, the majority ruled that 18 is legal. So you calling people a predator that are having sex with somebody who's over the age of 18 makes you disingenuous, makes you a bad person because you want to use the majority when it advantages.
Hold on, relax. The problem is we are not talking legality. You the only one that's trying to make it a legal standpoint because you are not a moral person.
And you didn't say anybody. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And that's why you want to keep talking about the legal situation about the whole thing. And we understand that. As a lot of immoral people try to use legal shit for reasons why they
you're wrong. You know you're wrong. That's why you keep muting me. You know you're wrong. You can't argue properly. You're terrible at this.
Why are you attacking women if you love men?
Terrible at this.
Be the man lover that you are.
Okay, so here's the thing. So the thing is that
you're terrible at this. You're lying to yourself.
I understand that you believe that what you say is the truth, but it is not.
Everybody can see it right here and now. You go with the majority when it advantages you, and then when it doesn't, you say it's irrelevant. When people ask you questions, you say that doesn't matter. You are not a genuine person.
Okay, so hold on. So 10 man, you believe that paternity fraud has anything to do with this subject of Shannon Sharpe being a predator? This is crazy.
Because that makes her a predator, but you don't see it that way, right?
He told you he's gonna be
okay, so now is this lady faking a child on Shannon Sharpe?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. You talking about the situation specifically where he did her in the butt?
I'm right. So do you understand? Do you know Shannon Sharpe is?
No. I mean, I've heard the name, but I don't know the exact situation.
All right, so how you having a genuine conversation when you don't even know who or what the story we are talking about?
So let's edify.
We're talking about generalities here.
And right, in general, a 56-year-old man dealing with a 19-year-old person, or a 56-year-old person dealing with a 19-year-old person, whether it's a man or woman, is a predator.
You're missing something.
Is Jada Pinkett Smith a predator?
Yes.
Yes.
Wrong.
That's fine.
Wait. That's what I say. You're missing.
So you got a guy who's a rapper as a career. He's like 6 something. I'm looking at his picture right now. Right.
He wasn't a rapper.
Completely consensual as adults.
We are not talking about
consensual adults.
We are not talking
23
about
and 48. Consensual adults.
Okay, so what do consent got to do with her being a predator? Is it a law that says that?
Because that's the beginning and the end of it.
No, it's not. So hold on. Is it a law that says somebody is a predator?
Yes. Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
What the law says about a predator? How can you get locked up for being a predator?
For messing with somebody underage.
That's not a predator. That is called something else.
No, that's specifically a predator.
No, that's called statutory rapist. It's not called.
That's why it was called predator catchers. That's why a lot of the registries are called predator registries, things like that.
No, it's not called that.
The act of committing statutory rape is a predatory act. You're predating on a weaker person because of a perceived advantage that you have.
Right,
that
but
the law defines as a discrepancy in age.
Okay, that's fine. Right. So now we understand that. So you have to do something, then they would say that act is predatory, right? So that's fine. But it's no law that says, hey, this is a predator. There's no law that says that.
Right.
It doesn't define it as such, but the act is predatorial.
Okay, so now we understand that. So now we can call somebody a predator if they're doing predatory things, even if it's legal or not legal, because we can.
Yes, the act is predatorial, whether it's moral or legal, legally adjudicated. It's still a predatory act.
Okay,
because
so
there's
now
a disadvantage being exploited. Yes.
Okay, so now we understand that. So now we can go ahead and have the conversation for us. So now, Tough Man, you cannot use the law as your way to say somebody is a predator or not, is what the conversation is.
Well, the law would strawman the argument that you're making, Sharon.
It doesn't matter. But we going by definitions, and it's okay.
Yeah,
that's information, right? So therefore, you have to say that person is a statutory this. You cannot say, "Hey, we are going to prosecute you as a predator."
Yes.
The judge would say,
yeah, but what you're saying is irrelevant, sir.
Under what law? So again, so the man is a predator because he's taking advantage of somebody because of his, and he's taking advantage and he's exploiting her. He's doing it ruthlessly, and this is why we call him a predator. And you cannot prove otherwise, and it is okay. And that's maybe because you see yourself as him, so it's okay.
I can prove it, but you don't allow a person to speak long enough to even get 2 sentences out because you're disingenuous.
You've been speaking a lot up here.
Okay, so here's the problem. So y'all think that y'all could just say whatever the fuck y'all want to say, and you can't. Stop trying to paint me into something that I'm not. If you're not going to be able to have it, because I don't do it to you. I allow y'all to talk, and even though y'all not talking to the subject, I still try to allow y'all to say something to bring it back, and y'all can't. And then y'all try to blame me for it because I could point it out. You're just not as smart as you think you are. Whoever told you was smart, they lied to you.
Big time.
And it ain't my fault.
You cannot put people in categories like predator with arbitrary criteria that are based situation by situation. That makes you the arbiter of what is good and what is not. You do not have that right. You have no right.
So here's where we could take that apart. It wouldn't be arbitrary if it weren't for the fact that there are some scientific parameters used to make the distinction. Arbitrary means just a decision made for the whim of one's own, thoughts and mind. But if you're using an established scientific parameter to prop up your judgment, then it's no longer arbitrary. You may not agree with it, but if your morals are based in science, then the distinction is clear, not arbitrary.
So is a person who's mentally ill at a disadvantage, like you guys were describing in a relationship?
Yeah, intellectual disability would make you would make her the predator, even because that usurps the disadvantage of the age discrepancy.
Yeah. So then, if a dude is a chubby chaser and they're both 20 years old, but she's obviously mentally ill because she's 450 pounds, then he's a predator.
No, because it depends on if her intellectual disability impedes her ability to make a judgment. So no, it's not arbitrary. Let me answer your question. Because she's 450 pounds, does that denote an intellectual disability?
Yes, she's mentally ill.
No.
Wow.
How? Wait, no, how?
The same as somebody who cuts themselves or does any kind of has pica in each coach cushions. That's a mental illness.
So you're saying a lack of discipline when it comes with regard to one's dietary standards is a mental illness?
Is eating coach cushions a mental illness?
No.
Is what?
Hold on.
You don't think
a lack of dietary discipline?
That's what I mean.
Hold on.
Tough
Man, hold on. Can you please answer a question before you ask the question? Are you saying somebody that cannot have a discipline of eating, is that
an intellectual disability found in the DSM-5?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Okay.
It is, yes.
No. Let's go down that path. Let's assume it is. Does that intellectual disability impede the judgment that she uses when selecting a mate?
That would be based on your arbitrary standards, wouldn't it?
No, not my arbitrary standard. I'm talking about based on your knowledge of the DSM-5. If you have the knowledge of the DSM-5 to make a distinction that someone who's overweight because of undisciplined eating habits, if that's an intellectual disability, then you should have the ability to articulate whether or not that intellectual disability impedes her ability to select a mate.
Then you need
It's
to do
not
the
arbitrary.
same
It's
thing
very
and show
scientific.
me where the hold on, and then you need to show me where it's written that a 19-year-old is at a disadvantage in the same way as you just asked me to the 50-year-old.
No, but I will, but please answer mine first since I asked you first.
Yes, that would be a mental illness. Yes.
No, but does it impede her ability to select a mate?
Yeah, because not everybody's a chubby chaser. It would actually lower her ability and the amount of people that would be interested in her.
No. Wait.
Automatically, she's at a disadvantage, right?
No. You're conflating things. Not everyone's a chubby chaser is inconsequential. She's not the chubby chaser.
Arbitrary.
She's the one. No. Slow down, please. I'm having a genuine conversation with you. Right? And we're trying to establish some definitions here so we can maintain a genuine conversation. She's not the chubby chaser. She's the one being chased. She's also the one that you allege has an intellectual disability, as evidenced by her weight. What I'm asking you is, does that intellectual disability impede her ability to select a mate? She's not the one that's a chubby chaser. She's the one being chased. So you can throw that out.
For the third time, yes. For the third time, yeah.
How? How does undisciplined dietary standards, which you claim to be an intellectual disability, how does that influence the way someone selects a mate?
Everything.
I'm asking you to not be arbitrary but scientific.
Hello, y'all forgot what this man said when he first came up here? He said he's gonna have a conversation, and if he feel like he's gonna start trolling you. And y'all really trying to have a real conversation with this man. He done met your chubby chaser, and y'all still trying to make it seem like he having a real. He don't even know who Shannon Sharpe is. He don't know anything about nothing. He just up here.
Well, I'm asking him to not be arbitrary and to actually be scientific, since these allegations he's making aren't arbitrary.
He's trolling.
I'm actually not trolling, and I'm new to this channel. I think I found you guys through Angry Tomato or Raging Tomato. And the way that you're going about this, dear, is the same way my co-host used to.
We don't give a fuck about your co-host. You don't know who I am. So we don't. This is Ron channel. I'm gonna let him do his thing. But you don't want to play with me because I'll troll your ass back.
All right, come on, man. Please don't call her that. Please don't call her that.
What did he call me?
All right, that's not necessary.
What did he call me? I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
No, he didn't call you anything because
it's okay.
Oh, it's better unheard.
He didn't call you anything. Nothing of any consequence or importance. Right? So I'm asking you to be a gentleman and have a genuine conversation. So the best way to do that is to leave out the ad hominems. Can you make that arbitrary or that inarbitrary statement?
I will have this conversation with you.
You won't?
But
Okay.
This is how you don't get new people on your channel when you allow people to steamroll people like this. All right.
I'm not trying to steamroll you. I'm asking you a question and allowing you to.
This lady. Yes, I believe that
you're talking to me.
Puts them at a disadvantage for the fifth time. For the fifth.
All right, but you're talking to me, and the disadvantages that you're under is why I'm answering your questions. Okay? Because I don't want you to be at a disadvantage. So can we roll with that?
It puts the person at a disadvantage. You've asked the question time and time again. I've answered the same way every.
Say it again.
You asked, is the fat girl who's 450 pounds, does that somehow affect her relationship decisions? Yes, just as much as the arbitrary standards that I am hearing up here between a 19 and a 50-year-old. Yes, exactly the same. It's my opinion, and if you want to argue against my opinion, you have to come with facts, not feelings, or else I get to also use my feelings to justify my points.
Understood. So I'm not arguing against your opinion, but the fact that you're making your opinion the forefront of your argument is arbitrary in nature because it's your opinion.
The same as yours.
But I'm not making an opinion. I'm giving you facts.
What is the fact?
I told you that my morality in this particular case is scaffolded upon scientific parameters. I make distinctions based on scientific parameters. And in her case,
so explain it.
At 19, she is not fully intellectually developed like he is.
And you just get to make that decision.
No, I mean, my wife works in mental health. She has a degree in behavioral health. I've volunteered and worked a lot in the mental health community. I'm no one's psychologist, so I'm not an authority on the issue. I'm not presenting that as the case, but I'm well enough versed in the DSM-5 to know that a 19-year-old is not fully mentally developed.
Hold on,
full
the
maturation
DSM-5
of the
has
brain.
nothing to do
Slap
with
the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
So it's gonna be $20 for you to come back. Man, somebody said, "Hey, shout out to Bridget M with the 20 bucks. Said, can we clean up the combo and drop 10th man?" Hey, Aaron, don't you find it interesting how they try to blame you for something that they are doing?
No, I don't concern myself with those things. I mean, like that just highlights a shortcoming or weakness in them.
That shit is crazy. Like they keep trying to say somebody doing something to them that they are actually doing. It's weird to me.
Yeah, I don't follow the illusions and delusions of others. I just stick to
the narrative paint is insane to me. Welcome to the show, the beautiful MJ. How you doing? Conversation with MJ.
Hey, Sharon, everybody. Listen, I was tripping a few minutes ago. I was like, this can't be real. We correlate in a lack of discipline with having a mental illness, because if that's the case, majority of the whole world's population is truly mentally right now. Oh my God. And I don't know. It just seemed like, I don't know who that guy was. It seemed like he was trying to make the case of when he did the chubby thing, he was trying to make the case that these women are sick. As in them being comfortable with being their size and not doing what they need to do to attract a mate or make a man attracted to them. That's what he was stating. This is why he was trying to frame it as it being a mental illness instead of it actually just being a lack of discipline for oneself, right? And I love the fact that, I think it was Aaron. Hi, Aaron. I love the fact that he brought up that if you're saying that liking someone who is big in that way is a mental illness, then that would be the one who is pursuing, not the one being pursued.
If that's the case, though, too, ain't gay a mental illness? Like, by his logic, you know what I'm saying? When being, never mind, fuck it, I'm out.
Exactly. And like, I don't know, it's weird. And I don't know, I think it's weird, KT, that you don't be seeing your own muddy in the waters point, that you keep trying to make everything not to be 100%. Y'all don't understand how y'all muddy the waters when y'all do that in the middle of a conversation. We understand that nothing while I'm talking, that you cannot tell me that time I took a breath, because I did not.
Okay, I agree. That's why I stopped talking. Go ahead.
Man, shit is insane to me. I ain't gonna lie to you.
So I've been out of the loop. What was the initial discussion about? It was about that Shannon Sharpe situation.
Yeah, so we was talking about the Shannon Sharpe and Tracy Ellis Ross, to be frank with you. We saw the conversation started because BMU came up and said how he was 12, he was dealing with a 49-year-old. And so we started the conversation on saying that people that is that age gap difference of 50-year-old and a teenager, because he dealt with her all the way up until he was 17. So anybody that's in that age group, you are a predator. And we said that man and woman. And people are up in arms because they want to protect predators. And the tough man, he feels as if we are talking about him because him and his husband have a 15-year age gap, which I don't understand why he felt like we were talking about him, but that's what he felt like.
Okay, they have a 15-year age gap, like with their current age now. Did they date each other when they were younger and it had that 15-year age gap, or them being full adults?
I think he
having a
said he
15-year
met him when
age
he
gap?
was 23.
I didn't even ask him because I took it off him because I didn't want to have a conversation about him and his relationship. Because hey, look, y'all married. Hey, that's between y'all. So I don't know him. I don't know you. This is my first time having a conversation with Tough Man. So I took it off of him and just so we could have a conversation. And you know,
I do think he said his husband was 23 when they met, though, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm glad you pay attention to that detail. Thank you, KT, to go.
I pay attention to everything.
They were both in their 20s. They were both in their 20s.
Well, they got a 15-year age gap. So
oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Even if he was 20, then he had to be what 40. So
well, you know what makes that a potentially false equivalency is that there's details and variables that may exist in his relationship that he's aware of that we can't confirm also exist in the Shannon Sharpe situation that he can use to support his argument. So it kind of makes that null and void. You know what I mean?
Right, and that's why I took it off of him, Aaron. Like, because I don't know your relationship, and I'm not here to try to pick apart your relationship.
Exactly, which would make it arbitrary if it's not known.
Can I ask the men? Well, actually, there's only one man up here. I want to ask KT, right? So when y'all say that the woman could be a predator, are you saying that a 19-year-old woman can convince a 56-old man she can trick him into something? She even if she says, "Look at my pretty body, come and get it," would that be her tricking him? Are y'all saying that y'all so fucked up at 55, 56 that a 20-year-old could come and bait you into something? I would like to know the answer, baby. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think like everything being up here said, can this happen? Yeah, that can happen.
Okay,
I'm not saying it's something
give me an
that's
example
general,
of
but yeah, that can happen.
Oh, okay. So give me an example why Shannon Sharpe, a wealthy man who's been out in the world for 56 years, doing lots of great things, right? How could a 20-year-old come and bait him? Give me an example on that situation. What could she
like
offer
because you have book smarts, right? Don't make you street smart.
Listen,
so like,
but
I think that
we know him, right? So give me an example of how the young 20-year-old white girl, right?
I'm not giving even credence to that, right? I can't explain how she could. We can, right? She just said 25,000 a cheek. I'm gonna let you hit. He was hitting. Boom. That's advantage, right? I mean, that's taking advantage.
I thought he had the money. Earlier, you said he got so much money. Why would he just want to hit just her when he could hit all kinds of women?
Agreed.
Right? So how is it that she was able to beat him? It's her thing.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to answer this question because I can't tell you what she knew about him or they know about each other. That where you could say somebody. I mean, you could be. It don't matter about the age gap. You can blackmail anybody. Not saying she's blackmailing them. I'm just using that for an example, right? I could be 12 years old and blackmail a 50-year-old. So yeah, you can take advantage of those people. Okay, I can't give credence to why she could take advantage of him. Yeah, we all agree he's dumb. Niggas
but earlier, that's what your stance was. Earlier, your stance was how y'all know she not doing this? She did this, right?
No, my argument from the beginning has been, I'm not saying either's a predator, but if we're going to call one a predator, we probably should call both because it seems like both of them were taking advantage of some things. Like she was taking advantage of his money, he was taking advantage of the coochie. Cool, you know what I'm saying? But even then, did he say that she was taking advantage of his money? Because she did say he essayed her. She said that plain and simple. Did he say she take advantage of my money? You said what?
Did he accuse her of taking advantage of his money?
No.
Okay, so why are you making that stand?
She literally told him, I want 25 bands per cheek. I mean,
Okay,
I don't
but
know
does
what
that
other way.
so
If
what
we
you
put a
saying that
monetary value on coochie, no
hold
coochie is
on,
worth 50 bands.
hold on. So KT to go. You saying that because she asked him for something, that means she was taking advantage of him?
Do you think 25 bands isn't excessive? Like, I'm not even saying that the price is
I
crazy.
asked
I
you
mean,
a
I'm not saying that
question.
the price is asking for.
I asked you a question.
Mhm.
Do you think her asking for money is her taking advantage of him?
No.
Okay, so why are you bringing it up?
Because that's not what happened.
So why did you, that's
She
what I'm
didn't
asking.
say,
Why
can
did you
give
bring
me
it up?
25 bands?
What I'm
She said, you
asking
want
you.
this ass? It's 25K a cheek.
Okay,
That's demand.
Okay, so so why are you bringing that up?
You brought it up.
You was the one who brought it up so much. What did that have to do? So how is that her trying to take advantage of him?
Yeah, because again, I think I'm not saying that it's a problem putting a price on it. 25 bands is excessive. Anyone can agree to that.
But what
pussy
does
paying
okay?
50K
So
for
what
some
does that
pussy is
have to?
whack.
Okay, again, you feel like it's excessive. That's fine. But what does that have to do with him being a predator or not?
What that was saying? Now you're shifting the conversation. We were just talking about her. How did it get back?
Okay, so I'm asking you a question. Answer it. Does that have anything to do with him being a predator or not?
No.
Does it have anything to do with her being a predator or not?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Okay, so why is that being a predator? Because she's asking him for money.
That's it's excessive, ruthless. We went through this ruthless exploitation. You do not care. You don't care that this is an excessive amount, because let's be very frank. Like you said, he could have got a professional, right?
Do you believe he believes it's an excessive amount, just like you do?
Do I believe he thinks it's probably, yeah.
So
no.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
This is crazy.
Wait. So if it was an amount that would be okay or okay for you, or you approve, then it wouldn't be predatory. But then you setting up the situation where you're using your money to have access to this woman, and body is not a predatory. She knows what she's getting into.
I just said they both can be predators. They're both probably predators. That's what I keep saying. I don't know why we're even.
But you're only saying that she's predatorial because you're not okay with the amount that she's asking. If she was asking an amount that was acceptable, it wouldn't be predatorial to you. So you don't really even believe. Right, so you don't even believe what she's doing is actually predatorial. You're just upset about the amount.
I just said because
it's not within. You're not taking advantage. When the man is in advantage of the woman, is okay, she knows what she's getting into. However, when she puts herself in an advantage situation, now it's her being predatory. That's what they're trying to say. That you're not
even
showing.
When somebody says she should have known what she's getting into, we still say that nigga's a predator,
no, but
right?
You're not. But you don't have the same stigma to it until it's something that you feel that she's benefiting more than him. But if he's already positioning the situation where he will be more in advantage, you don't have a problem with it. And if she didn't ask for that amount of money, if it was $5,000, you would be like, well, she ain't being predatory. She just hip to the game. She's
I say that's even predatory shit. You wild. It's cool.
So my point is, if you want to say that both is acting in predatory behaviors because they're both trying to take advantage of each other, then we can talk about it. But we cannot split it as one is worse than the other, and it only because it doesn't suit the person that you want to benefit from the situation. You have to be upset about the act in totality, or if not, you're being biased.
Yes, Miss MJ. Did you not hear me say they're both predators? Listen, did you not hear me say they're both predators?
No, but you wasn't saying that the whole time.
Yes, I have. I've said that from the beginning. Yes, I have. Even before any of y'all right here up on the stage right now, minus Happy and Sharon was up here. I was literally still saying, if anything, they're both predators. And the only thing I possibly can argue back with is if we're saying that they are predators themselves, according to the definition, it would have to be some ruthless exploitation.
If you say the word, if anything, they're both predators, when we all don't see her being a predator, you're basically, you're not sticking.
No, but y'all making it where it's not predatory.
Yeah, because
I'm not sitting here making it whether I'm not saying either or. I'm saying y'all saying he took advantage of her because his mind state was better. Cool. Understand that.
No, but that's not what's K-Dot, I'm sorry, but that's not what's really happening. right now, as of right now, without all the facts out, she's the one who's making allegations in reference of him being predatory. Now, until we later on find out that she was doing something predatory, we have to go on the basis of who's made the allegation first. He haven't made any allegations against her. So obviously, whatever she was doing for him at that time, he didn't feel that it was predatory. It was never something for him to speak about. So you can't take away that, well, she got to be predatory too once she makes an allegation of it.
Yeah, so just because you make an allegation doesn't mean that we have to side with the allegation. We should side with the evidence. So the evidence states that you're saying these acts happen, you're still messing with the man.
So
Not saying you can't have Stockholm syndrome.
We can take this apart really simply.
We understood you. We understood you, KT. So you saying is a wife predatory towards her husband because
Can she be?
for
Yes.
money?
Can she be? Yes.
We ain't actually if she can be, because so if a wife would say, "Hey, babe, I want this dress. I give you some tonight, and you buy me this dress," is that her being predatory?
No. No. Now, if you say, "Babe, you ain't getting no pussy till I get 50 bands," is that predatory?
No.
Oh, it's not. That's what you see. That was saying.
So, no, wait. This is easy to take apart.
Go ahead,
Aaron.
So I see what you're saying. Now watch this. Is a great white shark a predator?
Yes.
Okay. Is a great white shark a predator when faced with an orca whale?
Hell, well, yeah, it's still a predator, but it's gonna die.
Right. Because why? The orca whale is a greater predator.
A better predator, for sure.
Not right. So if an orca whale antagonizes and terrorizes and eventually kills a great white, who's the predator in that situation?
The orca.
Right, which would make the great white the victim, even though the great. Now watch this. Now watch this. If an anglerfish uses that little light to lure another fish to eat it, the little fish that wants to eat that light is a predator because it wants to predate on a smaller fish. But the anglerfish is luring that predator fish in by using something it knows it wants.
Yes,
Just like Shannon Sharpe can use his money to trigger the predatory instinct in the woman, knowing that she's going to want to predate on him for his money, but what she's going after is a trap to trigger her predatory sense to out-predator her, which makes him the predator and her the victim.
So thank you. So,
which is also which is also evidence of intellectual superiority.
Agreed.
If she were intellectually superior, she would be able to spot that strategy and avoid it.
Where can you prove that he's the more, like, if we're making the comparison of who's more predatory? Y'all saying this is y'all argument for him being the predator. One thing and one thing only. Well, two things. The money thing, he has more money and he's smart, okay? Because he's older. Now, her on the other end, we have her. This is proof of her. She's charged him for coochie. Went with him after she charged him for the coochie, charged him a very high amount, went with the man, suing the man and still having talks with him. This, if we're talking about who is the predator, and like I said, I don't want to even say either one's predator, right? I really don't want to. Like, I would just prefer to wait till we have all the information.
Oh my God.
That is what I said earlier. You don't want to admit he's the predator. And when I said it, you tried to lie and say, no, I've been saying he's the predator the whole time, when you haven't. You double talk a lot.
I just said that. I will admit that he is. Do you understand that? I can say that, hey, white people are more populous than us. Do I like admitting that? No.
KT,
but is it the truth?
We understand how all over the place.
That's how conversation works.
KT.
Yes.
You gotta stop being all over the place. Oh my God, this shit hurts my head. Like, you're a man you're a young man. Stop being, you don't need to, we understand you when you saying what you are saying. You don't gotta give us example of the example of the example.
Where is that? She just asked me, that's what I'm saying. If somebody asks you, hey, this is what you're saying, and then you defend that, and then you say you're going everywhere.
Okay, I don't want to have a conversation about the conversation.
We're not. She brought it up. I have to respond, right?
No, you don't have to
Okay.
respond.
All right.
About
Well, maybe we
the
should interject
conversation.
when they're bringing up. That's what I'm saying. You were getting me for responding, but not the person for bringing up the thing I have to respond to. That is the trap. To be honest, that is the trap.
No. So again, the mental gymnastics that y'all be trying to have to try to just answer the question versus I don't understand it. I really don't. So him having the money, waving his status and all those things, that is the anglerfish of the light, is what Aaron was trying to get you to understand. So he was waving the light, he's waving the money, the fame, and all those things. And she thought she was going to bite the light and get some food, but in reality, what she did was just get eaten. That's what happened. That's what he was trying to explain. So regardless of her doing OnlyFans and all of that, it has nothing to do with the conversation of him being a predator. And what it seems like when you are trying to say that she's a predator too, is that you are taking the fact away that he is the bigger predator. That's the issue that we are having.
I'll even take that because I think y'all kind of skipping out. You're right. I am saying she's the anglerfish. You saying that they both got what they want, but she somehow get a little bit more, like a whole lot more, if we're being frank.
So,
right.
okay,
Money ain't nothing he could come off of that, right?
So no, this is where you're wrong. So when the anglerfish is using that light, the little fish think that is about to get some food, but actually it gets eaten.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like this is a man who thought he was about to get some food, pussy, and now he's getting sued for 20 to 50 million. I'm not understanding where the predator act was just him fucking.
This is crazy.
He didn't just say that. What?
Y'all got to remember, this is the dude who said that it's the woman's fault because she opened her legs. You know,
you're incorrect. That's where we go. That's what we do here. We have to stop doing that. Please say what I said exactly. My mother said.
I think I see the presupposition. Are you saying that this lawsuit was all along her design?
I don't know. I'm just saying at the end right now, when we're talking about who's the predator,
Casey,
well, he's the one taking accusations.
Stop 1 second. You understand that for her to be the fish, the anglerfish, that she had to have the design already to extort him in a civil case. You do understand?
Right. Exactly.
You have to. So you're saying in order for you to be a predator?
No, for her. No. I said exactly. So for her to be the bigger predator in this situation, her plan from the jump had to be to extort him for this 50 million in civil case.
Right.
No, her plan could have literally, without no civil case, I'm gonna extort him for 50 million. Is that not still being the predator?
Yeah,
maybe
but she
she's
cannot,
just in court because she's saying she can't get that much money.
So here's the thing, that without the civil case, you cannot prove that.
But what you're saying it like you can. That's the problem I'm having.
I will tell you this: she would not be able to get $50 million out of Shannon Sharpe without this civil case. She cannot. Without him doing so. That's my proof behind it. You don't actually have a proof behind it.
That's no proof. The proof is that a lawsuit is this.
Yes.
No, it would have to be a countersuit for defamation or something, or extortion or something like that, and then that case would have to be won in order to prove that she wove this intricate web to extort him for 50 million. Until then, we just got to assume he predated on her.
Right. And she wound up getting involved in something a little too beyond her scope of work, and then
out of her depth. Yep.
And now she got to go chase him civilly because she did want to have sex with him. She did want to have a relationship with him. She even wanted to have a baby with him. However, when he started doing all these extra things outside of her scope, now we are in the civil case.
Even as I'm like, because when I was quiet with,
we talk to what the facts are, because we talking about the facts. Don't
I'm
try to
talking
add
about the case. A lot
no,
of like the baby thing was after the anal thing. So even things like that, are we not going to like? That's all I'm saying. Can we not take this into consideration?
Pool sharks do it all the time. They can assess someone's skill, and once they've determined that skill is no match for theirs, what they'll do is they'll sandbag and play long.
Damn, your microphone breaking up, Aaron. But Aaron, microphone breaking. Okay, let me see. I think you back now. Go ahead, Aaron. Okay.
I was saying sharks do it all the time.
Absolutely. I believe Aaron was trying to explain that pull shots, they see your skill level, they realize that they play better than you. They will let you win a couple of games, and then they will hook you in by thinking that the other person, you think that you are a pull shot, but in reality, you're about to lose all your money.
For sure. And again, this is what it seems like. This is what we're talking about. Like you even said, Sharon, he only want the pussy. He got that. So what else is he taking advantage of? I don't really know, but I know her. She got the penis. She got some money, and now she wants more. It's
okay. Well, so do you agree that when you're with your wife and you may do something that she don't like, she don't leave you, right? Y'all may talk it through. She forgive you.
No, I'm smart enough to know if she says I don't like that, I'm gonna change. I'm gonna just be real.
Right, you smart enough, but everybody that doesn't happen to everybody. But I'm asking you a question. I ask you a plain question. If you do something your wife doesn't like, is she supposed to just leave you and be gone, or could she be mad a few days? Y'all talk it through and y'all continue on your relationship.
Results may vary. Like if it's something
just
simple,
refuse to answer a basic question.
No, because it's not a
it is like really basic. Did you ever do something to your wife that she didn't like? Y'all had an argument about it, but she's still with you. That's basic.
Yeah. If I cheat on her, that ain't. She gonna stay or go? If I cheat on her, that's what I said. When you just saying if y'all have a disagreement,
there's
well,
a lot of women
I think you need to be a little bit more
even when their husbands cheat on them. Is that correct?
Some of them do, yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, cool. So with the young lady, right? She was in this relationship with him. He even cheated on her. She found out by him doing a video. Remember there was a video popped out last year.
Yeah, where he was getting head on live or something like that.
Yeah, and she was mad about that, but she stayed with him. She stayed with him. So even if he, had sex with her in a way that she didn't really like after the fact, and she stayed. But you were saying earlier that she wouldn't stay. She would leave. We even started calling it Stockholm syndrome because she stayed with him even through disagreements and arguments and, things happening to her. Why?
No, go ahead. My bad.
No, so I'm just asking, could it be that you could have done something without knowing that you were doing something? I'm not saying that's on him. I'm saying, but could it be that your wife stayed?
Yeah, no, it definitely can be. Y'all can have an argument and stay. Again, it's a different thing, though. When y'all talking about a power system, right, and stuff of that nature, right? Well, me and my wife, we're pretty much in the same bracket. I'm not going to sit there and say we may have like a $30,000 difference per year, right? So we're in the same thing or whatever. With her, in a situation of that nature, yeah, I'm not saying that this is what's supposed to happen, but yeah, I don't see. If the man makes you unhappy and he's cheating on you, will leave. You already gained the money. You already. But
you the only one bringing the money into it, right? Because I made it without money, right? I mentioned even me and my broke ass husband, right? He done some shit, and I stayed with him. You the one bringing the money in because that's what y'all want to do with her. You want to say, well, she only stayed for the money, but apparently she stayed because she liked him, and it could be some of the money too.
No, but this is the thing I'm saying is it's only two advantages you can give Shannon. Literally saying he's older and he got money. That's why I keep
going. That's the major thing. That's making him a predator, dude.
So hold on. So KT to go. So you believe that if a man is doing whatever he gotta do to get some vagina, and he cannot be a predator because he got some vagina and she got some dick.
I never said this shit.
So, but that's what you're framing your argument on.
No, it's not.
You are saying because she got dick and money and he got vagina that he is not being a predator.
No, I said they're both being predators. We went through this with the lantern light fish. I can't remember what it's called.
You cannot be this slow. It's insane. Shout out to the Cash App. You need 5 cups of coffee after today's show. Absolutely. This is crazy how obtuse they be trying to do me. I don't understand why they do this. Do the law protect criminals? Absolutely, it protects criminals. That's what it's supposed to be designed for. All right. So you can't overcharge somebody. You can't do it. There's a lot of things that criminals get from the law that helps them as well. Right. So next one. Do age gap dating correlate to a PDF file? I think it's very close. Absolutely. It's very close. Also, we have, do legal equals right? No, it does not. There's a lot of things in the law that just ain't right.
For sure.
I just can't believe some of the gymnastics that be going on mentally. It's crazy. Jay Villa, the realist with the $2. He is making a defamation case. TLA got the case up. I don't know. MJ. Why do you think they want to fight for? I don't know. I don't get it, MJ. I don't get it.
It's because I think in some situations it's because they want to have the ability to do it too, or if they're caught in that type of situation, they want to have that exit plan. That's what I see, really.
Shit,
I'll be honest with you. This is low hanging fruit, like fuck. To say like because they want to do it. I mean, like again, you even said earlier, Sharon. Oh, I don't just put y'all in boxes. You literally been putting me in boxes with everybody else because some things I agree with. Like I keep saying it, I'm not in agreement in totality. Some points I may agree with, right? But the just saying, oh, well, they want to do it. I mean, nah. Again, like my argument this whole time is about legality because morals don't got shit to do with legality. Like I get we're having an argument about morals, but morals aren't what control the world in totality. If we're being honest, like the general things we're doing is not. Oh yeah, this is because it's morally right. Nah, it's just legal or illegal. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but this is what we have to. We can have one argument about legal thing and then another argument about moral things. But the legal things are the sticking things. They are the things that we, as the general, are in agreement with. So we can't sit there and say, I want to exclude that.
But here's the thing, K-Dot, and I'm in agreement with you, right? We have the legal terminology and we have the moral sense in regards of our society. We live with both. So again, you have someone who can be acting in statutorial rape against a minor or whoever, whatever not, and they can be called a pedophile, and you can be socially judged by your community or your peers as a pedophile if you're showing signs that is predatory, but you might not have act on it. So you're not getting the legal, consequences of it, but you are being judged by your peers if you're dabbling in predatory behaviors. So you can't get mad when someone sees that you're, acting in predatory behaviors and call you a predator, and you say you can't call this person a predator because they haven't been legally charged. You can't decide how this can be separate, but then want it to be judged the same, when it suits your benefit. You can be a predator, you can have predator behaviors and not act on it, and you could be a predator and get charged legally, depending on whatever your acts are.
No, I agree with that. And even as I said earlier, right? Like I keep saying it, the shit's weird. Like a 50-something-year-old fucking with a 20-year-old, basically. I know she was 19, but I'm just give it 20, like just to give it an even more thing. But I've been saying like the shit weird, right? Like, but that's what I'm saying. It's the difference between what I morally feel and what I know we apply to things. That's the only thing I'm saying. Until the case actually do come out, all the evidence on both ends has been shown. I want to stick with the legal case because the moral thing, I just feel like that's more of a. I don't know how to explain it. Like even and I'm not agreeing with this. Please don't make this an argument, right? But Diddy, right? I give that a good example. Everybody has these judgments of him. If you actually look at what he's being charged with, he paid for a girl in Miami to fly to New York, right? But we can put a bunch of stigmas, we can put a bunch of public judgments on him. But even other people are doing things. I mean, the people who are charging him can't get what we are throwing on him, right? And that I've never been that person. Like I don't want to just throw shit on people, and I'm not saying don't know nothing, but get the full context of the story and things of that nature. Cause shit, in this case, I don't
okay,
know.
you rambling, and you saying things that's not true. You want to say something, Sharon, and I'll go up to you.
So no, I think he just proved MJ's point,
right?
That they want the out just in case they do it too. He just proved it.
I've never had.
And he claims that he's going legal, but he's not going actually legal, right? Because she's the one who she put charges on him. She didn't go to the police station, right? I don't know why we think everybody should go to the police station. right? But she do have to prove in court. She got to prove her stuff, right? But when she goes the legal route, you're angry. You're saying because she took this legal route instead of that legal route. So
yeah,
she
because like
wanted
I'm
to
saying,
take the
I'm not
legal
saying
route.
that when you go to civil court, you don't have to present your evidence in there. I'm saying I could say anything against you without presenting the liquor evidence.
No, that's
You
not true.
can't. That's what we try to tell you. You can't do that.
That's
So
not true, K-Dot. That's really not true.
God, this is crazy. I
Can
don't
I ask you a
understand. Like,
question then?
why do
Tony
y'all
Busby's her lawyer, right? Why did Jay-Z get the case dropped?
Because he have enough money to fight the case.
Yeah, okay. I thought
he
you
was able to
said,
get
though, you
the
have to
evidence.
have evidence to go to court. So why would somebody be backing out of them having the evidence and saying, "Oh, I'm not doing that"?
Let me tell you something. Just because that case didn't go through, right? Because I don't think did he get found not guilty or they just
Nah, they dropped the case. The one that dropped the case.
That's right. And that just means that this man got enough money, which we all know. But for some reason they dropped it. Like maybe the person don't have a lawyer that can continue on with the case because he can drag it out forever.
No, her lawyer was Tony Busby.
Don't make it seem like he's not guilty just because they dropped it.
The case, right? That happens a lot, actually.
Yeah, and I'm not saying he's
the
not
problem
guilty.
that you're missing at what you have said is with the Diddy. I don't believe that we should be putting Diddy in this thing because we all might possibly fly somebody out because you want to have the out. That's
I didn't never even say that. That's what I'm saying. You literally throw with a bunch of shit. I said we shouldn't put what the public is saying is completely different with the charges he have. That's what I'm saying. Like MJ was saying, we have law, and law will make a judgment on you, and then we have the court of public opinion, who doesn't give a fuck about the evidence. They're just gonna go with what they said. Like we've been hearing for years, Diddy been having nasty parties. So now everybody like, yeah, us personally are like, yeah, Diddy out here touching everything. He did this, down the third. Not saying he didn't, but I'm saying what they can legally prove in court is just, yeah, he flew a girl from Miami to New York.
No, but you don't understand. First of all, having nasty parties is not illegal. That is not why he is in jail. He's not in jail for having nasty parties.
But that's what I'm saying. We're not talking about even, and that's what I'm saying. Again, back to Shannon, we're not talking about the evidence or the things that are actually happening. We're talking about
do you understand that Puff Daddy
opinions
is no, we're not. Diddy is this is crazy. I don't think y'all be. I think y'all just be talking because you're not making any points. Diddy is. Go ahead, Aaron. Maybe because
go ahead. I was cutting you off. Go ahead.
No, because you be having points where it connects a little bit better because like because I'm at this point.
I hear you. I think I see what's happening. So KT, do you at least understand why they believe you to ascribe to a certain thing? I think there's something missing that is incumbent upon you to include.
You said
why? Do you understand why their view of you is this way? You understand why?
No, please let me know.
Okay, I think I do. So when you said that you only want to focus on, judging things legally, I think you're silencing yourself, and in doing so, other people are misjudging you. Maybe if your morals fall into conflict with what's legal, that's fine. I think it would benefit from announcing both of them. So, for example, if I were to adjudicate this case legally, she would have no case. Morally, I think she's a victim. Those two are in conflict, but that's okay because I'm not responsible for the law. I'm responsible for what I believe is moral. And when people judge my words, they can only judge them based on what I tell them my morals are. The law is simply a collective agreement based on individual morals. But that doesn't mean everybody has to go morally. The fact that you silence yourself morally means they can only judge you based upon your interpretation of what's legal, which is a slippery slope, especially if it conflicts with your morals. Now, if your morals align with this shit, you're on your own, son.
Oh, yeah, my morals don't align with none of this shit. Like, I'm just being real with you. I'm not making the moral. That's what I keep saying when Sharon bringing up, we making the moral argument. I keep saying, like, I get you are, but I don't really want to do that.
Do you agree morally?
That he's on some predator shit? Yeah. I think it's some weird shit. Like,
so I think it would benefit you to say, now I can see where legally he would not be looked at as a predator because there's a flaw in the law that my morals would have exposed, and that's in the definition of a victim as it relates to age.
Yeah.
Right? Her age is too young to be considered viable to not be a victim. Morally, it's incorrect. You expose a flaw in the law, and now they can't look at you and say you are looking for an out by leaning on legal standards.
Yeah, now I understand that, and I agree completely and totally. And as I
There you
always
go.
tell them, I don't listen. I'm a married man. I got 3 kids. My wife is pregnant. We've been together for 6 years, and I'm only 32. So it's not like
Yeah, those are credibility building factors. I got you.
Yeah. I can
I
understand
just disagree with what Aaron said. Okay, how most people are viewing it, because legally she has made a legal claim against him. SA.
Right.
We're gonna forget about that, huh? We're gonna because you said she wouldn't have any standing if we just went legality. But doesn't she have a standing? Because didn't she make an actual accusation of something SA?
Yeah,
No,
but I think what Aaron was he was saying criminal. That's what the criminal legality is. What Aaron was talking to us.
Yes, correct, correct.
But I'm trying
That's
to
what he
And
meant.
again, I'm not an attorney, so
but he just missed that part. Bob. That's what he.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I did leave that out. You're right.
Yeah, I just
That
don't
is still
understand.
criminal. So you mean just because she's not going the criminal route means that his SA isn't criminal? Because it's still kind of criminal, right?
No, he's saying the case that he's not being persecuted criminally. So therefore, KT the GOAT is talking criminal by calling him a predator, right? So KT is trying to lean on the legal standard of a predator, saying that he did something criminal versus the civil part. And this is where Aaron, and so this is where we having the miscommunication at is over the criminal and the civil part, and clearly that's the issue.
So I'll use myself as an example. Because I'm not as versed in the law to profess to be an attorney or a judge. My understanding of the law states that he's not being criminal legally, as far as my understanding. Now, morally, I think he is being criminal. Now, as far as civilly, I'm not qualified to make a distinction legally either way. But morally, it still follows that he's guilty.
Yeah.
Now,
civilly and criminally.
But what
I
standards?
kind of get what
But what standards and structure is Shannon Sharpe criminally or immorally not aligned with? I want to ask that question.
Him being 56 and she being 19.
By what standards and what structure and discipline are you guys following?
Scientific ones.
That she is not a grown.
Ain't nothing scientifically saying that an older man cannot do that.
No, intellectual development.
So yeah, so she's not. She's not
you formulate your opinion. What are you following?
So because she's not intellectually or emotionally advanced as he is, being 50 years in the world.
Yeah, that's the unfair advantage. He's intellectually superior and can manipulate her decision making by usurping her judgment.
So we saw Jalen Green and these basketball players to get women pregnant. Oh, they should be filing civil suits on them.
Yes, that she not we're saying that she should be considered a predator as well. Yes, she is a predator.
Some of us do think she a predator because she couldn't be around my son. Y'all knock that bitch out. Not crazy.
Absolutely. So she is a predator as well.
So how is she a predator when they had a fair exchange?
It's not. So when you say fair exchange, if she agreed to one thing and he do something extra, would you call that fair just because money was exchanged?
What did he do extra?
Answer the question first. Do you see that as a fair exchange?
I need to understand first the context of what
extra means. If you pay for a hat, but you leave with the hat and a T-shirt, is that a fair exchange?
If that's what I paid for, yeah.
You paid for the hat, but you left with the hat and a T-shirt. Is that a fair exchange?
I think he paid for the experience.
I asked you a very direct question.
Never mind. I'm not doing this today. Let it go.
Yeah, it's yes or no. If you don't answer it yes or no,
They can't answer questions, baby.
They cannot answer questions. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's yes or no, man.
I asked you a question. What structure and discipline you
But you gotta
you
answer
follow, and
our
you didn't.
question
I ain't
first.
gotta answer your fucking question. It's done.
It's
Okay,
okay.
well,
So
we don't have to
what we want to
answer
answer?
yours.
Hold on. So next phase, because you came in and said it's a fair exchange, right? Because he paid her for.
He paid for services.
Okay, so now he got an extra service. Is that fair exchange?
If she said she was down for anything, as long as you paying the price, then
That's
that's
fine.
the exchange.
That's if she said that. So, but now if she had parameters, I don't want to do that. Is that still a fair exchange?
That chick said she had no perimeters.
I'm asking you a question. If
She
she
didn't
said,
have,
"Hey, we could do this,"
if it was a criminal act, then it would be
asking you a question. I need you to answer. If she says, "I want you to choke me, but I don't want you to put it in my butt," and he puts it in her butt, is that a fair exchange?
Is that what happened?
I'm asking you a question so we could get your understanding, so we could build on the conversation.
Yeah, but is that what happened?
Before
So you said
ask me a question, I have no problem.
So what I hear,
hold on. I have no problem answering your question, but please answer mine first.
Yeah, if that was an agreement.
What you saying? Yeah, to what? You saying that it is a fair exchange?
No, I'm saying if that was an agreement that that a woman preferred not to for him not preferred, but said that her perimeters not to put it in her butt, then that's cool. I don't think he should do it. That's going past them. That's where boundaries are crossed.
Therefore, it's not fair.
Yeah. What are you trying to say?
What you mean? What we're trying to say that is not fair, like how you saying it.
Where did he cross the line?
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Yeah. So what we saying? It says, Miss Jalen, drop him. Not today. So it's $20.
I think. See, I think the biggest problem is people think that the lawsuit said that they had sex. No, it said that he did something that she did not agree upon. Because she can agree upon sex and not agree upon something else. And if you do something else, that's considered SA.
Right.
Like this is crazy. Like we having this conversation back and forth. Like you can pay one fee and then she got no option whether she can say yes or no to other stuff. It's crazy.
That's what a lot of these men think.
I took a lot of wrenches, goddamn it, DJ Witch Doctor. It don't have nothing to do with any individual. So yeah, so like it's crazy. I don't know.
Can we take a little intermission right quick? Because I got a bone to pick with you, Sharon. Okay? I got a bone to pick.
I'm muting.
I want you to know, okay, that not ever should you do this shit again. Oprah didn't do it. You know, any of my shows, The View don't do it. I looked for you yesterday, all day, every 15 minutes. I didn't get no notification that it was a cancellation or nothing. Every 15 minutes I was looking. I was like, something wrong with my internet. Where is Sharon? Okay,
lady waiting.
I waited all day. I even had to go live. I was like, damn. You can't be doing that to those of us who depend on you, my brother. We love you. Okay? We love
I
you.
was looking for his ugly ass too. I was like, what that ugly nigga? He ain't got
Today. Somebody said he posted it on the wall. Okay, I apologize. I don't look at no walls. Okay, I don't look at no walls.
At least you got to
say, I'm
something
sorry to all of my supporters. I'm so sorry. Today I got to do some other stuff than the internet. Can you please?
I was over there on my channel cussing y'all, not really, but I was like, I know you're listening, Sharon. Don't do that again. Okay. It wasn't a vacation, was it? Look, but anyway, we love you, babe. We were looking for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Happy. What you gotta say, Happy?
Oh, please don't talk to me. Shit, ain't nobody trying to talk now. The fuck? It's been all day. Bye. The fuck I look like? Nah. I'll holler at you next day. It'll be all right. I'll live.
I want to know what's your thought, Happy?
Look, you see this shit, right? I got all the witnesses here. All right.
Happy. Is that a satirically chosen name?
No,
what
no.
you trying to say? That she not ever happy?
No. I don't know where to say that. No. I'm just going in the moment.
But,
it's all right. No, but I am always happy though. You know, for those of you who frequently get it twisted out here, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, I hear you. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're at least happy.
Yeah, man. But I do enjoy that. That the Rim Brothers is coming out all over again. We got Shannon Sharpe. He rimbrowing it up badly. He said he wished the whole tape would be exposed. That's crazy. I don't think it's gonna show him in a good or a positive or productive light. I'm not sure what's going on with these men, to be honest. This idea to be 50 and date somebody 19 is wild. I cannot see myself dating somebody my daughter's age. That's crazy. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I could have a change of mind if I'm 60. I don't know. I just don't understand. I just don't. I don't know. I can't comprehend it. I can't comprehend it at all.
I did agree with what's the name earlier though. What's his name with Rilla earlier though? You get what I'm saying? Like if any old ass man or woman thought they was about to date my 19-year-old daughter,
come on.
I don't know. Absolutely not.
Right, because I would definitely oppose it as much as I possibly can. If my child continued to do something against my will, yeah, it ain't much that you could do legally. If they want to be stubborn and say, no, that's my, that's what I'm going to do. I understand that. However, we can do our best to explain to our child, hey, this is not in your best interest.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's just not. Man.
That's why they like the younger women. They tell it. They tell on themselves. Even the man who was up here earlier, he want a clean canvas, right? They want to be able to mold, which means control. That's what that means. You want somebody you can get to convince that they should do it the way you like it. That in itself is predatory.
They want to take care of 19-year-olds. How about they go find their long lost 19-year-old daughters? Start
there. That's crazy. Scary. And then we got Kanye West. What's your thoughts on Kanye coming out saying that he used to suck on his cousin's peen?
Oh my God.
This is the first I'm hearing of that. That's crazy.
Kanye West said from a young kid up until he was 14 years old, he was sucking on his cousin's peen because he looked at one of his mother's magazines. And so it changes the whole meaning to when he said, I got staples on my thing. Why? Because I was effing centerfolds. What kind of centerfolds was you doing? Bruh. A lot of, man, that shit is crazy.
That is crazy. And he putting it in a song, y'all. He calling it cousins.
It's crazy. Yep, it's called Cousins. And he mentioned like what he did and how he did it and why he did it and why he put his face in his cousin's pin. First of all, the incest is wild, number one. That's wild in itself. But then now you are doing gay incest? That's crazy. I don't know.
Some transgressions just cannot be undone, and his story has several of them.
And then we wonder why people have psychotic breaks and all this other crap.
But then also, right, at 40-something years old, why is he telling the world? If he has some issue, go seek a therapist, psychiatrist. He done put him and his cousin out there. I don't know if this gonna make it seem like it's natural. Like, what do you think him putting it in a song does for the rest of society? Who make, when we kids, we may have done a lot. I played house with cousins.
What I think is going to expose is going to allow more people to come out and say things happen to them. Like, like we had, we're going to have more people like BMU be able to express that, hey, I was underage dealing with an older woman, right? So luckily BMU, he have his therapy, right? So, and part of the way how he explained it, he explained it nonchalant. I think that's why most people had a problem with it, because he got through it. But I think more people are going to come out. We also had somebody else say, hey, when I was, I think he said 14, I had this older lady, 24. She gave me head. So I think more people are going to get comfortable with saying their traumas, and this way we can start actually protecting our children. That's what I think.
The men have always been like, yeah, my first experience was an older woman, an older girl. I've been hearing that all my life. So like my son, I told y'all experience with him, right? When he was 12, and he don't think he's a victim still today. He's 31 now. He looked at that like he was the man because he was, he was the one in the neighborhood where his older woman was sucking on him.
Right. And so, but now, that's wild. I'm glad I never experienced that. I looked at older people as nasty and disgusting. So like when BMU asked me, so if you had this older woman looking like Diamond from the Players Club and you only 10, 12 years old, I'm like, hey, get out of here, you nasty lady. That's what I would have said.
Right.
And because we got to stop putting out the information that is natural for a little man to get his pee-pee hard, right? So no, what is natural for a little boy to bust open the door and accidentally see a fully naked woman is to say, I'm sorry, and close the door. It ain't natural for a young man to say, goddamn, that ass is looking good. It's not a natural reaction.
Right.
So this whole idea that anytime a woman is walking by, that all of a sudden my pain just get hard, I gotta drop off this goddamn semen in her is ridiculous. It's not true. It's a lie. You are lying on the nature of men. The nature of men is the woman that he is taking care of. That's the one that he want to drop off his semen, and that's the nature. And clearly, a lot of these men that have this sexual degeneracy, something happened to them at a younger age for majority of them. And it's just coming out, and it's good. It's a good thing that it's coming out, because now we could address it. We can start watching our young men and making sure they not hypersexual. It ain't just the women. The young men are hypersexuality too. It ain't because they wearing clothes at a girl's age, whatever that is. So Britney Spears, she was 16 when she did that goddamn music video. She was dressed appropriate. The way how they dance and everything, that was all 16. That's how 6-year-olds dance and do. You could, I don't know, maybe because I grew up dancing and being a part of music, that, hey, I was doing some dope ass moves at a young age because I was busy dancing in the mirror all the goddamn day.
Yeah. This dude just said, he was over there, I gave my cousin in. I just listened to it. It's, oh my God, what the hell?
He should never put that out.
Do you think it was for shock value, or do y'all believe him?
Shock value.
I don't know why. My only problem is I don't know why he want to put this part out. But I will, regardless if we want to believe him or not, I don't know. I don't know, Happy. It's hard for me to really understand like why. I don't know. I would leave it at that. I don't know. That's just crazy. But even if it is just for shock value, it doesn't negate the fact that it happens. That a lot of young people, they get taken advantage on by family members that are sick.
Right.
All right. So that still happens very often. Also happens that young men they don't see nothing wrong with fantasizing about grown ass women. That's 50 and 10. That's a problem. And majority of the people that had been taken advantage of, they don't see it as being taken advantage of. It's a badge of honor for a lot of young men to say that they popped off an older lady. And I'm not talking about I'm 18 and she 22. We talking about real age gaps. 17 and 30, that's crazy. 12 and 49, that's ridiculous.
12 and 49 is heinous.
That's insane. And he did not know that something happened to him until he was 30.
That's
like,
reprehensible.
True. You know what I'm saying? And there's this thing about how he didn't really even see it as a problem until he got to 30, until he started really thinking about it.
I mean, at 12, you're kind of confused on what's going on below the belt. At 49, that's deep into the season of the personal summer.
Not only that, Aaron, the person also infiltrated the family by becoming his godmother.
Yeah, all right. So proximity is the weapon used for that predatory action. Gotcha. All right.
Right. So she used she used a lot of things. She used I need my backyard rate. I need this. I need you to lift this thing up the stairs for me. Like she used a lot of different things. It seemed like it was normal interaction between a 50-year-old and a 12-year-old.
Well, that goes to speak to intellectual. That speaks to intellectual superiority, the ability to formulate a plan that mitigates the defenses. Right? You know what I mean? To shut down the walls, weaken the armor, essentially.
It's insane. Absolutely. You know what I mean? So it's just crazy. If anybody want the link, just let me know. I see it's some new people now that I released the chat. If anybody want the link, just let me know. And but this whole Kanye West thing is just crazy to me.
Hey y'all, I just listened to a video of Shannon Sharpe threatening to choke the shit out of that girl when he see her the next time, right? And he did try to settle. For those of you men who don't know, he trying to settle to get out of this.
For how much?
Right now it was 10 million. And the lawyer put that out yesterday.
He wanted, she wanted, he almost, they almost settled for the 10 mil, but something happened in between, and that's why the rest of the story came out. So they was in talks of this $10 million settlement since February.
Yeah. So why the men act like because she must be trying to get just money, right? Because if she got the proof where she could just get money, that'll prevent him from going to jail. So she probably don't want to send him to jail, but it seems like the black men want her. Oh, she got to take him to jail first. That's everybody might not want to take him to jail.
Right.
I don't think it's about taking him to jail. I'm saying, like, if you had a crime committed against you, I don't think most people would say, like, I think most people say call the police, not let me get some money. Even if you're saying, like, okay, it's not about money because she could have took the settlement, right? Well, why take the settlement when you know if I do more pressure, I'm going to get more money? Kind of like Cassie. Cassie started that whole thing with Diddy, got 30 million. You ain't heard nothing from Cassie since then. Like,
wait a minute. But when Diddy was like, she lied, and everybody was like, yeah, she lied, right? And she was like, yeah, he beat me and everything. And then people was like, well, why would she go to get money? If he really did it, wouldn't she go to get him in jail? The same shit you saying now. And then the fucking video pop out that actually show him beating her ass. And y'all men still want to say, well, why wouldn't she go to put him in jail? It must not be true.
Yeah, nah, that ain't never I've never said this nigga didn't hit nobody. I ain't say he wasn't raping nobody. I get you saying other people said that. I'm just saying the thing is, period, if this big injustice happened to you, you can't sleep at night no more because it hurt you so much and you tired of holding it in. And you say, give me, and then some money come, and now you ain't got nothing to say about it no more.
Okay.
I don't
but
think
so
that
what
is
about me? So what about me? So a situation happened with me where like even when I tried to go to somewhere, it didn't go nowhere, right? Because the person position could matter. And then through me not being able to sleep for many years, being all kinds of issues, and then I decide, okay, I'm a sue. right? Because I may still have the ability to sue, like what happened with Cassie. Remember, the laws changed, giving people extra year. Am I right about that, Sharon? The laws changed and said, okay, people got a year to come and sue for some shit that happened back then. And when that happens, then you men start talking about it must be fake.
Should be wild when they be trying to conflate it like, hey, it's wild. Next phase before so do you still hold your same position next phase? Go ahead. You get a chance to speak your mind next phase. Are you there, sir?
I'm here.
All right, so go ahead, Bomb. Ask
Yeah,
the question.
I hold the same position.
Yeah, Bomb, ask the question one more time so next phase can answer it. Go ahead, Bomb.
Okay, so what do you feel about, women not going the legal route, but going, instead of going criminally, she just sues? What you think about that?
Me?
I think this
Slap the
it's
taste out of
good.
your mouth. I'd like to see it.
It was hard for me to figure out a question to give.
Kobe did it, and he's still paying for it today.
I gave Bomb with that sense. Miss J was doing that. It's been 20 minutes. Drop him.
Thank you, Miss Jalen. Wait, I was saying no, but Kobe did the same shit, right? But he's still paying for it to this day, right?
Huh?
Nothing, right? He took the back door he wasn't supposed to take, right? That was against the rules, right?
Yeah, that's kind of
what. That's
I
why
think
they
that's
was
what.
talk about.
Yeah, I think that's what the situation was. That she did agree to having sex with him, just not in that area. Yeah, I think that's exactly what she sued him for. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I asked him because when you say he's still paying for it today, I was like, isn't he passed away?
Yeah.
But yeah.
So I think that is what, and I think that's the confusion part, right? And people just cannot understand that. How can somebody want to have sex with you, and then when they having sex and then you take it too far or take it to some place where they don't want that, you can't say stop. Is the weird part. It's weird. I don't know.
They don't hear you saying stop. They don't hear you saying stop, and then all that bullshit that come out their mouth afterwards. But yeah, that is what happened. They want the younger women because they could be aggressive. Now I'm not saying that in Kobe case, okay? I think they was around the same age or whatever. But this man with this young woman, even the way he was speaking on that phone call that I just listened to, he, they talking and he's just being really aggressive, more like he could be her daddy, right? And he's like, when I see you, I'm gonna smack the shit out you. And
that's
she's
not
like,
funny.
oh, well, I don't really want you to smack the shit out of me. That's me, wow.
Yeah, it's definitely wild. That audio does not help his case at all. And if she is really that smart, hey, shout out to, I don't know, he wanted to play the grapey game and have sex in a certain way. She was smart enough to, then maybe, KT to go is right. Let me muddy the water for KT to go. Maybe she is the big fish.
And if his ass got gobbled up by a 19-year-old, that's on him. That's on him. So I ain't gonna lie, okay?
But this is what I'm talking about. If we having a medium conversation, right? We can't make it to where like, oh, he's the victim because some shit going. But if we find out in the future that she's like really has some orchestration with this, we can't now be like, well, dumbass nigga, you should have been, because the whole thing before was he's a predator.
Well, she can't orchestrate, right? She can't, like, for instance, if he forced her into doing something other than what she agreed to, she didn't make him do that. She just captured it on video, probably already knowing his, the type of person he is. Right? No. So if I tell you no, and then you do it, you still violated me. I just captured it on video.
I can agree, but that's why I keep saying I want to leave morality out of it, because that's one thing morally I don't feel. Listen, morally, as an adult, you know what I'm saying, if you know you're not in good position, like just us being adults, this not even women, nothing. I'm gonna just say all for men, right? Us as 25-year-old men, if we're out here falling for stupid shit, nobody is going to say, oh, well, let's look at the victim part and, you know, let's give bro some leeway. And what we gonna say is, bro, you should have been a man and known better. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not saying this applies to women because I know women aren't the same, but I do say, like, I think we all should be able to say, okay, yeah, now some bad shit happened to you. Now, what did you learn so you won't be able to do that no more?
This is not true.
That applies both ways.
This is the reason why it's not true. So when the man came up here early and said this lady did that to him, nobody said, hey, you was a young man at 12 and you made your penis get hard and you touched her booty and it's your fault. No, it was her fault.
Yeah, no, but listen, as a
Ain't
man
nobody
that's been in
saying
that
that Brittany
same
Renner
situation,
wasn't. We all said Brittany Renner was the one that's being predatory towards Jalen Green.
No,
We
I'm
all
saying we're
said that
agreeing that,
Drea
right?
Michelle. What is the issue with me finishing my statement?
Nothing. Go ahead. I apologize.
Nobody didn't say Drea Michelle wasn't a predator. We said she was a predator. We are holding. I don't know why men are so scared to hold it across the board. It ain't no excuse for what he's doing or what he did. 56 and 19 ain't no excuse. You play stupid games, you get what?
Stupid prizes.
Go
So
ahead.
again, I'm only saying that as a man who's been in that same situation as BMU, one of my first, not my first time ever was a girl in a foster home. The foster woman I had, daughter. After that, it was my mother's best friend. So I've had this happen. And you know what? When I went to tell somebody, hey, this what happened to me. You know what motherfuckers told me? Boy, you a man. You better, hey, nigga, you got some real pussy out here. Ain't nobody tell me to be shamed. They told me, if anything, nigga, why you ain't proud? Shit, fuck you. And that's what I'm talking about. You talking about if we talking about actually addressing things that happen to come. Yeah, I'm not saying this panel didn't say, oh yeah, these people some predators. But we know in majority, the outlook of it in the world is not that. Nobody tells the boys, hey, you're a victim. Like, and I'm not saying it's not nobody, but I'm saying in general, you're not going to go and tell the police, hey, I got touched. And they're going to really take you serious. Like, they're going to be like, who touched you? A woman? You couldn't fight that? Like, what are you doing? That's what they're going to tell you. This is at least things that people gave me when I'm telling them, hey, my mama friend 36, I'm 11. She really busting it down on my little ass. I'm not even going to lie. Before that, I got a girl that's 30 years old and I'm like 8. So that's what I'm saying. When I'm
so what? You was how old?
Huh?
You was how old?
Like 8. Yeah, she was really using me to lick her coochie more than anything. We was doing fellatio shit, right?
So you was 8 years old. You remember at 8 years old? That's number one. That's amazing. Because I can't remember nothing.
You don't remember at 8? I'm 32. I'm not that far away.
Yeah, I could barely remember when my kids was 8. So me remember when myself was 8. I just cannot do something like that. So that's amazing that you have a memory of 8, but it's probably because it's traumatic.
Yeah, I'm about to say I won't deny I had a very traumatic childhood. So I remember a lot of that shit.
So usually it's the other way around. But she was 30 and you was 8, and she was sucking on your little 8-year-old penis.
Yep. And mostly making me lick her on her though.
What the hell?
Oh my god! Okay.
Before we blow a gasket, go ahead, marvelous opinion. We cannot hear you for some strange reason. Damn. Let me see if it's on my side. Yeah, keep trying to talk. Hold on. How about try now? Try now.
No,
there you go. You good. I can hear you now.
You got me now?
Yeah, I fixed it. Good.
Okay, cool. So I was gonna say y'all done kind of change the topic a little bit, talking about the whole trauma childhood and stuff like that. That's a little. I wasn't trying to go there with that. That's human behavior that can't be rationalized. It's so emotional based. Sorry to say that happened to you, your trauma hood. You know, who was that speaking? I'm not sure who that was. Sorry if it happened to a child. You know what I'm saying? It is very common that it's more commonplace that this happens. Like legit. Like kids
Mm.
get touched a lot. A lot. and it's unfortunate. The best you could do, honestly, is look for signs of that kind of thing, and try your best to protect your children. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's still the parents' responsibility to be there for the children. You can make excuses, be like, I have to be one place, gotta be here, I can't be there, I don't trust. It's part of decision making. You know what I'm saying? You gotta prepare yourself as best you can and do the best you can as a parent to do, situations like that. But before that, also, Sharon, I did post a video about this whole interaction we're having right now. I will say this, man. In conclusion, I understand this setup. I respect your work, your craft. Um, it is something that I come back to all the time because you like to pose questions, and it's good. But a lot of questions, which is good for people to engage with, are opinionated. And when you have opinions, you want someone to stand on something in the sense of their opinion. I know I'm known as marvelous opinion, which is kind of contradiction to what you're wanting from me. But there's another side of me that just wants to be like, honestly, I just want to speak to the totality of the situation. I'm not necessarily pick a side on this or that, but I can still see from your perspective without ignoring how you feel about the situation. Because a lot of us up here, honestly, being real for real, we feel a certain way about the topic, and we want to get our opinions about what it is that we're trying to discuss. You're not wrong for how you feel. You come here to validate exactly that, your feelings about the topic and this discussion, the situation. We don't have the whole ins and outs, but we can still discuss about how we feel about this or that. And that's what this whole thing experience with you, I'm starting to feel that's what this is really about.
All right. Okay. Go ahead.
I'm
go
lost.
ahead. Ball.
No, I just want to say hi to Marvelous, and I'm like he said, his name is Marvelous Opinion, and he don't never seem to be able to. I don't know if he recognized, because people keep telling him he don't answer questions. He don't answer questions. Nothing wrong with giving your opinion, right? But there's educated guesses, right? And that means with information you could take a stance, right? Reasoning based on the information that you have, you could take a stance, and it may not be all facts, right? Because we don't have all the facts,
right?
There's nothing wrong with having a discussion. I like having the discussions, and we all could be wrong at times, and then sometimes it's just our opinion. Like I was wrong when I used the Romeo thing, right? I was wrong. I came back and I said, yeah, he was right. I was wrong, and I thought this. Nothing wrong with that, babe. We're just having discussion.
Can you show us your number one priority? Yeah.
Lord.
That's what I'm talking about. Oh, nice. Now he about to go work it out. New Jerusalem. So you don't believe none of these young men, New Jerusalem. He on mute. He probably stepped away. You on mute, by the way, Mars opinion. Probably put you on mute by
yeah, I put myself on mute because I ain't way too loud, so I was noise out here and stuff. So it's that. Yeah, I'm about to go get my workout in real quick and then get back home and take care of my wife.
All right, that's what's up. Make sure y'all staying healthy. That's awesome to hear, man.
Work your muscles and things like that. But then you got a brain that's a muscle too. Okay, you gotta work that too, baby.
You're not wrong about that. I got you. I got you. Y'all be blessed, man. I appreciate y'all. Y'all enjoy the rest of your day, all right?
Peace.
Yeah, man. So like I think it definitely gets interesting when they cannot follow the story at hand. It'd be weird sometimes for me, like, man, y'all don't realize what y'all are saying in real time. It gets a little scary sometimes, but I think for the most part, the majority of people they mean well, but they just don't like to get they don't like their opinions to get unfolded as incorrect. And that's still why they always feel like I'm putting them in some kind of corner or some shit. They always feel like I'm attacking them. It's weird. Yeah, you just want me to have a conversation the way you want me. No, I want you to have a clear conversation. We are directing the conversation like this, not, hey, what about this? Burger King got chicken wings too. That don't mean they like, boy, we talking about Popeyes. Why are you talking about goddamn?
They do that a lot. And then they'll say, you trying to get me in a box. You trying to trap me.
Right.
That's crazy.
And this is probably why they have such feelings about women. They feel like all women are trying to trap a man, but it's not the case.
How is that with women? When you ask us women questions, we can give it to you. And even and you might be able to catch us, and we might be wrong or whatever. But we don't be thinking you trying to catch me in the box, Sharon. Right? It's crazy.
It's wild. Like we just having a conversation. That's it. And we just challenging each other's thoughts. And that's fine. Me, Aaron, Bomb, Happy, we have no problem answering questions and also telling you our opinion. And maybe it could be a contradiction, possibly. It happens every once in a while. Like I keep trying to tell people, I am a non-violent person, but you put your hands on me, I will hit you back. So yes, I could be contradicting. It's fine.
I swear I say that all the time. I don't know how to fight. That doesn't mean I won't fight you.
Right.
Right.
Absolutely. That's another good point as well. So I think sometimes human beings, we have our nuances and we have our so-called contradictions in being a human because everything is not going to be 100%. I don't lie, but let me get pulled over by the police. Sir, do you know why you pulled me up? No, I do not. What happened? I probably most likely know.
Right. Just don't admit it, baby. Just don't admit it.
You know what I'm saying? I most likely know why I'm getting pulled up by. I'm going to say absolutely not. No, sir. And they be like, you was doing. I was. I didn't even. Damn, I did that. And I'm gonna look around and act all confused. What? I'm gonna be looking around and don't let them come say, sir, do you know your license was expired? What? My life? No, ain't no way, sir. That's not possible. When did that happen? 5 years ago. What? I've been driving like this for 5 years.
Oh man.
Yes, sir. It also said that you've been arrested last month for the same infraction. I had no idea. That's why I got locked up for. I thought it was for something.
I know that's right.
Deny. God damn it. I'm not a liar, Bob Cherry, but shit.
Yeah. Right, the nuances, right? Nuances to everything. Circumstances.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what? I can't believe that. Shit.
And sometimes, like I think somebody in the chat said it, sometimes I may give information, but it may not be my opinion, right? We'll be talking in general, but if you ask me my opinion, it could be completely different than what I was talking about earlier. Because if you ask me, well, how is most society doing it? Then I'm gonna give you the answer. But I may think differently, I live my life, I may live my life differently.
Right, because I do not believe in whooping kids' ass, but my youngest one, she's about to make me break that rule every day. I understand why some parents just want to whoop ass. I get it. Every day, I'll be like, man, this one is really testing me. Like she Bomb. She really be testing me for real.
That's what these kids do, bro. That's what they do.
She just asking for an ass whooping. She like, look, go ahead.
I threaten booty whoopings,
Right, but I never,
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the day when she's like, nah, you just be talking shit. You ain't gonna do it. All these years, you got all that goddamn bark, dad, and no damn bite. You be just talking shit.
What?
God bless MJ with the followers. She says, good show, Sharon. Did you see Sinners yet? It's really good. I did not see it yet. I'm trying to figure out when me and the wife can go sneak out and go see it in IMAX or something because I heard it was really good.
What is
I saw it last night.
Ah, you did. So how was it? Was it good?
It was adequate.
I'm gonna take if Aaron says it's adequate, I'm gonna say that is a pretty awesome movie. Because adequate, hey, for Aaron to say something's adequate in a movie, I'm pretty sure it's an awesome movie.
Yeah, I'm harsh. And I saw it. My wife took me to see it for my birthday. It was in that 4DX. Seats move around and it's throwing water and shit at you. Yeah, fucking at, you know. So well, there's jets in the seat in front of you, and there's like a shower in the ceiling above, and like if like blood splashes, it tries to stay within the context of the movie. If blood splashes, like a jet of water will hit you.
Oh hell no!
The seats move around, and yeah, it's supposed to be immersive. It's entertaining.
Hell no, that's violation. LA Project, what you thought of the movie? She said she just came back from seeing it. What you thought of it, LA Project? Was it adequate? Goddamn, Seats was just disrespecting Aaron. God damn it.
Is it a horror movie or something?
I call it a horror musical.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, yes. All right. So, yes, I need to see it in IMAX. All right, I'm going to check it out. Yeah, but I heard it was really good. I think it's about vampires or something like that, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, I like vampires. Okay.
It's like a new twist on vampires. Like a
black. It's a vampire story in 1930s Mississippi, the Jim Crow South.
Okay. Maybe I might take Albie to see it.
Yeah, so it sounds like it's interesting to say the least.
Yeah.
LA Project says she doesn't really like it too much. She said it was a good idea, but she didn't like it. It's gonna be interesting. Like a lot of places said, I think Rotten Tomatoes gave it like 100%. I think it haven't been too many movies in the world that's been 100%. So that's good.
I think everyone should see it once. Most folks, I believe, won't need to see it again, but I wouldn't be surprised about a bunch of folks wanting to see it over and over. Not my thing, but I'm glad I saw it.
Okay, got you.
Is it something like the Get Out, like where it captured you, and you might want to go see it again to see what you missed?
Yeah, so it's not as cerebral as that, but it's as entertaining as that. It's more cinematically fantastic. The music, it's more culturally diverse. Get Out is a cerebral, it's a mind fuck a little bit more.
Yeah.
And even Get Out, I think, was a little. I mean, it was good. It was good, but it's entertaining.
Okay.
It's not lousy.
Okay. It's adequate.
You hard.
Yeah.
But I can tell you're a big thinker,
Yeah, I'm unfair. Yeah. I picture the part. Yeah.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. The wife, it's hard for her to watch a movie or a TV show with me too, because I'm like, what? Like you could see it from a mile away. Like I'm like, oh, they're gonna kill it right there. How you figure that?
Yeah.
Because the way how they and then she's like, I don't want to watch it.
That's me.
Yeah. Yeah, if you could divorce yourself of that, you'll be highly entertained. It's a cinematic spectacle. It's great like that. But don't go on it looking for no, intellectually challenging.
Yeah, that's why I absolutely loved like Interstellar. I thought was really good. I also thought the movie Tenet. I think that's really good because the ending, you can have a conversation about the ending for days.
Right.
I like Interstellar. The first time I watched it, it was slow, but then I went and watched it. I was confused at first. That's what I like about it when I had to go see it again and say, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Interstellar was really, really thoughtful. A really thoughtful movie. It's probably as close as you can get to what probably could happen. What we know is space. Shout out to the guy that said the movie was great, in my opinion. Shout out to you, girl. That's awesome. And also says, hey, shout out to the root workers and the hoodoo.
Yeah, that was in there.
Thank you so much, beautiful. Oh, hold on, one more. Also, it says, hey, the movie has ton of symbolism.
Yeah, that's there.
All right, I like it. I like it. But yeah, like, did you ever see the movie Tenet, Bomb?
Tenet? No.
Yeah, it's a really good movie. It's a movie that you probably had to watch twice because it's so many variables that happen in the movie, especially at the end of the movie, that where you having a discussion where you could literally have a discussion of a part 2 of the movie on how the movie is a consistent, continuous loop forever.
Okay, I'm going to check it out. Tenet. What is it about? Like, is it horror? Is it about something like Interstellar?
It's a thinking movie. It's action, thought-provoking, it's suspenseful, it's a thriller. It's all of that in one.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna check it out.
Did you see it, Aaron?
No, I haven't.
You never seen Tenet?
No, I'm taking notes though. I'm gonna check it out.
Me too.
Aaron, you will probably absolutely love. I will assume that you will love Tenet. I think I'm
gonna check it out.
I think it's gonna make you think enough. It's like Inception.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's like an Inception type of thinking level.
Ooh, I love Inception. That shit was good.
Oh, so if you like Inception, you'll love Tenet. It's very thoughtful, and at the end, you know how at the end of Inception, you can have an argument about what it actually meant.
Yeah.
This is what this movie got 3 different possible avenues where you could have a discussion on the ending. It's crazy.
I'm still confused about Inception. Like, was he really back with his family, or was he?
Because it did a little wobble at the end, right?
Yes.
Well, it's hard to count the amount of layers that come back out.
Yeah.
You lose count of the layers going down in Inception. You know what I mean? And so you have to ask that question: where are we?
Where are we? Yes, and that is the beauty of Tenet as well. It is it's a loop of events happening, and each time you see that, they show the loop from a different perspective. And man, and you're like, what? You're like, oh, that's oh shit, because you don't see it coming. And it's like, and for me personally, somebody I like to see the foreshadowing in movies, and I attempt to see it before it happens as I'm watching. I couldn't see some of these things. I'm just excited.
That's why it's so good to you.
Yeah, that's why I was so excited. So I was like, oh, I didn't see that part. And you probably got to watch it more than once.
Yeah. I'm gonna check
so you can catch the other parts. It's fun. It's a good movie.
Yeah, every time I look at Inception, like when it come on, I'm looking at it and I'm catching something new every single time.
And most people don't even know that even the movie itself, the title of the movie itself is like a triple entendre, just like the movie is. That's why they named it Tenet in the first place.
Yep.
What you mean?
Yeah, so the word, but I don't want to spoil it because
okay. The title,
the title itself is like a triple entendre for the movie as well, because it got historical context to Tenet in itself.
Oh, okay.
In real life history. So that I was like, what that mean? Yeah, Denzel's son is in it. I forget his name. John Washington.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that.
He did a phenomenal job. And if you didn't know that was his son, you'll know it in this movie. He sound like you could see like, oh, there go. You could see the Denzel come out of him by accident.
Speaking of, Sinners did a good job at revealing Michael B. What's the name? Michael B. Jordan's range. I think he did a really good job. He did a really good job.
I think he's a solid actor. So I will.
He's not Denzel, but he will be if he keeps up what he's doing.
Oh, that's a big.
I know, the huge. Like when you get to Denzel or Morgan Freeman territory, and if he continues on this trajectory, he's headed there.
Ooh.
Especially with this movie, it was if he keeps it up, Denzel and Morgan Freeman is where he's headed. Once they're done, it'll be him.
Damn.
If he keeps it up, yeah.
That's awesome. Oh, that's an awesome feat for him, especially where he came from. Come from The Wire to where he had
right.
Now. It's insane.
And that's the thing. Yup, exactly.
Because nobody thought that scrawny, funny-looking kid would be where he at today.
I didn't even know he was in it until you had to tell me, and I looked back, I was like, oh yeah.
Right, because he was so right.
Yeah.
That's really dope, though.
I never looked at The Wire, but people talk about it a lot, so it must have been good.
Yeah, yes, it's a very interesting TV show. It's good. It's a good start. It's perfect drama. It's good. Yeah, it's good. It's written well. It's funny. They got enough drama. They got a lot of good things that make you interested and always make you want to see the next part. So yeah,
I'm going to check it out. I always assumed it was like just drug dealers. Back in that time, a lot of drug dealing shows was on, Colors and all that. I didn't, so I wasn't really interested in watching.
Because it's good because they do talk about the neighborhood of what was going on there too.
Yeah.
So
very convincing. It seems genuine and authentic.
Yeah, it's good. It's solid. It's written well. The scenes is good. It got good actors in it as well too. A lot of our top dog celebrities is in it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a little short of it, I think, where somebody had an alligator in their house. It was, I don't know which episode it was, but they had an alligator. Now the police come.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the alligator.
That happened in Brooklyn. That happened a couple of times when the person had a tiger in his house in Brooklyn and all that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have a friend that used to have an alligator.
Yeah, my brother had an alligator as well.
Yeah.
God damn.
I had a snake.
We would go in and grab the alligators and hit him in his head and eat him. Okay, I was keeping.
I used to have a snake that would not have an issue with an alligator.
And also, the caption says, "Lastly, I'm mad because Jordan character was 5'8".
Oh yeah.
Makes sense. The ladies love the eye candy for sure. Anybody going live? Bob, you going live? War Report, you going live?
I'm headed to Massachusetts right now, bro.
Oh, you be grinding.
Yeah.
That's a good drive. That's what, like 6 hours for you?
5, 4.5 to 5. It's showing up to be 5, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good drive.
Yeah.
What's in Massachusetts? I've never been. Is it nice?
I'm trying to expand my business, further. Trying to buy other shit, companies, small companies that extend past the tri-state area.
Yeah, Massachusetts is a very interesting because they got a very African part of there.
Yep. Yeah.
And the rest is like very heavily white. It's like, man, it's white.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So it's a very interesting place, and it's very expensive too.
Yeah, I heard that. Very expensive.
Yeah.
It is a little bit of that. It's an interesting state. It's pleasant on the eyes.
Yeah, topographically, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's nice looking. It's very pleasant on the eyes. It's an interesting place. If you're into sports, man.
Heavy.
You better not go with the wrong jersey on. I tell you that.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
They are proud. You cannot go to their stadium with the opposing jersey without being skinned and willing to, go back and forth and have that strong conversation.
College and pro, basketball and football.
And baseball.
And baseball. Yeah. Yep.
All the sports. I've never been to
it's like Philly times 3.
So it's rough, but it's fun though.
They're not like Philly. Philly's disrespectful, but they're intense with it though, for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a good time. I went to a football game, basketball game, and a baseball game in Massachusetts, and I absolutely enjoyed myself screaming and cursing at the fans for sure.
Yeah, if you got thick skin, you're good. If you don't, you don't do it.
You're gonna feel like you're in danger.
Yeah, buddy.
It's like going to a Phillies game with a Mets jersey. Ooh.
Listen, don't be surprised if you go home smelling like beer.
Especially if they lose. Oh my goodness.
Oh, forget about it. You better park your car somewhere else.
Yeah, it's gonna be pressure. It's gonna be a lot of pressure. So
when you came through Delaware, what did you think about it, Sharon?
A lot of land.
Yeah.
So you went lower Delaware?
And the houses was very interesting because I drove through like the beginning part where like the houses is small and close knit, and then I got to the more a little bit more affluent part where the houses are close but they are so goddamn huge.
Yeah,
Oh, he went through Wilmington and then shit changed on him. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
And I forgot, and like even though you know, but sometimes you just forget. Like you forget that there's a beach there.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Lewis, Delaware, and all. Yeah, man.
You just forget. Like you just forget. And, I like it's just that it's not enough things to do. I think it's great for. It's just not enough things to do for me.
Yeah, because you a city boy, New Yorker.
Yeah,
but y'all came over here and ruined our economy though, because y'all still work in New York making that money, and then you come here, and so that's why the homes are now so expensive, the apartments and everything. New York.
Yeah.
That makes sense. It makes it taller because it ain't far enough where you can't drive to New York. That's for sure.
Right.
And then if you're making really good money, the train ride is no problem.
Train. Yeah, they get on the train.
Yeah.
No problem. Take a nap. You there in like an hour and 20 minutes. Hey, the F train from Queens to Manhattan sometimes take 2 hours. So
yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. The trains in Manhattan be wild sometimes. Bob. You just going from one borough to the next, and you could be there for it gets wild sometimes. Yeah, it can get wild. Don't let somebody jump the track and get ran over.
Oh Lord, that happened a lot.
Man.
Yeah, every day somebody get hit by a train.
God.
Yeah. That's because they got a lot of trains, though.
Yeah, and plus people do it on purpose.
Oh
yeah,
they trying to get a lawsuit. Like they don't die though, Bob. They know when to do it.
Oh damn.
oh yeah, Bob. So people get mad. So we'll literally be there and we'll say, "Why would you do that for?" We'll be screaming and yelling at them. Get your dumb ass up on the floor. You ain't get. And they like, "Oh, all right." And then they just climb back up. And Bob, they be rough on that train.
Oh man.
They got it down to a science, Mom. It'd be crazy how some of them do it. So like now it's just like like people just tired of it now.
Yeah.
So people don't even like care. They jump right in front of the train, get hit, and it looked like it got hit hard, but they know when
to do it.
Yeah, they crazy as hell, Bob.
God damn.
It'd be wild, man. Oh, it'd be crazy as hell. But the train is it just depends on what time of the day you go on, to be honest. It's really that early morning is when you get the bums. That's when they waking up. So that's when it's like a little sketchy. And when it's late night, that's the only time when it's sketchy. Otherwise than that, trains is hella safe. You go on the train at 5 in the morning, that's when it's a little sketchy because there ain't too many people there. The bums ain't wake up yet. They peeing on themselves. So that's when it's sketchy.
Yeah.
But afternoon is so many trains you get in and out of places so quickly.
Yeah.
But that late night, oh my goodness. But also, you probably love it though, like because your personality, you just be dying laughing at all the crazy people and shit.
Yeah, I would love it. I would. I'd be like, God damn. Damn, shit here in Delaware, baby. Nothing. Like nothing. The whole Wilmington shuts down at like 5.
Damn.
Yeah.
The city of Wilmington shuts down when the banks and everything close, the stores right there on a major street in the city.
That's crazy. Hey MJ, you going live? Bomb, you going live?
Nah, I'm
chilling right now.
I got to sew. Yeah, I've been tripping. I got to work.
Ah, nice.
Okay, I got to make money.
Absolutely, I feel you on that.
Okay. Now, Aaron, if you ever want to buy my business, that's not a business yet, but it is. But it's not. But it is.
I like it already.
Anyway, thank you for having me. It's always nice to talk to you, Sharon. You know I love you. What I gotta call you? Wait, is it Sharim? Yeah.
I don't think I was Sharim today. They was mad at me.
You wasn't. No, you wasn't.
The Brotherhood was mad at me today.
When if people want to buy shirts that say Sharim, let me know. I'll make them for you. You'll get a profit of it. You know what I mean? I'll hook it up for y'all.
All right. We got to work it out. All right. That makes sense.
Happy. I love you, sis. I'll talk to you later. And Aaron, it's always nice talking to you, Aaron.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, Happy, what's your final thoughts? Because you've been talking a lot today, but.
Why are you lying on me? What is wrong? Hold on.
All right, Aaron, what's your final thoughts?
I mean, we're all human. Nobody's perfect. Let's just try to love one another, understand one another, and one day you're going to be wrong, and that's okay, because that's the day that you find out what's right. You never be wrong about it again. So, information ain't yours to own; it's just yours to use. If you have it, pass it on. If you don't have it, receive it. But anyway, love one another because I love you. Take it easy.
I love that last comment that you said, like that the information is not yours. That was great. It's for you to pass it on. I love that. That was awesome.
I like the part when he say love you. Okay, we need to love each other. Love everybody. Love everybody up here. I'm going. Bye, Sharon.
Don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.